BMW PGA champion. And here at Wentworth, McIlroy at Rose again. Takes the checkered flag at the BMW. It's a dream come true for magnificent Matthew. He's the US Open champion.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to our featured group coverage from the first round of the BMW PGA Championship. But what is a very wet West course at Wentworth Club. I'm Richard Kaufman. In the box with me, Sam Torrance and Richard Boxall. We'll be hearing out on the course from Wayne Riley. And what a treat, not just the company, of course, in the commentary box, but our featured group. Doesn't really get much better than this, does it? The #1 player on the DP World Tour right now, the US Open champion and the last man to win this event. We've got Rory McIlroy, Matt Fitzpatrick and Billy Horschel. Well, it has been raining really heavily overnight and this morning. Thankfully, the rain has stayed off for now, but we are expecting further wet conditions to come a little bit later on, around midday. But big crowds already, 25,000 sellout every day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. I think I've got about 100 appearances or more of the BMW PGA Championship with me in the commentary box. Sam, always a big week, big occasion, and as I said already, this 3-ball is pretty stellar, isn't it?
Yes, fantastic to come back to Wentworth again, and as you say, what a fantastic 3-ball to watch. And the key is it's kind of getting like Augusta. You know, we're back here every year. Everyone who watches it, and you know every blade of grass out there. It's almost like coming home.
Not an easy start though, Boxy.
No, it's a tough start here. 473 yards the first hole. I always used to think, Sam, I reckon if you could get through, if you got through the first 4 holes in 1 under par, that was a beautiful start, wasn't it?
I think just on the 4th tee at level.
Yeah,
that was the key.
Heaven.
That was the key.
It is, yeah.
It's a wee bit longer nowadays. Box, it played a wee bit longer.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a delay on the tee. This group were due to tee off at 8:30, but as you can see, they're waiting around right now. Wayne Riley is down the first fairway. What's the hold-up, Wayne?
Oh, it's just wet out here. We've had a lot of rain and everything's soft, and you've got your lift clean in place and all that jazz. So, hello everybody. It's going to be a great morning. This golf course is going to be receptive, which suits Rory McIlroy. It suits all 3 players.
Well, there's a look at the DP World Tour rankings, and Rory McIlroy looking to do what he did in the FedEx Cup, and that's walk away with being the #1 player. But one of his biggest challenges, Matt Fitzpatrick, is in this group. Will Zalatoris probably won't be able to catch him, given the fact that he's going to be out injured the rest of the year. And Viktor Hovland and Thomas Pieters among the starters this week at Wentworth. Hovland will be in our featured group this time tomorrow. It looks like Alistair Scott's just about ready to get things underway here. The starter on the first tee. Well, I promise you, he did introduce Matt Fitzpatrick on the first tee. And here is the US Open champion. First time playing in his homeland of England as a major winner.
I mean, that is
huge. The leader of the DP World Tour rankings from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
When Sam Fitzpatrick hit that, it's not warm, is it? And it's wet. I mean, that's gone miles down that first.
Right down the bottom of the hill. I'm surprised that him or McIlroy and Billy Horschel don't have sweaters on. Rory can carry all the traps down there. He probably picks on the downslope. It's a little bit right. Depends on the line.
On the tee, the Rolex Series winner here at the BMW PGA Championship is the defending champion from the USA, Billy Horschel.
Well, it's been a good week already for Billy Horschel. Got the phone call from Davis Love that he will be part of the President's Cup team, taking on the internationals, defending this BMW PGA title this week at Wentworth.
Very straight hitter. Horschel doesn't miss many shots, not as long as the other two. I think Fitzpatrick might be the most improved player over the last couple of years. He really has transformed his game. And will anyone forget that 7-9 at the last box hit?
No. Yes, no. What got me about that was the way they were literally lining up to sort of plumb bobbing it, weren't they, to see whether they get it up and over the lip. It was a brilliant shot.
It was more to miss. It wasn't to go over the lip. It was to miss it on the left.
Yeah, on the left.
And Billy said that's the first time he's ever done that.
Is that right?
It's the first time he's ever plumb bobbed a shot. He's plumb bobbed putts, but not a shot.
I think it's fair to say between you guys and Wayne, you know this layout pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Every bit of it.
1972, your first PGA Championship.
Was, Richard, yes, thanks for picking that up.
Yes, you enjoyed that then, didn't you?
Just 50 years ago, 51 years.
So, it hasn't, I mean, in terms of look, it hasn't changed much, has it? But there has been some changes made through the years.
Huge changes. They didn't get it right at first, and Richard Kerring was the first to admit it was his fault. He wanted Ernie Els to do certain things, and Ernie had to do those things, and immediately he changed it all. And it's now magnificent. The 18th is now a wonderful finishing hole. It was always a good finishing hole, but it became almost no reward. You couldn't really go for the green because it was too hard to keep it on there, but it's magnificent now.
It certainly is. They've also got some really good roll-off areas now, haven't they, Sam? They've shaped the greens beautifully, I think. And if you look at that map there, there's a couple of holes that go in the same direction, but the wind really swirls around here, and it's sometimes you can stand on that 10th tee by the railway line there, and you know, the flag's going left to right, and then you throw the grass up and it's into you, and the clouds are going left to right. You don't know where the wind is. It hurtles around all over the place.
Never used to bother you, Box. He just hit it through the wind.
Just hit it hit it very low.
Absolutely.
What are we expecting scoring-wise today, and where are you looking to profit most in terms of through this layout?
At the par fives, as Richard said, getting through the first three tough holes to open. The second's not as tough as that tough, but it is not easy. But once you're on the fourth tee, par five, you've got 5, 6, 7. There's definitely birdies out there.
Yeah, and it's not a cold morning, but it's certainly been a wet one, and the golf course has taken a lot of water. Preferred lies as a result. But there is the clubhouse there in the backdrop. Rory and Billy. It's a fabulous group. US Open champion Matt Fitzpatrick. Rory McIlroy teeing it up for the first time since his win at Atlanta. And Billy Horschel, the defending champion. See, Billy there's a little shorter off the tee, but he'll be coming from the fairway, which, given those wet conditions I'm talking about, will be very helpful.
It will be, Richard, yeah, but he'll be hitting a 5-iron or a 6-iron, and the others will be hitting a wedge from the bottom of the hill, even although it's in the rough. It's always debatable on the tee for the long hitters what they should do. I always used to think just hit a 3-wood to the top of the hill, and then you've got a 5-iron in. But get it down there to wedge. Why not?
Winner of the Memorial this season on the PGA Tour, his 7th win. On that tour, that is. Of course, a Rolex Series winner now after his win at this venue last year. So there you see the difference in terms of length off the tee. Good 50 yards between where Horschel has finished and Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick 30 yards past McIlroy. And he's not on the fairway. So he hasn't preferred it. That's the first cut. You can see how thick the bit is to the right of him there, and it's really tough to control your ball.
Radar, great crowds already.
Massive, yeah. magnificent atmosphere early doors. You seem to get a great atmosphere here, even when it rains, when it hoses it down, when it's sunny. They come out in force. Sold out well before this championship. Hangy lie, ball well below his feet, so cut spin and needs a little bit of cut. 174, heavy air, 7 iron.
That's okay. Sorry,
yeah,
Boxy.
it is. Yeah, no, it's been on the front today as well, and it's actually playing almost how it does when they used to play the match play here. It's quite wet, you know. The greens used to hold, didn't they?
This ball is sitting up like a medicine ball. You couldn't wish. You could get a 3-wood on this. Down slope, 153.
Hold up, hold up. Jesus. Guys, on silent, please, thanks.
Someone's phone going off.
As long as it wasn't yours, Ryder.
No. Well, if it was, just tell her I'm not here. Just a 9 iron. Just trying to pick it. That's how well it is sitting up.
Well, that's the kind of start McIlroy was looking for. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, kind of picking up where he left off in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago. That final day charge to Reilly and Scotty Scheffler.
I like splitting like TV.
That's fine, yes.
I'm just going to hit it hard. So there's no problem with passing.
I don't know where this guy's got his length from. We've discussed it, US Open. We watched that so very well in the championships. He's performed so very well in. Just a wedge from way down here deep in this valley on number 1. Just trying to gouge a wedge. Came out quite flat.
Well, if this is the start, and this is what we're looking forward to the rest of the day, it's going to be a treat over the next few hours. 3 birdie looks to come at. I thought, what a tough first hole.
Yes, Richard. But I mean, that shot back Fitzpatrick just said, Foxy. I mean, how does he get backspin on that? Even Radar said it's come out flat, so I mean that's come out low.
Yeah.
I mean, one bounce and it just
Came back about another foot and a half. Yeah. No, I don't know.
Great stuff. US Open champion. You'll never forget that. It'll always be known as it.
And Ryder asked the question about, you know, where Matt Fitzpatrick's got his length from as we look at some of the early scores there. David Drysdale, over 560 events on the DP World Tour, still looking for that first win amongst the leaders early on. Joachim Lagergren also at 3 under par. I mean, it comes down to strength training. He works with Matt Roberts. The stack system he uses with Sasho McKenzie, it's all done by an app and numbers are involved. It's not by chance.
No, I mean, you just got to get your club head speed up, you know, and they you know, we all used to do different things. I think I was talking to Jamie Spencer the other day. They teach you to swing lighter clubs so that you can swing it harder. Where, you know, in the older days you used to swing great big heavy things to try and hit it further, but they've gone completely the other way around now. Many things have gone the other way around. Decimal points certainly moved a lot further to the right in the respective prize fund.
As you said, Richard, fabulous crowds.
3 shots inside 25 feet. I'll hazard a guess. I know it's early days, but I don't think in terms of dispersion you'd have had 3 in total closer than that so far this morning.
All day, probably.
Yeah. So it's going to be Horschel to go first. And the greens are absolutely magnificent, Wayne, aren't they?
Yeah, they're perfect.
Yeah.
This is down the hill. It's slightly from right to left. And this hole, they've made a mockery of it so far. I mean, this is right up there with toughness with the 13th, the 15th. Over the week, it'll play over its par of 4, but these guys are, well, they have other ideas.
But, I mean, Wayne, it's ranked. I know it's early days. This is only the 12th game out, but it is ranked number 1. Hardest hole on the course so far. There's only been 1 birdie on it.
Yeah, and it'll get worse as the week goes on. This is a tricky putt for Rory McIlroy down the hill. One feels as though over the last foot of its journey, it's going to sort of peel from left to right. And at the start, it might be kind of straight, so it's so easy. With the surface moisture, the ball hugs the ground with surface moisture. It doesn't want to, it creeps along like a snail, if you like, and it doesn't want to take its break. You never see a snail turning, do you? So, easy to miss this left and over borrow.
And very quick, Ryder.
Unlike a snail.
Oh, that was a good putt, that.
It was. He had the read, just didn't hit it, Rich.
Yeah.
So two down, 1 to go.
Well, this one again, Wayne, it's not as easy as it looks, this one. It's a fast putt, eh?
Yeah, it's fast, and I can't believe he's not leaving the flag in as he does downhill. That's a first for a long time. We'll keep an eye on that today.
Well, nonchalantly done. As Boxy was suggesting, it wasn't that straightforward, but he certainly made it look it, and that's a fabulous start. Just the second birdie at the first so far today. Rafa Cabrera-Bello, the other who's walked off with a 3 hit.
On to the second, which is a par 3. On 58 it plays today. Well, he got a pretty clean strike on it, Sam, didn't he? Even though it was out of the rough here for Fitzpatrick. Strong left hand.
Another look at it. It's coming in low and hard, but look at this. I mean, the quality of strike there is excellent from Fitzpatrick.
Make sure your flash is off so your flash is on when you take it. Thank you.
You just see the group ahead of them. Rafa Cabrera-Bello made that birdie start. There was in your picture, playing with Dean Burmester and Ryan Fox. Is it me, or is the tree on the right side, it's just been cut back slightly?
I think there might be even one gone that was behind it that stuck out even more. But they probably took a few limbs off the side of that. It was always very difficult if the pin was on the right. The tree was definitely in play. You had to cut it round it.
Sam, do you remember Ioki holding a one to win a house at Glen Eagles? Do you remember that?
I swear to you, Boxy, I was looking at the green and I was just about to say that.
Oh, wait.
Richard came in about.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I always remember that was an apartment he won at Glen Eagles. Nice prize.
And he's got lots of friends and family have come down from Sheffield. Cheer him on this morning, Matt Fitzpatrick. It's he was himself surprised yesterday by the crowds that were following him, even in the Pro-Am yesterday.
Well, you couldn't meet a more modest young man than Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Great partnership he's developed with Billy Foster. Probably one of the best caddies ever to be out there.
Yeah, and quite right, everyone talking it was a big win naturally for Matt Fitzpatrick, but it was a first major on a bag through years of close misses for Billy Foster too.
Yeah, I saw him on Tuesday, Billy. They were coming off the 18th, and we were doing something up near the Scorer's Hut, and I said, well done, well done to Matt, obviously, and well done, Billy. He said, oh, I had to get one. He said, I had to get one. He said, in all the time I've been around, he said, I had to bag one of them. And he was quite emotional, wasn't he, on that final day, Billy?
Oh, absolutely. I spoke to him on the Sunday night.
Oh, did you?
And he was in New York in an airport, and he says, I've got 4 hours to catch my flight, and I'm not sure I'm going to make it. He was already there and checked in, but you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean.
I know you know exactly what I mean.
So it's Fitzy to go first, right up.
About as easy as it gets. Just a soft fade. He can do that. He can do most things. 158, receptive greens, not a breath of wind. It's just perfect. You would expect one of these three to make themselves a nice 2.
Right on a crest of a wave, Fitzpatrick. So it must be just the most magnificent feeling, standing up there playing on automatic pilot.
Rory, a big spinner of the ball. He might just dead arm this 158 with a 9-iron, or he might send it deep into the green. Don't want to flirt with that back edge, that fluffy stuff. It can get tangled up there. So how does he take the spin out of it?
It's pushed in a little bit, it's okay. Just perfect.
I watched
radar,
Billy
isn't
so
it?
very closely at the Memorial when he was a winner. He won very well there at Millfield Village. He's a methodical player. He tinkers a lot with his swing during the round and goes about his business. Prolific winner on the PGA Tour, defending champion here, all good. Same sort of shot. Rory just leaked his a little too much, just got up and out of it. Can happen when you fade it as the rain starts to tumble down once more.
Well, some decent scoring. It is damp, but very little wind around. Nice story, Christian Crow Johannesson, after a nice start. He was one of the last men in the field thanks to his third place finish at Made in Himmerland in Denmark last week. He's one behind the co-leaders, Lagergren and Drysdale. It's a decent story. Johannesson only played in Made in Denmark last week because he forgot to enter himself into the Challenge Tour event that was being played concurrently. So he could get into the event in Denmark, so he thought, well, I can't play the Challenge Tour this week. He'd won this season on the Challenge Tour. I might as well enter and play the DP World Tour event in Denmark. Ends up finishing in third place, gets himself into an $8 million event, a Rolex Series 1 at Wentworth, and there he is at the moment, tied for third on the leaderboard here.
What a beautiful mistake.
Great story.
That is great.
Story. He's got his card for next year too on the European Tour, hasn't he?
Pretty much, he's fourth on the race
Yeah.
to Mallorca at the moment, so yeah.
Top 15, I think.
Top 20.
20,
yeah.
He's virtually certain for that. It was funny, he said last week, I'm just on holiday this week, I shouldn't be here. It was a very nice holiday. It's just idyllic conditions out there. I know it's a bit damp and a wee bit of rain, but for top class golfers to get out there, no wind, soft conditions, preferred lies, perfect greens. I expect some low scoring today.
Three times FedEx Cup champion now. Three times a winner of the DP World Tour rankings as well, Rory McIlroy, but in prime position to make that 4. He has never done the double. It has been done before. Henrik Stenson has done it. Luke Donald's won both rankings before in the same year too. Will he fancy this one, Ryder?
Absolutely. One thought.
Rory champion here in 2014. Second green with our featured group. Rory McIlroy's already chipped up here, just a couple of feet short of the hole. Birdie putts to come for the other two. Similar length putt, Ryder, for Billy Horschel to the one he had at the first.
Yeah, just left to right, straight across the green, Richard. You've blown me away there. Was Rory 2014 when he came from nowhere, day 4, 8 years ago? Really?
Yeah, time flies now, doesn't it? Our age,
Yeah.
Wayne.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm 32.
Nor can I. Oh, he's left himself a little tester there to save his part.
Very subtle greens here. They're tough to read. Tough to get the speed right too.
Well, it says they're 12 on the stimp, but Horshaw misjudged that one.
No 12 after the rain overnight. No, I'd say these are 11 and a bit. And this green, historically over the years, has been difficult, Samuel, to read. It's been one of those. It's uphill. It should be just out of the right.
Oh, that's a bit of a iffy start, isn't it? 3-2.
You know what? He's been talking about getting this this work-life balance right. Last week he didn't touch his clubs. He went had a little holiday in New York with his girlfriend. Went to see Harry Styles in concert. Had a little go watching the US Open at Flushing Meadows, and well, it doesn't seem to be working out too bad so far.
No, he seems to be making the right move.
I could see Radar going to see Harry Styles as well.
He can move, Radar. He can shake a mean hoof, I tell you.
Excellent finish off for Hovland there.
The night changes, Richard. The night changes.
Little bit of tidying up to do for Rory McIlroy here at the second for his second successive par.
Hugely improved his short game. Rory McIlroy, his distance control and his wedges.
You know, I spoke to him the other day, and I couldn't believe the only change he made was to change the ball. That's all he did. He just changed the ball. I thought he'd done something to his swing. He went from he was using a 2021 TP5X, and he went to the 2019 TP5. I said, you didn't change your swing or anything? He went, no. He said, that's all I did.
And what was the difference in the ball? One a bit softer?
Well, yeah, it wasn't so much spin, and he went pre-Masters from 50 yards to 125 right in. He was 208th out of 209, and he's now leading those stats. That's amazing, isn't it? Just by changing the ball.
I can see all the people just heading off to the pro shops now to buy themselves
exactly,
a few dozen.
Exactly.
What was it, a TP5?
Yeah, it was
TP5,
the 2019 TP5.
Yeah, because I'm sure everyone listening swings it like Rory McIlroy said. Yep, naturally.
I thought you meant everyone had gone off to go to sleep after I came up with that.
I actually thought he was going down that road too.
So did I. I thought, oh dear, here we go.
Well, you woke them up.
I thought you were talking about a brand new BMW model.
I could have been.
So starts don't get too much better than this. Matt Fitzpatrick, huge drive down the first, 338?
Just a classic wedge in out of the thick lie, but a beautifully played shot, great control. And nonchalantly just tapped it into the middle.
One hole, one birdie.
Yes, nice start. Short little walk to the second tee. 158 yards the second was playing. He knocked it to here, about 10 feet short. As Wayne was saying, a little bit uphill. Never touched the side, straight in. 2 under through the first two.
What was it you were saying, Boxy? First 4 holes, if you get, what score will you say you're aiming for?
Well, yes, it's like Sam was saying, if you level through the first 3, totally agree with that. But I always just think if you could be 1 under through the first 4, you used to think to yourself, you could be on for a decent score. You know, to me, in my mind, this course used to play in chunks. You've got holes like 8, 9 and 10 I always thought were quite difficult. Did you look at 7 as a birdie chance, Sam, or not? Only if the pin was on the front, I suppose.
Everyone boxed out that every hole was a birdie.
Every hole was a birdie.
Everyone.
But you know what I mean? There were some tough ones, wasn't there? 13, 14, 15 were always a bit smelly.
And this is a tricky.
Absolutely. 3 was. It took me 20 years to carry the trap on the right, and I just got to carry it and then built another one 20 yards further on. I mean, one of the best holes in the course. Green's magnificent now.
Yeah, 4 4s here this week. You'd be happy with that.
On the 3rd?
Yes.
Absolutely. Wouldn't even play it.
Even if you get a good drive away, there's still plenty of obstacles.
Green is very severe. Pins 24 on back right today. Radar, has the rain stopped?
Yeah, it has. And this greens is the one thing that's changed over the years. Remember back in the day, Tom Kite and the World Match Play used to be played in late September. A big tear at the front of this green. A serious false front. And he took about 7 or 8 well, he just kept going even though it was match play, just to annoy his opponent probably. Out with the driver. The bunker up the left-hand side's over 310 today, so don't worry about that. That's where he will be aiming to peel this one off. And no run on the fairway, so he shouldn't reach that.
Leaning left, a little bit right maybe. Oh, he's lucky at Radar in between the bunkers.
He might have an awkward little stance there, but better to be there than in the sand.
If you were ever going to play out of these fairway bunkers out here today, this morning, with the wetness overnight, nice flat bunkers to be able to clip one out of, it's going to be interesting to see who is the longest today out of Rory and Matt. Horschel won't keep up with them.
Can he carry all the bunkers? I think he can, Radar. Maybe not.
I think it would have. I think you bang on. That left bunker's their line, and that's exactly where he's hit it. You can't quite reach that bunker.
Preferred lies, just to remind you.
Billy doesn't move the ball a heck of a lot in the air. If anything, it's just a little leaky left to righter, but he can turn it the other way from right to left if he so chooses. He usually hits a flat knuckleball with run. Won't be getting any run out here today, I can tell you.
So we saw Rory's ball there, plugged, and if you want to improve your short game and be like Rory McIlroy, the TP5 is the one with the red number. Because one has a black and one has a red number. So the TP5 with the red number is what you're going to ask for.
Very early stages, but Matt Fitzpatrick has moved within one of the co-leaders through the first 2 holes.
That's just a dream start. You want 4 at the first, possible birdie at the second, but 3-2 start is gorgeous.
Big prize fund this week. A lot of DP World Tour rankings up for grabs. You saw the name of David Drysdale there at the top of the leaderboard. Hasn't gone back to Q School since 2008. He's 174th on the rankings. Well, this time last year, it's the man there in the middle, Billy Horschel, who emerged from a really exciting final round.
On the tee from the USA, Billy Horschel.
I think starting off, making part number 1 was huge.
Go, well done, Billy Horschel. Oh, what an up and down that was.
The crowds are absolutely unbelievable here, and they've supported me. Played really great all around. I think making the birdie at number 15 was huge.
Picks it off the top of the top. Back you come, look at this. Just have a look at this. Billy Horschel. Now that is a reaction to one of the best shots he's played in his career.
He came back with a point to prove because Steve Stricker didn't even phone him up to tell him he wasn't in the Ryder Cup team. Different feeling for him this time around. He's just got the call from Davis Love. He's playing for Team USA as a pro for the very first time in the next month or so.
Very good, Richard. That's I'd forgotten that he wasn't picked for the Ryder Cup, and then won here. It was kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was necessarily a big shock. I mean, Team USA was pretty strong, but he felt really upset that he didn't even get a phone call.
No, well, he would enjoy the one from Davis Love last night. Great honour to represent your country.
Rory McIlroy was even suggesting he'd love to tee it up in the President's Cup in his press conference yesterday, tongue-in-cheek, but he said he might be able to find an Australian grandparent or great-grandparent somewhere.
No, because then he'd have to miss the Ryder Cup, and that ain't going to happen.
True. Billy Horschel record here is excellent. We know he won last year, but he was actually 4th in the other time he played in, threw a couple of 65s in 2019, which was the last year that Rory McIlroy played as well. Yeah, Arnold Palmer back in 1975. He played in that one, Sam?
Royal St George?
No, here.
Oh, was he here?
Yeah.
It was here.
Was it here?
Oh,
I don't think it was. I thought it was St George's.
Yes,
Royal St
you're right.
George's.
You are right.
Well, as I was
you played.
because it's amazing.
Just get him to repeat that again. You're right. You're right. I like it when he says that.
I haven't said it to you yet, Boxy.
No, you haven't. Not yet. Not in 23 years.
No. Well, there's a few shadows appearing on the green. See Ryan Fox there, in fact, who was disappointed he didn't get a President's Cup call.
Yeah, that's a real tricky one for Immelman to leave him out. He is a great player, Ryan Fox.
That's 9 off left 30. Yes. We were there. Correct.
To his caddy there, Gareth Lord, nicknamed Lordy. He's been around a long time, caddy for Stenson for a very, very long time. But he's a good caddy. He can play as well.
Yeah, he's a good lad. Really nice. See what they've got left.
It's turned fairly pleasant now, Radar.
Don't say that, Richard. If I bring the umbrella, which I have,
if it rains, then you want to have the
it
stack
won't
bag.
rain.
Yeah, I always had
If I don't bring it, it'll rain.
We had 2 stack bags.
So I've got
rain.
one.
The whole group got one, and we got one. Yeah. You got what you need here.
Yep. They're quite slow. They're waiting a lot out here.
They will until 5, the par 3, and then they kind of release, the field releases into that middle section. Billy Horschel, 184 yards, and this is where you want to be, lift, clean and place, so the ball is shining down there behind the club face. Uphill, elevation change. You've got to be thinking this is a 6. Can he get 6 all the way back? Maybe it's a massage with a 5, Billy. But it's a flag that's on the back step. Just a brutal hole, especially when the wind is off the tee out the left. No wind now.
Fine, but
Yeah, that would have looked very good. I mean, you take that all day long. That would have looked great from the fairway there.
Just a great break, 182, 2 yards closer than Billy Ho. A little downslope and a mud ball. Shouldn't hinder though.
And he's muttering away as if he doesn't like it, and that's why. Let's hope that's not plugged in there.
Not plugged?
Well, there you go.
And they say if the mud's on the left, the ball will go right. And if the mud's on the right, the ball will go left. But it's so difficult to actually believe that when you're hitting the shot. McIlroy's on the fairway right now, yeah?
Yeah, 164. Just an 8. A little bit of draft into now. It swirls in these big old pines and oaks. He might get some backup on this. Hung it once more like he did on the last.
I don't think that's gone back into the bunker.
No. All good.
You won't be happy with that one though, not with just an 8 iron. So amazing over the years, you know, the golf balls and the equipment, how much it's changed. I remember, Sam, on this third hole about 22 years ago, I did a piece for Sky on old equipment, you know, like with a persimmon-headed club and the metal hub, and I got a Bellata ball, and we got a cameraman down there, and he said, let me know when you hit a good one, which took quite a long time. But I hit a decent one with a persimmon, and then you hit a decent one with a metal head. And I hit, yeah, admittedly it was a little bit into the breeze, but with the old equipment I hit a drive and a 3-wood to that third, and with the new stuff I hit a drive and a 5-iron. I mean, what a difference that makes.
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, how long did you have to take to hit a good one?
I was about 6 months I was there, probably. Not much more than that.
That's
Yeah.
quite quick for you, I thought.
Tommy Fleetwood with a birdie at the second. Adrian Moronk with a birdie at the first. Moronk, I mean, the start of the Ryder Cup qualification, he may be one of the names that I'm sure is getting into the thoughts of Luke Donald.
I hope so. He's such a sweetheart. He's such a great player. I was lucky enough to play with him in his home country 4 or 5 years ago, and he actually asked me if I could help him with his putting. And I said to him, have you seen what I'm putting with? It's a long putter. It's not exactly the type of method you want to teach someone, but a really good kid, a really great player. And I think he's got a great chance of making it.
Yeah, I know you had a twig.
Wet sand, which means it could shoot out of here and it could go long, and then you're mindful of that and you come up shy.
Compact.
I enjoyed playing out of wet sand. Did you, Wayne?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. This is perfect, as Sam's already said it. It's just absolutely magnificent out here. Blue sky starting to appear. All right, almost down onto the steel with the right hand. On a little upslope, but he's going to be standing well below the ball, so he'll just turn the toe in, you would think, and get this on the deck as fast as he can. He never sort of gets an 8-iron out or anything like that. Always chooses to play a wedge.
Three birdies so far on this hole today.
Shouldn't be a problem. He's going to aim it way right, turn that toe in and get it on the deck and release it up there like a putt. That's the plan anyway. He's pretty good at this. He's an underestimated chipper, is Rory McIlroy. He's one of the best out there.
So 2 with a little bit of work for 4s. Another one of those length putts for Billy Horschel. A little shy with the one on the second radar.
Yeah, that's where you want to be, though. If you get it on this green and you've got 40-footers, 45-footers for birdies, that's okay. I mean, you just, as you said, Richard, you just sort of make yourself 4 fours, if you can do that. On a hole that's going to play over its par 4 this week, you're a happy camper and you move to a par 5 next. It's almost a sigh of relief when you get through the first 3 here on the Burma Road here at Wentworth, if you're even par after 3. Right to left, down the hill, surface moisture, not overly quick.
Beautiful effort. Just straight past the edge. That's a good start from Horschel, 4-3-4. Par 5 next.
Rory McIlroy holed apart from this length straight up the hill on 16 at Eastlake in a couple of weeks back, when on his way to winning the lot over there in the playoffs. And I stood there and I just watched the putt and I just went, how fast he hit it, and it went in the centre. So he's much improved from this length under the guidance of Brad Faxon. I haven't put the mocker on him, but this part of his game it has been sensation. Really good.
Well, that's the perfect start, really. Well, perfect start's 3 birdies, but I mean, if you level par through 3, as Wayne says, you walk up the hill now to the 4th. Well, they've put the tee 56 yards forward. I don't know quite why they've done that today. Maybe it's a soaking wet back tee. That's all I can think.
It's not. I'm standing on it.
Is it?
This is an awkward putt. And flag out once more. We have a change. All year he's been putting these with the flag in. 18 inches he putts with the flag in, but it's out. Maybe that's got something to do with the wet, soft edges of the hole. He just feels as though the ball, if it hits the flag, it could cushion the blow, hit the soft lip and wriggle out. Goes to show you, Fitzy. Flag in, flag out. You see what? You're going to miss them.
I did see a stat the other day, Radar, where it said that now 99.9% of the time you should take the flag out. But who knows?
Is that right? Is that a stat that came out with it?
Yeah,
That's unbelievable.
Shame, they still won. He'd have taken one under after 3. Just couldn't want a bogey in the 3rd.
You could never have putted with the flag in, could you? Or could you?
Yeah, I do it all the time.
Oh, do you? Do you?
Yeah.
But if you playing, but like in tournaments, would you have done that?
Well, I always remember Seve having it attended from 10, 12 feet, and it was for focus. So that was kind of, I thought, keep the pin in, why not? But then he was having it attended, so the pin was coming out, so it wasn't really putting with the pin in, if you know what I mean. But visually, I think it's better. It's easier to focus.
Yeah.
It's easier to focus.
Joachim Lagergren in the first 3 ball out this morning has got through 11 holes without a drop shot and 3 birdies on the card. There's Tommy Fleetwood and Matt Fitzpatrick amongst the group at -1.
You know what that Christmas tree means, Richard?
Where am I looking?
Well, the stars.
Oh, the golden stars.
Christmas tree.
Yeah, that's the Rolex Series. The number of Rolex Series titles they have won.
Are you looking at that and thinking of a Christmas tree?
I was. It just goes to show, I think, doesn't it? It's not.
Oh, it's.
You'd like to be this just for 24 hours, seriously. If you could
24 seconds, maybe.
You'd go, my God, is that how he sees the world?
The childlike mind.
I mean, Richard and I both looking at the TV thinking, well, where is this Christmas tree?
No, I was looking for a graphic.
Yeah.
Where is
I'm looking in the trees up the right. Maybe there's a nice fir there been built, getting it ready for Christmas.
Not long now, Rich. You'll be unwrapping the...
Probably ordered his presents already. Justin Rose, he's got part of a Christmas tree coming there. Two stars means obviously he's won 2 Rolex events.
Johannes Veerman there, a couple over. Came to watch this event as an 11-year-old boy, Johannes Veerman. He was over here at school playing in Berkshire for a couple of years, and he was on the range and they met Thomas LeVay. And LeVay said, I can get you a couple of tickets. I'm playing in that tournament. And then he came over and he, outside the ropes, watching as a little boy.
We've been very lucky growing up to have this course around. I used to go and watch the match play. Our very, very first tournament, I don't know whether you played, actually you might have done, Viola PGA. Nodding his head. You did.
If it was, well, the European Tour started in 72.
Yeah,
I started in 72.
Yeah.
I didn't miss an event for 10 years. So
oh, really?
I played in most.
Oh, well, you were there playing in the Viola PGA back in about 1974, I think it was. And the first player I saw play, when I got up to the 3rd green, was Eric Brown, putting from off the edge of the green. Yeah.
The Brown bomber. Great man, Eric. Sadly gone. But, very highly respected in Scottish golf. Ryder Cup captain.
A little bit of breakfast for Matt Fitzpatrick.
I still get the sweater off.
A little bit of a wait on the 4th tee.
There usually is. Par 5 always reachable, and very few of them hit it on the green.
Just to remind you, this is the first counting event to the Ryder Cup qualification for Marco Simone Golf Club next year in Italy. Let's just explain how things will work out over the next 12 months.
There you go.
Well, the DP World Tour's off to Rome next week, but we're talking obviously the Ryder Cup qualification. 6 picks for Luke Donald. How many did you have the year you led Team Europe to victory?
2.
2. So what do you think about 6 picks?
It's difficult. It's very difficult. The more picks you have, the more pressure is on certain players who you're picking, because a pick means you didn't earn it, get into the team, so you picked. So there's a little bit of extra pressure. So the 6 guys that are not going to make the team are going to be picked for the team. But he wants the best team, and if picking them is the best way of getting it, why not?
Yeah, there's a little bit of uncertainty in the air given various things that are going on, Boxy, but as Sam's adhering to there, Luke Donald feels he will get his best 12 by doing that.
Yes, I mean, if you're 7th and don't get picked, or 8th or 9th, you're obviously going to be unhappy, and that could well happen. You know, players that get to 7th or 8th and they're just going through a bad period, not playing so well, and then you get somebody else who's 12th or 13th who's on excellent form.
Do you expect these 3 to be teeing it up in Rome?
2 of them.
2 of them for sure, yeah.
Not sure about Mr. Horsham. Not sure I care, actually. I do like Billy Horsham, but I don't care who plays for the Americans.
Well, he's got a good match play record, that's for sure.
Yes,
but he's got a chance to prove himself at the President's Cup against the internationals.
Yeah, obviously McIlroy and Fitzpatrick are not going to miss the huge part of the team.
Sam, when you're elected captain, is it busy from the word go as soon as you voted in as captain?
Well, it is in your mind.
Yeah, I bet it is, yeah.
Well, Luke's had 6 months less as well, so it will be busy. What about this 4th hole? So they pushed the tee up.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why they pushed the tee up 56 yards here today. It was a blind tee shot over the top. There's a tree that looks like a sort of a Vikings helmet up in the trees there. That was normally the shape of shot you want to hit, with a little bit of right to left if you can. There's a little bit more room down the left side than you think, and the drives would normally finish around about here. I would think they're probably at 3 wood today, but Wayne will tell us. And then a second shot to a green that slopes from right to left, bunker right. It's wet today, so he won't be able to run it in, but a lot of the times in the past you'd sort of try and pitch it short and run it onto that green.
Pin's front right today, Bob.
Yeah.
So that was the hard. I always thought that was the hardest pin.
Yeah, a lot of chat going on. Apologies if you picked up a little bit of poor language there, but this is a chance for them to while away the minutes and not get bored, and the time to focus is when you know, ball's back in hand and you're teeing it up.
Yeah, Trevino was a great advocate of that. He could chat all day. He says you only got to concentrate for 10 seconds at a time. As soon as you go over the ball, you concentrate. Then you're up and you're looking around, enjoying your surroundings.
Now, there's an outfit for you. He's begging for the ball to go on his head, though, isn't he?
You know, from a distance, someone might aim at that just by accident.
Having their breakfast on the walk.
Great to see. What crowds, eh? First day, BMW Championship.
Not yet 9:30 in the morning. So when little Richard Boxall came along to watch the match play, were you here with your sandwiches and your packed lunch?
Yeah, I came to watch, who was it, Graham Marsh and Gary Player in the final. And even in those days, it was October morning, it's quite frosty, and he used to get up here in a granny knitted sweater. It was lovely, running around all day. Steady, Sam, I can see you're about to say something. Anyway, I'd let me, before you take the mickey out of me, Wayne, any idea why they've moved the tee forward?
Not really, Richard, but I can imagine you scurrying around the range back in those days, trying to gather so many range balls in your pockets as you could.
That's right. You're quite right.
Trying not to get the pockets, the golf balls rubbing up against the fingers of fudge.
Remember the young kids that used to come up, great kids, that, you know, you love having these around, but they come up and ask you 20 questions in about 5 seconds. Yeah. That was Richard.
That's right.
We've got a bit of wind out here now. Hopefully it'll blow the mucky stuff away. But it's into their face.
Looks like driver for McIlroy. Wayne,
yeah, I like this play.
Yeah,
I like this play. He can't reach the little burn that meanders its way through this fairway. But the tee's up, so he can just bury this one straight down there. It won't run far. It's so very high.
He's got to go a long way left off the tee, though, hasn't he? I see he's listening to it right out. The 3 woods out.
Okay.
It's just changed.
Yeah, that means that he would have liked to have aimed it down the left and flirt with those huge oaks down the left-hand side of the par 5 fourth, and now he's got the loft in his hand, so he's going to try to maybe just hit a soft draw. It's only a 3-wood and a 6-iron for Rory McIlroy, maybe a 5-iron if he finds the fairway. Yeah, but the wind has, well, it's sprung up.
He's nailed it right there, maybe right edge of the fairway. He's just going into the second cut. Depends on the lie.
It's one of those holes that it's tough on the eye to see a shape. You've got to get on there and make your decision in your practice rounds. What shape am I going to hit? This is the driver. I like this. And it's just because you can't see the fairway at all. All you can see is wispy fescue and heather, which can become quite daunting. Once you find the fairway, it's all good.
Well, he's dropped the club, but it looks perfect. Isn't it often people do that, Richard? Isn't it?
Yeah, I can only assume he hit it out the neck. That's all you can assume.
I saw you staring at the telly there at that tree here. Now, are you looking for the helmet up on top of the tree? Is that?
Yeah,
I know the one you're talking about.
The one I'm talking about.
It looks like there's about 8 of them there now.
It does.
3-wood for Fitzpatrick, right out.
Yeah, what a brisk swing. You got to love that swing. Tom Watson rhythm.
Good analogy. All pretty good, just depends on the lie for McIlroy. He's not got much far to go, probably 6-iron, 5-iron.
Well, what a few months it's been for the Norwegian Christian Krogh Johannesson. He won on the Challenge Tour in Italy. He's been playing really well since then, not finished outside the top 25. One of the last men in the field with his 3rd place finish in Denmark, and he's already 3 under par through 8 holes, just birdied that 8th. Lagergren in the first group out. Alongside him at the top, Richie Ramsey. What a fantastic win that was for him earlier in the year. Enjoy that.
Oh, how excited was he? It was just magnificent.
All the emotions flowed out.
It just came out. And Ollie Wilson last week.
Yeah.
His speech was just, well, his interview at the end. God, I couldn't stop crying. Never mind him.
Yeah, he said he felt so in control. It shocked him that he started crying. Ollie Wilson actually out on the course right now. He's 1 over. Shane Lowry's got some good form around here. He has birdied the first in his first 3 holes, 1 under par. Christmas tree's back, Boxy.
Yeah, it's there. It's on the 2nd page of the leaderboard. May turn up on the 1st page, you never know.
I think it's growing. There's a hell of a star there.
Rick Hutchin, who gets in from the PGA. There's one spot available for the best PGA pro, and Hutchin in on that one. There is Ryan Fox, who dropped a shot at the 3rd, going down that par 5, the 4th hole right now. Pablo Larrazábal, who took a couple of months out after the Open, played last week in Denmark. Miguel Angel Jimenez, the 2008 champion, still going strong, isn't he, on the Champions Tour? And you know who beat in the playoff in 2008? Oliver Wilson.
Oliver Wilson.
It all comes back full circle, doesn't it?
Didn't Oliver Wilson have 9 second place finishes and got in the Ryder Cup? Was that right? Didn't have a win?
That's right, yeah. He's had 10 now in total, but yeah, 9 before he got that first win. Well, there's their aggregate scores around Wentworth at this BMW PGA Championship. Not bad for Billy Horschel, seeing as this is his 3rd outing.
Yeah, fairly impressive, isn't it?
Matt Fitzpatrick's been playing here since 2016. This is up on the green, so the player's a little bit more of a weight.
There's been a couple of eagles on here. Matthew Southgate, David Drysdale have made 3 here today. Where's he got this pin? Pin.
Front
well,
right.
yeah, it is, as you were saying, yeah, front right.
Radar, have you seen McIlroy's lie?
Oh, I did say 280 max.
Yes, I have. And it's sitting down. We'll get to that one. It's one of those that I want to say he won't reach, but we all know Rory McIlroy. He has provers. It's wet rough, it's spinach, and it's down. But just maybe.
Well, just a normal 4,
yeah. Yeah, it's yes, normal 4.
Look at that, 22 birdies, red golf balls down there. Obviously the birdies, the eagles are the yellow ones.
Straight at it.
Yeah. Split the flag in the TV talk out, is it?
Yeah.
216.
Normal 4-iron. According to Billy, between the TV tower and the flag.
Off a little downslope. Could come in a little hot.
That shot at the minute, down.
Second hole in a row, he's let it leak out right.
Yeah, that'd be a very fast bunker shot from there.
Will Rory's ball come out? Will it come out? I've got him coming up a little shy from just 216.
He's hitting sandwich. Radar.
Just laying up, yeah. Good play, smart plays. Well, good wedge player now. Actually, a great one. He could have had a crack at that, but it's early doors. Why go for it when you can miss it in the wrong spot? He can make fall from there. This is where you want to be. 211. What shape does he hit? Off a downslope, you don't really want to go to a right to left draw, which the shot suits. Off a downslope, you like to squeeze it, so maybe he'll hit this between the flag and the right-hand bunker. Or maybe he has other ideas. You would think this is a 5-iron with serious height.
Go, ball. Go. Go.
Well, he knew he just hadn't quite given it enough. But that's okay. Front edge there in 2. Couple of putts for Horschel for his first birdie of the day. May even roll it in for an eagle.
I noted yesterday when I was walking down the course, down the right-hand side of this 4th, up towards the 5th, I saw these huge gates with the letters SS. Is that who I think it is? I heard it's... Do you know, Sam?
Well, I do know one story about that house, and I played in the World Match Play a couple of times, and they give you a house on the course to use for the week, and that was the house they gave us. So we've arrived, Sam and Suzanne, and you got the SS and the gates. Oh, this is awesome. They've given us the house, never mind letting us use it for the week. Yeah, it's a beautiful home.
Someone told me Sylvester Stallone, but I don't know if they were pulling my leg or not.
Well, right initials.
Yeah.
No, I do remember playing around here once, and Eddie Jordan came walking out from that house. So I don't know whether that was his house or I have no idea. It's a nice house, though.
Yeah, there are some nice properties in the vicinity.
Such a nice house, Sam. You bought it.
I did. Well, I got the gate. I couldn't afford the house. It was a lovely gate.
But you're right, Wayne. This is the kind of length of shot that people have been critical with Rory McIlroy over the years, but something in the last 6 months that he's improved big time in.
Yeah, this is Canada. Let's have a look here. He tries to eliminate the spin. He'll just abbreviate the follow-through from just over 100. Now, he should send this deep into it, probably 15, 16 feet past of it to the right and spin it back towards it. That's the plan. Spin is the issue here.
Thank you. I just can't get it there.
A poor one from McIlroy.
Yeah, be disappointed with that one.
This is pretty fast, Wayne, isn't it?
Yeah, but the green's soft. He's going to have some fun with this.
It's in the bunker.
Look, it's one of those he'll be eyeing up. Someone's been in the bunker before, a few guys, and it's all perfectly raked downhill all the way. Will he scare it? It's just one of those.
Had a little look. That's on the DP World Tour this year. Matt Fitzpatrick. The sand save at the country club at Brookline on the fairway at 18 was pretty decent.
Yes.
Wasn't too bad at all. Never to be forgotten. We all remember Sandy Lyles at Augusta, same club, 7-iron out the bunker. I have to say, Sandy, I think Matthew's shot was a wee bit better. Or tougher, I should say. It wasn't a better shot, it was a tougher shot.
Because it's the circumstances as well. 72nd hole of a major.
Rather for both. It was 72nd for both of them.
Yeah.
He played it so quickly, Fitzpatrick too.
I was there, Sam. That was a wonderful shot.
Oh, it's just as good as it gets right now, wasn't it? But Billy's walking back. He's walking back to the bag, and he's halfway at the bag, and he hears the hit. And what
it was one that you couldn't think about too much. Yeah. Right to left, down the hill for Billy.
Oh, here comes the defending champion. Fantastic start. Par eagle, 2 under, 1 behind the lead. Lovely. Just got the right edge, but it's in.
Off the shoulder of the bunker, overall it wants to go right to left, especially over the last 10 feet of its journey. But just off the bunker to his left, where when he sets it up, there's a little shoulder that wants to push it to the right, but the pace of the putt will eliminate such break. So it wants to move from right to left. It's a long ranger though. Not uphill, nor is it down.
Has he hit it? Has he hit it? Not quite. If he did it, he'd have made that. So McIlroy looking for his first birdie of the day, level through the first 4 holes. Par 3 coming up next, the 5th.
You boys got a number that'll lead out here today? I've got a 7. I think 7 under. Today's a good score.
Yeah, I think 7's not far off, Wayne. May even get to 8. Depends what the weather does this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think there is an 8 out here. Straight up the hill, knocks this in. It's a good start. Doesn't want to move a whole lot. Hates slow players. Loathes them. He's in good company here today. They aren't slow. They get on with it.
Good putt, though. It's what he missed on the green before for his par. Almost identical putt. He doesn't miss that one. Back to 2 under.
So, Sam, you looked poised to say something then when we were coming out with the scores. You were going to get the mic went backwards and forth.
It was 20 seconds ago, but that's not thought it's gone.
Oh, that's gone.
It's
Okay.
gone now. These things happen when you get in your late 60s. It'll probably come back
Yeah, sure
at the wrong time.
At the wrong time, yeah.
Not a par yet on the card for Matt Fitzpatrick. Billy Horschel's eagle takes him in that group shared for 3rd place. David Drysdale got off to a fine start, but has thrown in a couple of bogeys at 8 and 9. Tristan Lawrence is another one that's come here as a spectator. 4 years ago, he was outside the ropes, or 3 years ago, in fact, he was outside the ropes And now he is teeing it up as a two-time DP World Tour winner inside the top 10 of the rankings.
I don't know where you get all your information.
I speak to these people.
Brilliant.
So basically, he was playing the first stage of European Tour Q School as it was then, DP World Tour Q School as it is this year, and he got an invite to play the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship the week after. So he had a spare week. Thought, might as well come over and watch a bit of the golf. Came on the Saturday at Wentworth. Spent the morning, he said, watching the big screen. They had the South African World Cup rugby on, and then went out and watched a bit of golf. Now he's teeing it up for the first time.
Great story.
Especially with that music in the background as well. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful.
You're welling up, aren't you, Boxer?
I am. Pass me a tissue, would you?
It was quite harmonious. Insomnia is a terrible thing, yeah.
David Horsey had a couple of double bogeys early on in his round, and there's the vice captain of the Ryder Cup. Bogeys at 1 and 3 for Edoardo Molinari. Brother Francesco in the field, a former winner here. Just waiting for the fifth green to clip. It's a little weight on the tee, Wayne.
Yeah, after this hole, it gets a move on. There's a little village here on the right-hand side, a coffee shop. He's kicking it. He's making a fortune. The bar, not yet. Not yet. Give him a couple of hours. He'll be going all right. Burger and fries. Yeah, he's on fire. Gourmet sausage. Yeah, he's having a good crack as well.
It's a burger and fries at 9:42.
Yeah, they're in there. Don't you worry about that. They are British.
Have you never had a hangover, Richard?
Yes, but fry up, burger and fries, not too sure.
Yeah, you've never had a proper hangover, trust me. How's the ice cream van doing, Radar?
Sorry, Sam?
How's the ice cream van doing?
No, he's not open yet. Neither is the fish and chip guy. He's not.
It's a great wee
he's
spot.
He's thawing those out.
It's a great wee spot, though.
Yeah, it is. It's magical.
Well, Billy Horschel didn't come here as a kid, but did watch this event growing up on TV. Said it was up there with winning the Players' Championship on the PGA Tour, winning this last year.
Radar, with the softer conditions, are they going to have to fly this the whole way? Normally you would pitch it front half and let it run down the hill.
Yes, especially with that local knowledge you possess, but yeah, you release it down to this bowl, little catchment area over there back right. You aim it to the middle of the green and release it. I don't think it'll release unless you fly it deep onto that downslope. 208 is the yardage. That equates to a 5-iron, pretty flat, maybe an elevation change downhill of maybe a yard or so, but nothing to really worry about. Take dead aim today with no wind. You can make yourself a birdie on this tough par 3.
Gorgeous. That must have looked great from the tee. Just trickled to the back edge, but only 25 feet.
So far, Wayne's playing under its par today. Is that due to that pin position where it can feed down, do you think?
No wind, yeah, receptive greens. It's just, if it stays like this, we've certainly got an under par cut this week, which you don't see very often around the great Burma Road here at Wentworth.
That's 3 in a row, right, Radar.
Yeah, but the thing with that, Sam, that has dug its toes in and he has a chance to get it up and down, where in previous years that would have hit that little downslope over there, bounced over the road, and you had nothing.
The average proximity, so just under 30 feet from the field so far. Rory next to go.
Yes, it'll be a 6-iron, flat out. It'll come down like a sack of spuds.
Leaning left, it's right edge. Can it hang on? gorgeous shot. That's the McIlroy we've come to know and love.
Yeah, the only player sub 69 on the PGA Tour this season. That'll help you to that $18 million first prize of winning the FedEx Series.
Yes, that's quite a lot of money, isn't it? I was sneaking up behind you on the 17th on Tuesday, and I just went up quietly behind him. I said, could you lend me a tenner? And he turned around and he said, I'll give you 20.
I remember when Bill Haas won, he had that fantastic shot out the water.
Yeah, yeah.
That Stone Den. And I think it was 12 million he got. And some of my mates said, how can you hole a putt from 12 feet for 12 million? You know, how can you even think about that? And I said, it's easy. It's not that difficult. If I miss it, I get 6 million.
Rory missing out on the birdie at the first. Matt Fitzpatrick thumping a drive over 330 yards. Found the rough, but didn't stop him producing an excellent second shot.
Yeah, with a bit of spin as well. And Sam and I were just working out as it came in so low how he must have got an absolutely magnificent strike on it. This is 4 feet down the hill. Nice start.
Hasn't had a par on the card yet, Matt Fitzpatrick.
No, and this was beautiful. Great tee shot, just straight up the hill. And then it started to go a wee bit wrong, but we'll come back to him.
Birdie attempt at the third for the defending champion. Started with 2 pars. Make that 3.
So close with that attempt at the tough third hole, but whereas that one grazed the edge, good things were to come for the American at the par 5 fourth hole. Only playing just over 4 in terms of average, but Horschel went one better than the average. This was for his 3.
And this is where it got much better. Won him it last year, holding putts for birdies and eagles. And a great start from the defending champion. 2 under after 4. Good shot into 5.
Exactly.
Looks like he's going to try to bump this. Through the fringe, risky. It's off a bare lie. Not a lot of air under the ball, not a lot of grass, so he's going to land it just in the fringe, kill it.
Well, the crowd reaction tells you that wasn't far away from him going in. Just run on a little bit past.
Can I just have to dress back a bit, please? Go back a bit, Tom. Thank you very much.
So Billy Horschel next to go here, even though Rory's off the green. Oh no, Rory isn't, is he? He's on the side. Fancy this one as well, Ryder?
Yeah, up the hill he held a beauty on the last for an eagle. That puts a spring in your step. I love this guy. The way he gets in there and wriggles his way in, hands well forward, left below right. He just looks correct with the putter uphill, gently from left to right.
He's got the speed of the greens. Second he left it a good 5-6 feet short, but since then bold attempts from Horschel. Sam and Boxy gone a little quiet because Sam nearly having an incident with his yogurt in the commentary box.
Well, it was quite an interesting moment because he said, "Oh, I can't get into this." There was a lid on it.
Well, there was a lid under the lid.
Anyway,
you're just giving away I eat yogurt. Who if he just told that to, I'll get so much steak. It is delicious though.
Apologies. Now, Rory, come on. Looking for that first birdie of the day.
A little bit of left to right. He needs this one. Richard describing 1 under after 4 is good. 1 under after 5. Especially the toughness of this hole is even better. historically this has been a pretty tough par 3. The par 3s out here, all of them, are not easy.
That's that one. Beautiful stuff. Underway, 1 under now through the first 5 holes. Yes, that I always remember in the days gone by, Sam, that front left pin on the 5th was horrid.
Yes, especially the greens were a little bit firm. Very small area to hit it to.
You wouldn't be giving this one in match play?
No, absolutely not. Unless they had 3 for the hole.
Wouldn't be giving the next one either.
Not sure there will be a next one, given the way Fitzpatrick has generally putted. Oh.
Isn't that golf amazing? I mean, he started beautiful start, 3-2. Just it's going to be his day, and yet golf can just turn it round. I mean, he's only 1 under now. It's still a good start, don't get me wrong, but he could be 3-4 under by now.
How easy is it to self-correct? He's had a few rights now, that 3 holes in a row.
And unless you're doing something structurally wrong, I don't think he needs to change it. Just maybe got in front of it or something. I think he said to Billy, I've done that again. So I think he knows what he's doing that's making it just overcut a little bit.
2 Frenchmen amongst the 4 co-leaders, Mathieu Pavon and Julien Guerrier, moving to 3 under par. That's leading score right now. Tommy Fleetwood with birdies at 2 and 4. Shane Lowry you saw on that page of the leaderboard also with a couple of early birdies. So a few of the fancy players going well early on. McIlroy with that first birdie. I can tell you Lowry has added another one at the 4, so he is -2. Been a bit of a quiet spell for Shubhankar Sharma, but I had a little chat with him on the range yesterday. He feels good things are around the corner. Early on, what a rookie season it's been for the German. Very well placed on the DP World Tour rankings. You could say the same about Ryan Fox, who's inside the top 10. There's Justin Rose, early stages of round 1, so nothing too much to read into that, but see bogey stance for Daniel Gavins and Grant Forrest.
Steve Brown there, local player, lovely player, just can't quite get it together. Struggling for his card this year. Very likeable young man.
This is a look down the fairway of number 6.
Yes. Over the years, it's the tee used to be a lot further forward on this hole, in the 6th hole. And as years have moved on, they've moved it back and actually onto the tee up on the east course now. And there's like a gate that goes across with trees and bushes on it, and it slides across and blocks it off once the tournament finishes. 418 yards this one, out of bounds all the way down the right side. That bunker on the left. Oh, he's not hanging around here. 3 wood, Wayne.
Yeah, it's the bunker up the right-hand side, not so much the one down the left. The one up the right, 282 today to reach.
Hey, Dad, does he still carry a 5 wood? Rory?
Yeah, he does. He does. He used it to such effect over there at Eastlake at the Tour Championship. He hits it miles. The 5 wood. It's one of those, you get it on the fairway. He's hitting the driver, which brings that bunker into play, and the out of bounds, because it sort of creeps in the further you go up down the right-hand side. Mansions up the right. If you haven't got a spare 15 mil, do not apply. But when you find the fairway, it's a birdie hole.
And off the club again for Horschel. And fairway found again.
This must be a new
technique.
Yeah.
I can see everyone doing this in the monthly medal now, can't you?
I remember dear Pensieur, who sadly passed away a number of years ago. He was on the range, of course, and he was letting go of the club as he followed through.
Right.
Like he'd hit a wedge and let go of the club and go right through the bag, let go of them every time, and it was to work on his release.
Driver for Fitzpatrick as well.
That was true. I swear to you, it was true. It sounds ridiculous, but it was true.
Well, you know, I played with Craig Stadler somewhere, and every time he hit a shot, the club went down, straight on the bag like that. You know what I mean? You think, oh, that's got to be, he must have shanked that right at the green or something, and it's 10 foot. Unbelievable bloke.
3 birdies in a row from Mathieu Pavon. Has got the Frenchman, who's had a few top 10s this year, leading the way, 4 under par. David Drysdale bouncing back. He's picked up a birdie in that big group now. 2 under par that includes Shane Lowry and Tommy Fleetwood.
Early doors, but the scoring is pretty good. They've got placing here if you just joined us for the... they got it for today and they'll have it tomorrow. They'll probably have it for the whole week, I would have thought. Had a lot of rain. We're going to get a few more bucket loads as well.
The forecast is for more rain coming our way today.
Now, the rain, it's not so much the rain, it's the thunderbolt and lightning. Very, very frightening. What's the story with that?
Medium chance from sort of 2 o'clock this afternoon, so medium chance. Low chance around midday maybe, but the chances increase after 2 o'clock.
You don't get preferred lies because of thunder and lightning, folks. You just get a bus off the course.
Yes, no, I know that. But the rain, you know, you can always put up with the rain, can't you? It's just when there's thunder and light, you have to leave, end of. You can't hit another shot.
Jamie Donaldson, who finished in 6th place at the Genesis Scottish Open, the last of the Rolex Series events. One more to come in terms of the Rolex Series events after this one. That'll be the DP World Tour Championship at Jumeirah Golf Estates, the season finale on the DP World Tour.
Whatever the big group is there in the afternoon. Yeah. And then, God knows, Saturday and Sunday.
Here is our featured group then. The US Open champion, 4-time major winner Rory McIlroy and Billy Horschel, the defending champion. Got their DP World Tour rankings. Billy hasn't played too much on the DP World Tour outside the top 100, but Rory and Fitzpatrick are very much in the battle to end the year as Europe's #1. Rory's actually going to play next week at Marco Simone Golf Club, and then he's playing the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship as well, so a bit of a DP World Tour run in the month of September for McIlroy.
Nice to see it. He's most welcome. Do you see the chap there that carries the boom, the hairy thing that picking up the sound? As a young Australian, 8 consecutive Open champions, he made himself one, and he just slipped under the rope at the first opportunity, and he got away with it for 8 Opens running. They did a story on him, absolutely priceless.
Is that right? Did he?
He just made it, and there's no one questioned. I mean, he just stand beside the player as if he's listening to the conversation.
For the Open, but he do it just the Open?
Yeah, just at the Open.
Did he?
Now the sun is out, but the rain looks like it's coming down, Radar.
It certainly is. I don't think it'll be here for long, but we've got some nasty clouds to the left-hand side of this 6th green, and it's coming in. I think it's going to hose it down. But as I say, I don't think it'll be here for a long time. This is the angle you want over on the right, 1, 3, 4. Will he aim it just to the right of it with a soft draw and spin it towards it? The angle's so very good. He's leaked a few to the right so far this morning.
Well, that's okay. I know he's frustrated. You can see it already. A bit early in the week to maybe get a little short with yourself. Horschel from the left side.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. 1 yard closer, 133. These guys like the greens this damp because you have to rely on taking the spin out of it so often. They like one bounce, check, and maybe a little bit of release. So just a wedge, gap wedge for Billy.
think that's a bit right. Poor one from this, an easy pin. They should be bouncing around the flag here. Poor shots.
Just a great lie for 117.
He doesn't mess about, does he, Matt Fitzpatrick? Well, you can see all three with birdie putts to come. But as Sam was suggesting, maybe not as close as any of them would like.
Yeah, one has also lost it.
We don't often see it in our, when we're doing full coverage, but watching featured group coverage like this just gives you an idea of how fast Matt Fitzpatrick plays compared to some of the plodders we see out there.
Oh yeah, no, he's pretty quick. It did make me realise when I started doing on-course commentary actually how also it goes the other way, how long it takes them to hit the ball sometimes. Off the tee, it's incredible. Another hole here, the 6th has changed as the years have gone on. Used to slope quite severely from right to left. It was always one of those holes where you could pitch it up the right side and screw it back down to the hole, couldn't you?
And the bank on the right as well,
Yeah.
right of the green. It was not quite as much grass on it, so you could play to the left pin and pitch it up there and get there.
Yeah, Wentworth Club celebrating 100 years this year. It stood the test of time. This is the 68th edition of the BMW PGA Championship, the 42nd at the West Course, 39th in a row. And once again a Rolex Series event as well. Everyone under par in our featured group so far through those first 5.
Sam, would you have the sixth hole here longer than the 7th, or would you have it the other way around? I've just looked at the card for the first time. What do you think? What do you think?
Well, you can't make 7 any longer.
No,
you just can't. There's trees and bushes behind and a ditch in front. But I like this hole being a little bit longer. It was a bit of a non-entity hole, just a 3-4 iron off the tee. But now you have to hit woods to get up to short that bunker and make it into a birdie hole. So I prefer this hole slightly longer.
Yeah. Well, this is 420, this one, but I never had the 7th at under 400 yards. I always thought the 7th was a bit longer than that.
Yeah, but you never hit driver there.
No, I suppose.
Just top of the hill, let it run down to the bottom, hopefully.
Yes.
Right to left, and it might just straighten off a little shoulder at the hole, just maybe from long range as it tips it down. It's not squeegee time or anything like that, but it's quite heavy now. Harry Diamond, you got to love that name, haven't you? Why didn't I get a name like that?
Oh,
Harry Diamond.
Radar Riley's not bad.
Not bad, yeah.
It's not bad. Come on, Radar.
But Harry Diamond.
Yeah, he is a diamond. Now McIlroy. That's for 2 in a row. It's a bit light, is it? Oh, it's beautiful. It is struck with perfection right in the middle. McIlroy goes to 2 under.
I didn't think that was getting there, Sam, that one there. I thought that was going to be about 6 inches short.
Lovely roll. Have another look at it here. Beautifully struck. It's never really offline. Wasn't going to reach, but the last foot it actually went at a perfect speed. Great stuff.
When you watch Billy Horschel, watch him. He creeps in. He sort of doesn't really take a practice stroke. He sort of gets in there and then he creeps into the ball like a thief in the night.
Exactly, Radar. Exactly. Sneaks up behind you.
Yeah.
You're waiting for him going boo to the ball.
I'm coming. You know you're going to get hit. Hands forward. I just love it. I just adore this stroke. Once he's over it, there's no messing about.
That's a good putt as well.
Oh, wait, Fitzy.
I wait, Fitzy, he said.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about these days. I know that under Brad Faxon, Rory McIlroy has been working on Bob Rotella sort of stuff, which is instinct putting, and that's what this guy does. They take a look, Aaron Baddeley kind of style, Davis Love style, and once their mind is made up, there is no time. They're so swiftly in to hit it, no time to think negative thoughts. If you can do it, get with the program.
Yeah, if you don't know the story, that's the first lesson that Brad Faxon gave to Rory McIlroy. He gave him a sandwich, a putter and a 5-wood. Gave him putts from 8 feet, 3 putts. He made 1 with the putter, 2 with the sandwich and 3 with the 5-wood.
And what was the point he was making?
The point was, it's just about your instinct, you know. Don't worry about the technical, mechanical side of things so much.
But please go back to the putter.
Yes.
Yes. First par of the day for Matthew Fitzpatrick. 3 birdies, couple of drop shots in there. You can see his card there. That's all right, 1 under through 6. Par putt for Horschel, no problem. So 2 pars, 1 birdie to McIlroy on the 6th.
Bid on 7 today is 25 on up in the top level. So the front pin's the easily accessible one, and the back pin's quite tricky. See that in a few moments.
Mathieu and Matthew, our co-leaders, Pavon and Jordan. Matthew Jordan, who was up there last week, heading into the final round, shot a third day 62 in Himalayan. David Drysdale had a bit of a setback, 8 and 9, dropped a couple of shots, but he's just picked up birdies at 11 and 12 there. We saw Rory McIlroy, now Billy Horschel, couple under, but Tommy Fleetwood and Shane Lowry ticking along nicely as well.
Were you there last week? I can't remember.
Yes.
You were in Himalayan.
Yes, I was, yeah. Yeah, fun week.
It's a great event.
Party hole.
Brilliant.
Down at between the 15th green and 16th.
Yeah, I think we commentated together there, didn't we? I'm sure it was that. Was it that? It was that event. I don't know whether it was the course with the short little par.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, 100 yards.
Yeah, but I mean, when Sam and I last worked together, did we have the short one?
Yes.
Yes, definitely. I think, was that not where they had the huge function outside the hotel? All the way around the hotel.
Correct. Oh, yes, I remember that.
We couldn't get in. I don't mean to the function, to the hotel.
To either.
We had to get a police escort to get us through.
Chris Wood there, winner in 2016, level par. Well, he's played 1 hole, parred it. Nicholas Colsaerts, who's had his health issues, good to see him teeing it up this week.
Back to the tee at the 7th there. As I said earlier, under 400 yards, 396 yards this one. No drivers off here, Wayne.
No, you just try to land it. You don't try to use the slope as you usually do, maybe with a 2-iron or a 3-iron when there's fire in the fairway's belly. You're just trying to land it down there on the flat. It's about as easy as you'll face this tee shot in these conditions. Shouldn't be an issue. Leading a few right with irons and woods. I've just walked in the rough out here, Richard. You all know this place very well, but I just felt something horrible under my foot. There was obviously a dog walking out here last night. And let me tell you.
Oh no, you haven't.
Grim.
Have you?
Grim, yeah. And I've been walking down the fairway scooping the footalongs, you know. It's
no, Raider, this is TMI.
It's better now.
This is too much information. Oh, come on.
That's my job, Seth.
Not to tell us about you. No,
Don't keep
Horschel.
it going. Yeah, he'll find the fairway as well. What shape do you want to hit? Most players like to leak it from left to right down the left-hand wing. You don't really want to draw.
Oh. Lovely, that.
Someone shouting "I" in there to Billy's football team's association. Apologies if you're just having breakfast, but anyway.
So that's 2 on the fairway. It looks horrid out there now, Wayne.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's not horrid. No, it's not. It might look it on your screens, but no, it's fine. Just a 3-wood. This rain won't last for long.
Oh, he's watching it as well, Breda. This has gone right. Or left. Overcorrected. Horrid light at the bottom of the rough there. That'll be very difficult. This top pin.
Well, good starts from our featured group. 3 birdies in a row, same holes as well, 11, 12 and 13. That's what's taken Matthew Pavon and Matthew Jordan to 4 under par.
Remember this hole, again, we go back in the past because Sam and I have been here for so long, but when they had the old shaped green on this 7th, if you didn't quite get, when the pin was on the top, if you didn't quite get it right, it was 1 bounce. And do you remember all that sand and heather that was over the back there? It was horrendous.
Yeah, leaving on the front half wasn't as bad.
No.
Because going over the back was horrific. Great little hole, beautiful little hole. As there's so many great holes in this golf course.
I don't care how hard it's raining, but given that last story from Wayne, he's not coming in here later.
Well, at least we'll know when he's coming.
Let's have a look at how Rory's picked up those birdies last couple of holes. Par 3, 5th first up.
And a good drive off the 6th. Second shot to here. Rain had started to hammer it down here. Just a little bit of right to left on this one. I didn't think he'd hit it, to be honest, but look at that roll. Beautiful. Back-to-back birdies.
Cover you for a second if you want to. No, it's fine. Thank you. Sorry.
Well, that's why Rory sits at the top of the DP World Tour rankings, at about 400 points behind Matt Fitzpatrick. Viktor Hovland amongst the afternoon starters.
Zalatoris is injured, isn't he? He's missed President's Cup, and that'll.
So he's not going to catch Rory naturally, and we wish him well. 7 years since Rory picked up the last of his DP World Tour rankings wins, winning the Harry Vardon Trophy.
Trees between him and the flag here. McIlroy, I'm sure he's maybe just left on him.
How impressed are you with Rory McIlroy, Sam, in the way that he's been able to compartmentalize things in terms of everything else that's been going on, all the questions he's being asked, yet can go out and it seems, you know, whether it's the Open, whether it's the Tour Championship, whether it's here at Wentworth, and go out and shoot low numbers.
Yeah, it's everything's a learning curve, you know, and he's still a young man. He's learning week in, week out, and he's improving week in, week out. I'm sure the majors will come back soon. He would have been heartbroken at St Andrews this year.
Yeah, but what I mean is a lot of noise, isn't there, going on at the moment in the world of golf, yet he's able to purely focus on the job at hand once, you know, Thursday morning comes around.
I think it's just top players can do stuff like that. You know, Woods is the same as well, isn't he? Only 3 birdies so far. It is very early on. This is only the 12th match out. This. What they got left
I'm sure
here?
Rory McIlroy would like to, just can't wait to get onto the golf course, to get away from it all. It's one way it looks. And this lie down the left for Fitzy. Stuff of dreams, 151. Can he get it all the way back, up onto that back step?
Well, it'll be a great shot one day. I'll put the pin there probably tomorrow, but not today.
All right, Rory, try to take the spin out of it. You're aiming right, turning that toe in with a wedge, just 150. Trying to dead arm it to eliminate spin. You don't want too much of it. You could zip it down there to 60 feet front edge, if you get it wrong.
He's right again. Well, it's on the right level. That's all you could say about it. Tough 2-putt.
Just 145 for Billy. That's the same problem. You know, when the greens are damp like this, it's just all about the spin, and this is such a demanding second shot. Elevation change, a serious one at that. Trying to play the same shot. Just turn that toe in, get it back in the stance, hands forward a little, and try to flatten it and eliminate some spin.
Just could need a little more spin. That may have just popped out of that fringe there. Come back down towards the hole. I remember they put that pin on the front, Sour, and it makes a shot difference to the cut, you know, rather than having the pin up the back twice.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's definitely a birdie hole at the front. It's a tough par when the pin's up the back.
They are there. Results in the Rolex Series events. Jon Rahm has won 4. Hatton's won 4 as well. That's the most so far. So no one's won 5 Rolex Series events yet. But in terms of top 10s, Tommy Fleetwood top of the par, and he's in the top 10 right now, a couple under par through his opening 5 holes. A little soggy underfoot, as you'd expect, given the amount of rain. It rained really heavily through the night. Another few downpours this morning, just having one again now. Water level must be getting pretty high.
It's nice to say that, though, isn't it? But we've needed rain so badly. I'll never complain about rain again, ever.
Would it be nice to wait another week, given where we are this week? But yes, I take your point.
Yeah. I mean, we had a hosepipe ban, didn't we? Was it a week last Wednesday, and I've not heard anything since. Last time they did that, back in about 1976, they did exactly the same thing. Absolutely hammered it down. Can you remember? So when were you born?
Yeah, I remember 76, yeah.
Richard forgot his glasses this morning. Actually, a wee bit confusing in here when Ryder said he talks to Richard. He doesn't realise there's 2 of them in here. Well, there's one, there's Richard, and there's Boxy.
Exactly.
It's a real tough putt here for Fitzpatrick, the bottom half.
It certainly is, and this rain now is tumbling down quite heavily. It won't be long until we get the squeegee men out. I wouldn't have thought it's very heavy now. It's Fitzy to go first, but is Billy Ho coming on? This is a strange one. He's only 25 feet from the hole and Fitzy's 65. There you go. They do it differently. It wouldn't happen on Saturday or Sunday, let me tell you. Down the hill left to right.
Especially with the rain, you know, getting worse. If I was Billy, I'd have been telling Fitz the putt. Anyway. Horschel down the green. Oh, that's a poor one. 4 or 5 feet past. I can't work that out, Wayne, why he's hit first. I know they say if you're off the green you can go first, but not when you've got a putter in your hand.
No, it's no strange, but
very slow, Wayne.
Oh, yeah. Especially through the midsection where it's quite wet. Right to left, up the hill, up a serious slope, probably 6.5 feet, 7 feet in height. Putting up a windscreen. Can he get it to the hole? Thing is, in the back of your mind, you go, "Con, you've got to get this there," and you knock it 6 past. On this occasion, you'd rather be 6 short. Leave yourself an uphiller for your par.
He gave that a fair hit. That's a brilliant putt from there. Fantastic. Happy with that from 73 feet, nearly 74 feet. Knocks it to a foot.
Rich, I thought I'd heard a little bit of rumblings in the sky of thunder, but no, it was only a train.
Ah, right.
London, Tokyo. Wasn't that what someone said to? One of the Japanese players in the world match play train goes past. Oh, London to Tokyo.
Is that right? Did he?
Rory McIlroy across the green. He's holed one, well, a couple of holes back, and then he holed a beauty on the last. So in the nick of time, this one out of the right, he's starting to see the hole as being as big as a bucket. I'm standing right next to the sub-air.
Well, it's working, that's for
That's
sure,
it.
the
Yeah.
sub-air. I'm not sure it's going to help really in these circumstances, the sub-air.
It's helping my hair.
Okay, you're drying out, are you?
Well, you should be drying something out. A bit weak there from McIlroy.
Yeah, all three players with a little bit of work to make sure that they don't do worse than par here.
T-shirt of Horschel will start sticking to him quite soon. It's getting wet. Par up to a little bit of right to left on this, just very slightly. Hold on.
Yeah, it's not quite Florida, is it? I don't think it's going to dry out anytime soon, that top. But he's stuck with it, not gone for the waterproof top.
Just inside right for McIlroy. No worries. Oh, it just snuck in, but it was inside right. They stay at 2 under. You can hear the squelchiness when they're walking. It's hope it stops soon. You don't want to halt play.
Well, Radar was suggesting the greenkeeping staff might not be too far away with the squeegees. Rattled in from Fitzpatrick, remains 1 under. This 3-ball teeing off at just after 8:30, our featured group. Rory McIlroy, the #1 player on the DP World Tour, Matt Fitzpatrick, the US Open champion, and Billy Horschel, the last man to win this event. Shane Lowry has a fabulous record around the Burma Road, the West Course at Wentworth Club, and he's picked up 3 birdies now in his first 6 holes. So moving nicely into that top 6 of the leaderboard. There's Tristan Lawrence, who a couple of weeks ago won in the mountains of Switzerland. Ollie Wilson, who picked up the trophy in Denmark at the weekend. Just picked up 4 pars so far. You can tell how gloomy it is because that leaderboard just over their shoulders there is looking pretty bright. This is the hole that our 3-ball have come to now, the par 4/8.
Yeah, decisions to be made here. You can hit driver over. There's a ridge there just at the bottom of your screen now. You can drive over that into this. That's the prime area there if you can get there. But it is dangerous. A lot of players hit 2-iron off the tee, maybe a 6-iron, 7-iron in. But if you can just be a little bit aggressive because it's wet, you're never going to go. It's only 292, I think, to the water. Be interesting to see what they're going to hit.
And this is the right place, Sam. Back at the day when we played it, I mean, it was the camber is severe from right to left, and you needed to hut on the right third of the fairway and allow for a bounce with a 3-iron or a 2-iron or some kind of driving iron. So when the wind isn't apparent, this is the right club to whip it over the top of that ridge you were describing. Has he gotten rid of the rights? That looked like it plugged.
Yeah, I think we can see the ball. It doesn't look like it has plugged, but it's a very, very long grass around there, Radar. But it's getting very wet as well now.
So just around 300 to run out. It won't be an issue, even though it is an elevated tee. You hit through a chute. Oaks on the left, pines on the right. Truly is a great hole. They all are.
Oh, yeah. Just a bob right at the fountain there, really.
He's not as prodigious a hitter as the other two, but tee to green so far. I know we're only through 7 holes, 8 tee here, but he's looked the best of the 3.
He's certainly long enough. With the extra length, it's just a bit easier.
He needs to wallop on this one to carry that ridge on the left. It shouldn't be an issue, but can't leave any behind. We'll find the tangly wet stuff.
Oh, again.
Spinach bargee out here.
Another missed fairway. That's been the story.
And all to the right. Well, the last one, sorry, was to the left. 6, he missed it left.
Well, Shane Lowry emerging on the first page of our leaderboard. 4 under par, still the mark. Matthew Jordan and Mathieu Pavon at 4 under par. Yeah, Shane Lowry there was runner-up to Rory McIlroy in that year Rory won in 2014. Nacho Elvira there, a couple under par. Became a dad just a few weeks ago. Sami Välimäki's been very quiet, hasn't he, since that 2020 when he was the Sir Henry Cotton Rookie of the Year. Oliver Becker getting one of the 2 tournament invites, Eddie Pepperell getting the other one. And there is Billy Horschel, Rory McIlroy, who we'll be keeping a very close eye on. Yeah, Billy Horschel carrying an umbrella that he obviously bought from the merchandise tent at St Andrews.
He did. Where's I don't maybe a few years ago too, because I don't see a 150 on it.
No, that's true.
You'd have thought if he'd bought it this year, he'd have got a 150 on it.
Given the nature of his golf bag, you'd have thought maybe he might have a West Ham umbrella, but
you got a Fulham umbrella?
No. Sun's always shining when Fulham's concerned, as far as I'm concerned.
So Justin Rose and Billy Horschel met up at the Chelsea West Ham match the other day.
Yeah, with Justin's son as well there. Yeah, not sure Billy was too happy with the way it all ended. It was controversial. Thankfully, we don't have VAR in golf.
Radar, this looks pretty thick where Rory is.
This is awful, yeah. Will he have a go at it? Just waiting for the green to clear once more. So 1, 2, 8. Will he have a dig at this? This is down so very deep and it's wet and it's a cuppy lie. Make things worse. Can he bring himself just to flip it out 30 yards towards the drop zone over there? I'm not so sure. He's strong. He would have been in the gym this morning even though he hit off early doors. These guys don't seem to shy away from a nasty predicament such as this.
Tough finish to the front 9, the 8th and the 9th, Wayne, isn't it?
Yeah, then you got 10, and then you got 11 and 12, and you can sort of make a little run there, and then you turn into a beastly part of the course once more. We've got Billy Ho to go first on the angle. Sometimes I get it confused, so it's around the same yardage, just under 130 with a wedge flag set all the way back right. Just a fantastic angle.
What do you think about his approach shot to 3, tee shot at 5, just now at 6, again at 7, and here at 8. He's been very aggressive getting it over the flag now. This is taking it on from Rory.
Muscle time. Just hammer it, Rory. Hammer it.
Didn't move. Well, it moved, but backwards.
Right
Our cameraman's been fooled there. It's not come out. Go again.
Went right under it, Ryder.
I'm not going in there to check this lie, guys. So
We can see the ball this time, but
still bad.
yes, and it's his third.
Yeah, I thought the chip out, but these guys, you know, and rightly so, they just have a crack at things. Bogeys you can live with. Doubles, they can make you feel quite ill.
Well, that'd still be some 4 if he rolls that one in. It was bizarre, that second shot, wasn't it, there? We've all done it, but didn't expect to see that.
I love the way he just looked down at it and laughed.
Laughed, yeah.
Not what Matt Fitzpatrick really wanted to see either, Ryder.
No, this is all right though, the lie, but the ball's above his feet, well above his feet, so down on the grip, just aiming right, allowing for the grass to wrap around the hosel.
Oh, that's in the water, I'm pretty sure.
I don't think much is going to stop that. But it was such a fantastic start. If you weren't with us earlier, Matt Fitzpatrick out of the gates, birdie, birdie, here we go. And then it's all got a little ragged.
It's strange how it goes like that in golf sometimes. You know, you can birdie the first, you think, here we go, and you end up shooting level. Or, you know, it just doesn't go your way. Sometimes you start with a drop shot and knock it around in 67 or 8.
Well, our leader, Matthew Jordan, did bogey the first, and he's just got himself to 5 under par with a birdie at 15, so there's a case in point. So off to the drop zone goes Fitzpatrick.
Which is never nice. One of the best wedge players you'll ever see, Matt. It's just a matter of how much spin he can take out of this one. Even though these greens don't look that spinny today, I thought that Billy Horschel's board would spin back towards it. It just dug its toes in and sat there. So that's how much water is below the surface. Just trying to flatten this out somewhat. One bounce and stun it.
That's not great for Fitzpatrick.
So, problems for McIlroy, problems for Fitzpatrick. You can't blame Rory for taking this on.
No, absolutely not, but hindsight's a wonderful thing. It just goes right underneath it.
Yeah, it would actually be very hard if you tried to do that. You couldn't actually do it. But he's got a chance of a 4. And you've got Fitzpatrick staring a 6 in the face. He was aiming quite a long way right, McIlroy. I think the first one, he was trying to get it into the gully that's to the right of this green.
The thing is with Rory McIlroy now, he looked at that shot that you guys said went backwards. 4 over after 2 holes at the Tour Champs. What about that? It'd be curtains for most people. No. It's water off a duck's back. He just knows he's going to make birdies. He knows he's going to make putts. He knows he's going to do good things. And what a wonderful feeling to be able to do that. Such resilience. No wind, East Lake, you start triple bogey. Thanks for coming. Yeah, he was the one kissing it at the end. So this is up the hill for Fitzy, Matthew Fitzpatrick, a little bit of right to left in it.
Well, he had a very slow putt on the previous green and mastered that pretty well.
Yeah, as Wayne was saying, very slow to start with, up the slope here from about the first 7 or 8 feet really, then it just flattens out a little bit. No, on the move, so that's 2 gone, unfortunately for Fitzpatrick. 2 drop shots and a double bogey today to go with his 3 birdies. So he's at 1 over now. Well, he played the first 2 holes. You thought you can't put a foot wrong all day long. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, I was talking about the time he's had off and how it seems to be working a treat after a little mini holiday in New York last week. Now, this would be a fabulous 4 if McIlroy can roll this one in.
Just left to right. Not a huge amount of break.
To hit it, and he'd have made that one.
So
he can live with bogeys.
Yeah, that's his first of the day as well, Wayne. So he's still under par for the round. Whereas Billy Horschel once again is putting for birdie.
Out of the fringe, down the hill. He's got a good look at this one, and as I said, I was quite amazed the ball didn't spin back to it.
Horschel, the defending champion, off to a very fine start. 3 under par, 8 played. Shirt's getting wetter, but it's not stopping him playing some fabulous golf. And at 5 under par, he's a couple off the lead that's been led by Matthew Jordan, boy from Hoylake, up at 5 under par, 1 ahead of Matthew Pavon, and David Drysdale, who has had 4 birdies and an eagle, the Scot, who is struggling at the moment on those DP World Tour rankings, outside the top 150. There's Horschel now alongside Shane Lowry in a share of 4th place. Rafa Cabrera Bello, who won his home championship, the Spanish Open last year, couple under par. And now Rory back inside that group at 1 under par. That includes Ryan Fox, who's birdied that 8th hole where Rory made bogey. 2008 champion and the runner-up who lost in that playoff to him, Miguel Angel Jimenez and Oliver Wilson side by side on that page. Chris Wood, and another former champion, had that memorable hole-in-one here as well at the 14th. Scoring pretty good, even though it's pretty damp out there. 34 players in the red, but Matt Fitzpatrick now not one of them.
Billy Foster getting for Fitzpatrick. Look at the 9th, 449 yards. Pretty flat fairway, but if anything, it slightly goes from left to right. It's a tough finish to the front 9. You've got a railway line down the left-hand side. Bunker on the right they can clear. Don't want to go in that one on the left. And then plenty of changes over the year to the design of this green. There's some roll-off areas back left now, and you can see to the right. And they've cut the grass right down. You will go in that ditch if you miss it on that right-hand side. Three birdies in total on this hole today. And it's playing right on its par, but I still think this is it's a good driving hole, this, Wayne.
Yeah, it was one I never fancied.
Yeah.
Straight away hole, no bend in it, no kink. Bunkers dotted up the right-hand side, one far up there on the right-hand side, and the one on the left, hugging the OB left, and the railway tracks. Choo-choo.
JP McManus, one of the interested spectators. What, you were at the Pro-Am, weren't you, a month or so ago?
I was, yeah.
Boxy, that was a bit of a star showing as well.
Amazing. The stuff that he does for charity is quite remarkable. Standing alongside Rory's dad there as well, Jerry.
He's in good form, chaps.
Yeah, I'll come back.
He's loving it.
Actually, you know what?
A gentleman of our game, JP McManus. What a show that was, Boxy. What a show.
Incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah, 50,000 a day?
Yep.
I don't think it's true. I think there were more sneaking under the fence.
25,000 a day here. I mean, how much money was raised as well over those 2 days? Incredible.
I can't remember what it was exactly on the day, but over the years he's raised an awful lot.
Well, yeah.
Started that Pro-Am back in 1990.
The rain tumbling down once more, and it's quite heavy. Driver, and rightly so. It's narrow up there on the driver zone.
Wayne, can you believe that Horschel doesn't have a waterproof jacket or anything to put on? I mean, he does have it. He's not put it on yet.
No, the PGA Tour, they don't seem to... What happens over there on the PGA Tour, when it rains like this, you never get a day sort of like this. When it rains, it's usually a storm. They take them off the course as you know, watching it on television. They just get rid of them and they come back out 15 minutes practice, and they're usually out within an hour and a half. And they just don't carry waterproof.
I can't believe he hasn't got... He's in England.
Yeah, just a 3-wood here for Rory.
Yeah, he's long enough for this club. Another hole at par, a par 4 is a good score. Don't see many birdies here at 9.
It's absolutely perfect, that one. Last week that would have run a little further than that, Sam.
A famous little sausage sandwich hut here, just to the left-hand side of this tee. Not as famous as Sunningdale, I must say, even though the members might be having a crack at me right now. But the one at Sunningdale is the most famous, but this is right up there. Sausage sandwiches. Marvellous. Right.
It's gone right again.
Another missed fairway.
He's been very, very lucky there. That stopped, and that runs another 10 yards. Ditches and all sorts in there.
Yeah, even, you know, if you go on that side of the fairway, even 10 yards from the edge, you've still got to move it left to right, you know, around those trees.
Unless he can go over it, he's got a 20-yard slice there.
It's a rather damp day on the outskirts of London. Matthew Jordan leading.
Yeah, you got little, as we were chatting about it earlier, you've got sort of sections of what I call hard holes. 8, 9, 10 I always thought was a difficult run. If you get through that in level, again, you'd be over the moon with that.
Well, you look at the leaders there and how they're scoring. Most of them are into their back 9, and you can see from Matthew Jordan, Pavon, David Drysdale, they've certainly made the most of that stretch from 11, 12, 13, around that area of the course. These are the 3 tee shots with our tracer. Matt Fitzpatrick's the one in silver down that right flank.
Just looking at Cabrera Bayo in the group ahead, just eyeing up his putt.
Yeah, he's had a decent start, has the Spaniard couple under. The group ahead are all under par. Dean Burmester and Ryan Fox are 1 under. This afternoon we'll bring you a feature group coverage of Jon Rahm, Viktor Hovland and Tyrell Hatton, who will be our company for tomorrow morning. 5 players in the top 15 of the world rankings in this BMW PGA Championship, and all 5 of them are part of our feature group coverage today. Some well-known names there in that group at 1 under par. Matt Southgate, who came close to that breakthrough win last week through 11 holes so far.
Yeah, where did Matthew finish last week in the end?
I think 4th, maybe.
Or 5th.
Yeah.
Tied 4th. Played beautifully.
He did.
So looking at, it'd be interesting to get Wayne, who's had a look at that, his view of how Fitzpatrick, how blocked out he is down that right-hand side.
It's a bit, you know, if you can go up and over, what's he got to the pin? 182, so you might be able to get up and over it.
Doubtful, Richard. I think you were right the first time.
Yeah,
so snap slice it round them.
Even Horschel's a little blocked out, Wayne, isn't he here?
No, he won't be an issue. He's far enough back. But Fitzy, he can play that low squeezer from left to right, but you're aiming over towards the out of bounds, and can you get enough swerve from left to right on it to access this green? If you're in the fairway, it's a hard enough green to hit. The front left bunker, being a great bunker player, isn't a bad spot, but I've got him going upstairs. He's going to the penthouse on this one, just straight up. Might be able to get it front edge.
Yeah, stopped again.
That's Fitzy.
Looking over to my left? No.
You got it, bud?
Yeah.
Has that rain actually stopped, Wayne?
Yes, it has momentarily. It'll be back. It's coming over the common. It was all burnt a few years ago. I don't know if you all remember that, but it's all fixed itself, maybe I'll say.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to say, but it...
200.
This is right where Richard says the ditch is, but no, he's okay. Just on the front right.
.195 for Rory. Not an ideal angle, him being down the left-hand side and the flag being back left. And this will be a 7-iron. Will he try to turn it from right to left? He's leaked a lot of shots today right. He's got the rights going, high right shoulder.
Oh, that'll do. If you make 4 fours here, you're more than happy. Same goes for the last hole as well, where he dropped a shot.
Going high. Can he get the front edge?
Not quite by the looks of things. Yeah, it's an interesting stat looking at Billy Horschel, who's looking at the Rolex Series events, how well he's played in the final round compared to the way he's played the first round. When he won here last year, he opened up with a 70, threw in a couple of 65s after that. Threw in a couple of 65s when he played here in the previous attempt. Matthew Jordan, you can see he's got to 6 under. There you are, there's confirmation of what we were saying.
Just seen Wayne Riley walking across the front of the camera there. Wayne, that's a very small umbrella you've got.
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a beauty. There's no wind out here, so you only need a small umbrella. You know what we're going to check out now with Fitzy? We're going to see the cross-handed chipping action.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Are we going to see it? I would have thought so.
Well, we saw the flag stick out for the putts. So, mate, yeah, we just wonder whether there's been any more tinkering there.
Let's hope not, because I like to watch this. This will be a little low skidder with the surface moisture, a little bit of check and then release up the hill all the way to this flag position, which is back left. Here we go. Yeah, there you go. It's awesome, isn't it? It's just, you've got to have so much.
And Wayne, this came about, he just did it in practice, didn't he, to start with?
Yeah, he's a tinkerer.
Yeah.
You've got to have so much high hand-eye coordination. I mean, it's just, try it. Just have a little crack, boys and girls, down at the chipping green and see how you get on with it. But it's
difficult.
Oh, yeah.
Have you tried it, Wayne?
Oh, I've tried everything. This not for long, mind you.
Yes.
Look at that.
Look at that. Beautifully played. Great feel.
They make you sick, don't they?
If I played it left below right, Wayne, I'd just be pulling the divot off the top of the ball.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Yeah, you would. You can. Have you not tried that? Just next time you go out little chipping, try that, Richard. Seriously, it's so difficult.
Lengthy putts coming up though for Horschel and McIlroy.
He knows how to play in the rain, Billy Horschel, living in Jacksonville, Florida. Plays his golf at Sawgrass, as they all do in that area. And it can rain there quite a lot, especially when we are there for the players, much to my delight. Up the hill left, and it might just want to straighten. From long range, this is slow.
Well, hopefully pop that in and it'll be a very good front nine. The par here is 72, but it's 35 out. 37 back with the 3 par 5s on the back 9.
Yeah, scoring holes on the back 9 at the 11th, the 12th, 17th and 18th really. 16th possibly if you get your tee shot away.
What did he learn off Fitzpatrick's chip? I would have thought quite a lot. Got a nice read off that. It was played so very well. He would have learned enough.
Yeah, good putt there from McIlroy. Par there, that's going to see him out in 34, 1 under. Those clouds at the top of your screen, I hope they're past, not coming towards.
It's lashing down, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great irrigation on the greens. Very difficult into the flood. A tricky little one here for Horschel. This for out in 32. Nicely done. Very good, solid 9 holes of golf. Never put a foot wrong. 3 birdies.
Nice up and down for Fitzpatrick from the front right of this green. Again, he was a bit right off the tee. But Sam was saying, just maybe he's just got ahead of a few shots. And that can happen, shows he's human.
Well, 5 birdies in 6 holes over the back 9 has got Matthew Jordan out in front at 6 under par. Fabulous playing from the Englishman who posted a low one in Himmerland last week. David Drysdale, plenty of birdies on his card too. Scotsman who's played well, more events on the DP World Tour than anybody else without winning. Love to get rid of that little mark this week. Back to winning ways this year for Richie Ramsey. Tommy Fleetwood, who hasn't played since the Open, unfortunately his mother passed away, so it's been tough times for Tommy, but back playing here this week. And good to see Chris Wood amongst those players. Off to a nice start, just birdied the par 5, the 4th hole, so he's got himself under par. Tristan Lawrence just dropped a shot at 10, so he's back into that group at level par. Ollie Wilson, couple of bogeys early on, but followed it with an eagle at the 4th. Well, there is Matt Fitzpatrick, along with Ryan Fox, who double bogeyed the 9th. But scoring in on the whole has been pretty good. Justin Rose, another not yet quite enjoying the conditions. Bogeyed the first pars all the way since for Rose. But no one out of the course worse than 4 over par, though 1 or 2 have only just started their round. JB Hansen's just walked off with a 7 at the par 4 third.
Not a nice feeling that when it's raining and all that, you think, oh, this is going to be a long day.
But it could be a short week.
Well, it could be a short week, yes.
So just another little bit of a hold up at the par 3 10th for our featured group.
Yeah, there's a lot of trees come down. That fire brought a lot of trees down that was here.
That was, yeah, the sort of summer of 2020. They were actually playing a Rose Ladies Series event here. And, yeah.
No, that was an action. You just plucked that out of the sky is what that meant. So I put it in my top pocket. Your memory's unbelievable, Richard.
Now and again
23 years it's been the same that I've known you.
The memory?
Yeah, your memory is very good.
The grey hairs aren't quite
the
same.
It's a very sad time that a lot of wildlife was lost. And quite dangerous it became too.
It came very close to the course itself. So this 10th hole, I mean, there's a good look, isn't it, from up high, how the green's at an angle there, Sam.
Yeah, it is a fabulous hole. You always used to be aiming in the left-hand side and get a favoured bounce to the right. But when the pin's back right, it's a very difficult tee shot. You can see how much it's behind the trees there as well. And then down to the right, there's a ditch.
Sam, did there used to be another tree in the middle there? I was sure there was like 3 trees across there.
Definitely.
There was, wasn't there? Yeah.
What's the club radar?
Yeah, and the green is an hourglass shaped green, and where the flag is positioned today, right in the middle of that hourglass, hugging the right hand side. And there's a little dell just to the right of this flag position, playing 185 today. So it's a little holdy off 6-iron with the heavy air or a belt with a 7-iron. The choice is his. No wind direction whatsoever, it's just rain. And it's not overly heavy. If you don't shoot 3 under out here today, you aren't a happy man.
Delightful shot there from Horschel.
Yeah, it's been that way all day, throwing it just beyond the flag.
He doesn't make too many mistakes, Horschel, Wayne, does he?
No, he's neat. Very neat. But Rory McIlroy, he'll try to get a little wriggle on this part of the course. You can make 3 birdies right at you, starting here. 7-iron.
That's a long carry for a 7-iron right to the back edge. No spin, just dug in.
Trying to rehearse a little come acrosser, so that means a little slider. Little 6-iron, it's a little pokey one.
Again, right side, but it's a good shot. That would have suited a nice little fade in there for him, be perfect.
Fitzpatrick, who I think by his own admission had struggled in the majors until this year, had that near miss at the PGA, and then came through at the US Open at Brookline. Billy Horschel's only had 1 top 10 in the majors. Someone else who's looking to maybe make a bit of more of an imprint on those. We're into the back 9 now. We've got through those holes, and here we come to a stretch where maybe, Sam, they can pick up a couple of shots and get a little closer to the leaders.
Yeah, 10 I never really thought was a birdie hole. Of course, they're only hitting 7 irons in, but 11, 12. And then you got 13, 14, 15 are difficult. And then the last 3, 16, 17, 18 are all birdieable. 12's not as easy a birdie as it used to be. The par 5, it's a great par 5, very difficult green.
Yeah, we talk about par 3, you know, being long 200 yards, but I suppose when you think about it, somebody brought this up the other day, which is a good point, is that, you know, 200, 210, they're only hitting 7-irons in there now. You know, it's not like they're hitting a 3-iron in or something like that, or a 4-iron.
No, Rory's 7-iron's 194.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
That was a 4-iron for us, Boxy, if it was downwind.
If it was, and slightly downhill.
And a good kick.
Yes.
Great, though, but it's all comparative. Clubs are a little bit more powerful, the balls are better, the lofts are less, and a 7-iron loft now would probably be an 8-iron in 20 years ago. Very little wind to move this rain.
Yeah, the spectators are going to know they've had a day out.
Yeah, this is a good spot as well, the 10th. It's a great viewing spot. You can get plenty, you can get a little drink and something to eat here. And you know, you get this 10th tee here, you get the 11th, you get the 7th green, it's a good spot to be, especially when the old sun's out.
Yeah, unfortunately that's not going to be the case today.
But I remember as a player, it always got, you hit a good shot around this 10th, it got very loud, didn't it, Sam?
Yeah,
especially in the afternoon.
That's the problem with holding the umbrellas, really, is that it doesn't help the clapping side of things.
No, especially if you get a beer in your other hand.
Yeah.
But this is the event, I'm sure, you know, Boxer, you've been here, you know, playing this event since the 80s, and Sam, we mentioned when you first played this BMW PGA Championship. It's known as the flagship event, and it is kind of the one I'm sure you look forward to so much every year.
I loved it. I mean, Sam's played more than me. I played in 17 PGAs, and it was great. You know, it was nice to come home because we were obviously you're abroad quite a lot in Europe, and it's great to come home and play in front of. Well, you got your family all come out, rent a crowd to start with, but there was always good crowds out here at Wentworth. And they're just waiting for the players to tee off the 8th or the 11th.
I just heard a few rumblings.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. But I think it's going round us, I hope.
Well, the forecast suggested that the first possibility would be around midday. We're a little bit off that yet, but fingers crossed it bypasses us.
Right to left down the hill for Rory McIlroy. Not overly quick. This green, as you play the hole from the tee, cambers from left to right, so there's no hidden borrows, no funky little breaks that you need to be aware of. It's all there in front of you. It's an easier green to read, one of the easiest.
He nearly caught him on the backswing there.
Yeah, you know when you've not hit it hard enough, you take a swipe at the air just to show you how hard you shoot it, and then one of your partners is coming by you.
You've not done something like that, have you, in the past?
Well, no, when I got a long putt, but yes, with the short one. It's a bit heavy to wield, long one.
The worst one is when you go to kick your putt ahead and you miss it and it catches you on the ankle.
Oh, yeah.
Nice and firm, straight up the hill for the US Open champion.
Just lacked a bit of speed. He'll stay at 1 over Fitzpatrick, 10 played, 8 to go.
Yeah, you feel like he's got to make the most of the more scoreable holes maybe coming up, but have to straighten up that drive up.
He would want to shoot 70 at worst.
Yeah.
Just outside right. He learnt nothing off Rory. So he'll fancy this one. He's putted well today. He's held some nice ones.
And he's holed another nice one up to 4 under par, which is good enough to take the defending champion Billy Horschel into a share of second place.
Diamond there, just holding the umbrella above the ball, which you're allowed to do, keep the rain off it, and then obviously you're not on there putting. But move away, a little bit of right to left on this for McIlroy to stay at 1 under. Yeah, well done.
He's a much better holer outer now.
Yeah, definitely.
Isn't he?
Yeah, much better.
I mean, I watched him for a little while, and you'd be a wee bit tempted, a wee bit worried just in case, but now I don't even think about it. I know he's just going to knock it in.
I could be wrong, but I think there is a stat that says he hasn't missed a putt under 3 feet in 2022. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong with that, but pluck that out of my head as well.
It won't be anyone sitting in this room, I can assure you.
Matthew Jordan makes another 6 birdies in 7 holes for the Englishman, so he has a 3-shot advantage. Billy Horschel in that group sharing second place. Matthew Jordan was joking last week that he was performing so well with his round of 62 because his girlfriend Kate wasn't around last week. She's here this week and he's still producing the goods. It was a joke.
We'll have to. Would Sam and I'll just sit back and let you back the digger up and start getting in a bit deeper.
She saw the funny side.
Look back at 11's tee, slight dog leg left. No, that's the old 8th tee, where the tee is now.
Just playing under its part.
Yeah, it's a good birdie chance there. They've added about 30 yards on it, but it's still just a drive and a wedge. Pin today is 17 on, 7 left, so that's the easiest pin on the green. All feeds down to the left-hand side, so if you get it on the fairway, great chance for birdie.
Stand on the tee, you can't see the green there. Tucked up, that was close. Tucked up on the left-hand side. They drive over that road. Bunkers in the left are in play, one on the right. They're all in play. They're quite well bunkers. Quite steep second shot up the hill. Again, a green that's been changed a lot over the years, but it does in general slope from back to front. And as Sam was saying, pin was what, 17 on, 7 from the left. Yeah, so see where the arrows are pointing. You pitch it right at that flag, you can spin it round and bring it back down to the hole. Can't feel like I've made 3 on that. Quite easy.
Well, especially since you hit it out of bounds your opening shot.
Exactly. It was a little left, wasn't it?
They got to hit driver here, Richard, haven't they?
Yeah, I would have thought so, yeah.
Here we go, radar.
Yeah, just waiting for the fairway to clear. It'll quicken up somewhat, you would think, bringing it home here to the clubhouse. They're still up the fairway there. And the rough on the left-hand side is as thick as I've ever seen it. It is hay over there. Just 3 paces off the left edge of the fairway. 2 bunkers up the right, 2 down the left. The second one down the left is the one you need to carry. Well, if you want to carry that, you're going to find the heather, all that rough I was describing. But a generous fairway. Ideally, you want it down the right-hand side to access the flag that's positioned left.
He's got a little caught in his backswing there. He's ended up getting in front of it and blocked it away right.
He's all right, Sam. He's in the bunker with a nice clean lie. Good angle. He'll be happy when he gets up here. Rory, he's just going to up the ante now on this and the par 5 next. The further you go up here, the wider it becomes. One of the best drivers of the golf ball the world has ever seen.
That's perfection. Huge drive. Just come back down onto the flat. That'll be a very easy second shot for McIlroy.
Come on, Fitzy, hit the fairway. Are you creeping up lengthwise to the great Rory McIlroy? Are you driving it as far as Rawls? I think you're getting pretty close. Hit the fairway, please.
He has. We'll find out here, Radar.
Nah, Rory got him by 20, 15, 20. Maybe he's angry.
Fairway's looking like they're getting quite wet up there. He's had 8 wins now, hasn't he, on the tour? Fitzpatrick.
Yes. I think the US Open actually counts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It should count everywhere. I mean, he's been remarkable since he turned before
Incredible.
with it as an amateur.
Yeah.
He's #1 amateur in the world, won the US amateur on Brookline, where he won the US Open too. How coincidence that?
His brother's pretty good as well, isn't he?
Alex has just turned pro, yeah, in the summer. Yeah, I saw him playing the Walker Cup last year. Matthew Jordan won from home, leading by 3. Well, let's have a look back at some of the best moments in Billy Horschel's round. It's been fine stuff from him so far. This was at the 3rd from the back of the green. Great try, but we know 4's a good score at the 3rd. 3 pars to start with. And it was at 4 that he started to make a mark on the scorecard.
Yes, 4's good at the 3rd, the 3's good at the 4th. Excellent stuff. 2 under through the first 4.
Another excellent shot over the top of the flag at 8, and it's just straight in.
It's a decent footage of putts that he's holding on the greens today.
He has, yeah, he parred the 9th to be out in 32, and his tee shot here at the 10th, 1 under par. He couldn't actually be any worse than 4 under, to be honest.
And as Radar was suggesting, not too bad a position, even though he's gone right off the tee here at 11th. Found the fairway bunker, but sitting okay. You have to go back a decade to Luke Donald when Donald won the first of those in 2011. Went to world #1. Saw off Justin Rose.
Wasn't there a playoff here? I think it was with Westwood, where whoever won the playoff went to #1 in the world. Have I got that right? Is that with Luke Donald? No, maybe.
Well, if anyone knows.
I was thinking, was that with Justin Rose?
I'm not sure it was with Rose. Rose has not been #1, has he?
Billy Horschel with Gareth Lord on the bag this week. So he's found that bunker down the right-hand side.
He used to teach in Germany, you know, Gareth Lord.
Say that again?
He used to teach in Germany years and years ago. In Cologne, I think it was.
In German or?
9. I think he was. He used to teach in English, if you know what I mean.
Thought you were fluent there for a moment, Boxy.
A little bit.
There's what Horschel's got left. Radar, close to the lip, is he there?
He's close to the lip, but I don't think it'll hinder. He's in an old rake mark, but I had a really good look at it. He's got 138, and he should be able to pick this. But if contact is bang on, which I'd expect it to be, this thing could be dancing its way back towards him. This will have some action about it, unless he's got something serious up his sleeve. This is high tariff with an elevation change.
Ah.
Wow, with Wayne there, I thought that would spin right back there.
Just let in a little with the hosel there and squeezed it, understandably, to get connection correct. And it came in quite flat, so the face of the bunker wasn't an issue. Where you want to be. Try and land this behind it, you would think, and spin it back to it. Just behind it. You don't want to get too greedy, flirt with that back edge.
About there. More like it. Pretty much a guaranteed 3 there for Fitzpatrick. Getting back to level. And he's got 3 par 5s in the last 7 holes.
Rory's got a tough shot. Because he's on an upslope, he has to give it airtime just from 101. So he's playing the same sort of shot. He might want to flirt with that back edge to zip it back towards it. Dead armed it. Clever shot.
Yeah, incredible. So after the Masters was played, the proximity to the hole from Rory McIlroy was just over 24 feet. Then after the Masters, up to the Tour Championship, his dispersion was only 14 feet, which had him best on the PGA Tour. So he improved by 10 feet in that region from 50 to 125 yards. But it's not just there that he's improved, although we saw a little bit more of that as an example just now.
That's a remarkable stat, really, if you think about it. And as I said, I was chatting to him on Tuesday, and he said all I did was change the ball. That's all I did. Didn't make any difference. He was fighting spin all the time, you see.
Are you sure you just didn't hear the position at the end of what you said? I just changed the ball position.
Oh, is that what I said? Did I say ball position?
No, I think that's what he said.
Oh, no, he didn't. No, I was absolutely amazed, Sam, seriously, when he said that. I said, you must have done something. He said, no, I didn't do anything different.
And it also, because, you know, we're talking about one of the best players in the game right now, up there with some of the best players of all time. For him not to be excelling in that region seems strange. So maybe mentally as well, he's overcome it. Now he feels he can also get it close, like we've just seen here.
I think the mental side has helped his putting massively. It's like Sam says, you don't worry about him with a 3 or 4 footer now. He just seems to tap him in all the time.
Well, quite often Horschel's had the last putt on the greens, not this time. You can see how close Fitzpatrick is. Should be tap-in range.
This is fairly flat for the first 20 feet, and then it's downhill, and then it's right to left. It's from long range. You'd have to say it was a decent bunker shot. 5 out of 10 by his standards, but he can make amends from 2-putting this with a big swing from right to left. All about the pace. Quite slow at the start, and then it gradually quickens up.
Oh, he read it beautifully, just needed another ounce on it. And they're damp, they don't release out as much as they do when they're dry, obviously. He's left himself a tricky one for his par.
Nothing fancy about this one. He's under par today. Got a chance to move it deeper under par, starting here, and then a par 5 to come, and then you've got a tough little stretch, a couple of par 5s to finish, so he's got a good chance of still shooting like 4 under today. 3 would be acceptable. He's not thinking about that. It's me being negative, thinking about a score to shoot, not him. He's just more like, you know, I'll just birdie all of them.
Bit of a wrap there. That wasn't like his normal stroke. He hit that quite hard. Maybe it was a bit slower up the hill, but it certainly wasn't a smoother stroke he's put on it. The first 9.
I think that's gone past the 3-foot range on the way back as well.
And he was hunting. That shows his intention. He wanted to bang that in there. Just doesn't want to break a whole lot down the hill after a tentative putt. Huge crowds now, just massive. It's a sellout. It's a sellout. There are loads of people out here just absolutely loving it, including me.
First drop shot of this opening round for Billy Horschel.
Amazing it didn't break left. The first part obviously coming over the hill, a big swing right to left, but normally it keeps going up. This almost went right at the hole.
Which you would think makes this putt a little straighter now, Sam, wouldn't you really? Because like you say, Horschel's I thought would move a lot right to left. I'd still say this one's probably got to be left half though.
It's no gimme, Richard, is it?
No.
It's the commentators, cause don't think about him missing it. And he didn't. Thank goodness, Richard, thank goodness. Just put a little bit of pressure on himself there unnecessarily. Good 10-footer for birdie. Last thing you need is a 4-footer back for par.
Tap in birdie there for Fitzpatrick. He gets back to level par. And as I was saying, you've got 3 par 5s now in the last 7 holes. 3 really good birdie chances.
Well, the difference that it makes that he was coming out of the fairway here, Matt Fitzpatrick. That hasn't happened too often to him over the front 9.
No, and this was just a perfection, wasn't it? Almost went in.
So good enough to take Fitzpatrick back to level par. 7 behind the leader, Matthew Jordan. What a round, 65 par finish, but came back in 31, 6 under for the back 9. Sami Välimäki's just eagled the 12th, so he's got into that group at 4 under. A birdie start to the back 9 for Rafa Cabrera-Bello. No drop shots on the card for Shane Lowry, who birdied 3 of the first 6 holes. Solid start from Tommy Fleetwood. Scott Henn there was saying to me yesterday he's just had a cortisone injection on his back. He couldn't untie his shoelaces a couple of weeks ago. Now he can touch his toes, so making a huge difference, and I think we're seeing that in his scoring so far in this opening round, a couple under.
He's had a fabulous career, Scott Henn. A great bloke and really good swinger.
And he's threatened around here before in the past as well. Some decent finishes.
Jimenez 1 under.
Yeah, he's only birdie coming at the 7th pars elsewhere. There's Fitzpatrick now in alongside the players at level par, including last week's champion Oliver Wilson. Not played many events this year, Nicholas Colsaerts. So nice to be, you know, par 5 coming next, which he can get home comfortably after some birdies. He also birdied the first from out of the fairway.
Well, this is how he started, and just a gorgeous shot from the thick stuff. He even gets a bit of backspin, and he very nonchalantly stroked that in for an opening birdie.
There was a huge drive down there, and excellent second, nonchalantly done with the putt. So birdie 3, thank you. Not been many birdie 3s at the first.
And the perfect putt at the second. We thought, here we go. US Open champion.
Yeah, he dropped a shot at the 3rd, but bounced back with another birdie at the 4th. But then the round hit the buffers. Double bogey at the 8th, found the water. But things are looking a little rosier now.
Yes, this was to get him back to level par. As Richard said, 3 par 5s to come, so he'd be one to shoot 70 at worst.
He knows life is changed in terms of the attention he's getting now. Every event he goes to, people want to speak to him, but the difficulty is to try and be the same person and treat the game the same, even though you are now a major winner.
Yeah, but maybe not as much as a third of your day is taken up now on stuff outside golf, but part of golf, if you know what I mean. They're talking about it, the interviews, magazine articles, everything changes when you become a major champion, I would imagine. But he's a very level-headed young kid, a wonderful person, heart of gold, good swinger, red arrow.
Yeah, one thing, Samuel, is he won't be affected. He's just one of those guys. He's dedicated his life to the game of golf. Bunkers down the right-hand side, 2 of them. It's the first of those 2 bunkers. That's where, if he pushes it, it could land. Oh, straight down to pick the tee up. It's almost like it collides with the club head, the ball, and he's down to pick the tee up, like someone's going to steal his tee.
Well, he's found his groove again, that's for sure.
Rory will just unleash. You can open your shoulders up here. Will he hit that big, soft right to left draw?
He's just nailed it, radar. Touched the left edge, maybe. Yeah, just on the fairway. Huge carry.
He works so hard on his backswing, does Billy Horschel, and he sets it right on plane. When he's swinging at his best, he doesn't quite get to parallel, but I'm clutching at straws. It's just a matter of millimeters. It's a wonderful swing, it truly is. When I first saw him play Walker Cup back in the day, I thought, yeah, this guy's got a future. Got one right. Rory was in that Walker Cup over there in Northern Ireland.
I think it's on the fairway, can't really tell. Sugar preferred by there.
Good driving hole though, Sam, wasn't it, the 12th? Because you had to do something with it, didn't you, through the air, just very slightly right to left. It's so easy to run out of fairway and hit it straight.
Carry the trees in front of you was the first thing.
Another birdie from Sami Välimäki. He's 2 back now.
Did you ever, Sam, hit one of those trees?
Oh yes.
Did you?
Absolutely. 31 times I played here amongst them.
Well, yes,
times, not the times I didn't even reach the tree. No, I think the key about making the drive severe is you have to hit the fairway to make your birdie. Or give yourself a chance of eagle.
Yeah, sometimes you just overdid it and knocked it down that left in the rough. You had no chance from that.
And there's a ditch there now.
Yeah.
Great hole, look. Pin today's just, well, it's back right. That's the easy one. It all gathers around there. 23 on, 4 from the right. It's like the last little hole, little cavity at the back of the green. You get the distance right. It runs right round to the whole side.
So we've had that 66 from, 65 from Matthew Jordan. Expecting that to be topped by someone?
Not necessarily an absolute blind. I wouldn't have thought so. I would have thought that would probably be leading at the end of the day. I would have thought, unless the weather's decent this afternoon,
which I don't think it will be.
No.
That's exactly what it's down to. It's a fantastic golf score, but with no wind and preferred lies and perfect greens, you know, anything's possible for these great players out there. But if it keeps raining, then it becomes very difficult. The forecast isn't good, Richard.
Well, I mean, listen, it's been pouring all morning on and off, and I think it's due for some more of the same this afternoon, unfortunately. But the course is standing tough.
Foster there, caddying for Fitzpatrick. He's a good player himself, actually, Billy Foster. He won, I think, Crom Montana. He won the... Remember they used to play a caddies tournament up there? Quite a lot, didn't they?
Yes.
On the Jack Nicklaus course that's up there.
All three players finding the fairway at this par 5.
Yeah, just a gentle dogleg from right to left. And as Sam was saying, if you do hit the fairway, then you've got a golden opportunity of a birdie or an eagle, possibly, if you get the shape of it right. And T in the ground, he has found the fairway for Horshall. What's he got left, Wayne?
He's got 247 yards as we wait for the green and the rain tumbles down once more. I think it's going to be with us for quite some time now. And this is a good angle. Anywhere on this fairway is a good angle. A dogleg from right to left, just a gorgeous par 5. Bunkers surround this green, 2 over there on the right, 1 on the left, and we have white pickets, which means Oscar Bravo away left. It's a green that is wider than it is deep. But it's a big old target to hit. And with the flag over there on the right-hand side, Billy will set up to the left and try to play a left to right slider, one would think. You don't want to miss this right and be short-sighted. Heavy air. 247, probably playing 260, which is good. Means he can hit his 3-wood. Just take a little off it.
Yeah, Billy will be bubbling after the pick he got from Davis Love. It's hard to believe that Colin Morikawa needed a captain's pick as well for the President's Cup. Jordan Spieth got a pick as well. Cameron Young as well. It's still a very good American team as it was. I mean, you don't need to tell Rory McIlroy about that. He won't play it from there, but
shows how soft it is, doesn't it, really, out on the course. It wasn't just amazing that 6 days ago that would have been absolutely impossible to happen.
Look at it now, it's really lashing down now. If that keeps up, it could stop in half an hour.
Billy's rehearsing a draw here. I don't see that shot. Maybe it's just a little thing. He aims right with his practice swing and just tries to whip it inside. Just a little rehearsal. I've got the little slider from left to right. Won't be a lot of bend in it. But it's a good whack now. Hosing it down. The air is so heavy.
So to get left, bunkers down that right side, which I think he's found.
yeah, they're pretty deep over there as well.
It's 230. It's a big old iron. The fairways are wet. One of those that you don't want to hit it heavy, and he hasn't flushed it to the heart of it.
Yeah, and that'll ease its way down that slope a little bit down towards the hole. There you go, great eagle chance coming up there for Fitzpatrick. There's been, what have we had? 2 eagles so far, 18 birdies. He's playing the easiest hole on the course.
It's wet now with this rain tumbling down. He's got 206 yards. And that's a 5-iron. A full 5-iron. He can take this flag on. Pulled it a little.
Well, safely on the front edge. Tough 2-putt from there, though, for McIlroy. I'm not tempting any fate or anything here, Sam, but have you ever seen anyone go out of bounds over the back of this green?
I've seen them go out of bounds left.
Yeah, I've seen it left.
Through,
no, I've
over.
never seen it through.
If the weather was like this and someone called you up, fancy a game, would either of you two go out in weather like this nowadays?
No.
This is a non-golfer talking, isn't it?
Yes.
Depends if they were playing for a few quid.
You'd be there, Radar, yeah?
Oh, he'd be there.
I'd be there 2 hours before practicing.
Absolutely. No, of course you would. It's not that bad. I mean, you come up, and if it's bad, then we'll just retire to the
snooker.
We'll sell the libations in the clubhouse and have a wee relax. We'll go back out in an hour. You're a fair weather golfer, Mr. Coffin.
Oh, no, I'd be out there, for sure.
I used to love the rain, actually. What can I say? Scotsman. Didn't have much choice.
So a couple of eagle putts to come at this par 5 12th hole. Horseshoe in the bunker down the right-hand side. Couple of 68s in the house now. Masahiro Kawamura, along with Mathieu Pavon, both finishing at 4 under par. That'll have them well placed going into tomorrow's second round.
I like the way you ease into their accent of the country they come from when you announce them on the leaderboard there.
Yeah, you like that?
Pavon.
Maybe.
I didn't hear much on Kawamura.
He tried. He tried.
Yeah, if I tried too hard, it'd be sayonara from me. Yep.
Very good, Dickie. Now this is a scenario where, I'm behind the 7th green, he putted from 20 feet and a foot off the green when Fitzpatrick was about 60 feet on the front of the green. Well, it's the opposite side here. McIlroy's on the green miles away. And this is the one time that Horseshoe should go first. Simple bunker shot, Radar.
It's plugged. Sorry, Sam.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, you don't see that often with a wood, do you? No, and it's underground, but he can take this on. But it'll come out with topspin, so this is down at the ball, vigorous down at the ball, and how much release can he take out of it? Because that'll bring the back edge into play, the topspin.
Oh, nearly in for an eagle 3. Help slow it down a little bit, though.
Fabulous shot.
So what's the key to playing this then?
Well, Lee Trevino taught me how to play this shot 40 years ago, and all your weight on your left-hand side, and you pick the club up almost like an axe, and you drop it in behind the ball. And honest to God, it comes out soft.
Square face.
Square face.
Yeah.
You should try it, folks. Lee Trevino was an incredible golfer.
I remember Peter Teravani showed me once. He said, "This is the way I play it." And he squared the club face up. Do you remember? And he hit into the back of the ball and then pulled the club out the sand as quick as he could. Did you ever see him play that?
No.
Oh, he played them well.
I like Peter. Pterodactyl.
Yeah.
What's this one got rayed up?
Left to right, and it might just want to straighten at the hole. But now it's left to right, and once it hits this downslope here, it might just want to straighten a little.
Yeah, good putt from the front of that 12th. His long putting's been brilliant today, McIlroy.
He's a great putter now. Faxon's doing a heck of a job. I've asked him for a lesson, Fax, but he doesn't seem to say yes or say no. He just looks at me.
I think he gets percentages, when.
Yeah,
You'd give him 100%, wouldn't you, Wayne?
Oh, what, 100%?
Yeah, Brad, can I have a lesson? Go away.
100% of nothing is still nothing, though, isn't it?
He says it with a smile. He would have learned a lot. Fitzpatrick off Rory.
Good chance for he always hit it. Does he hit it? He's not hit it. Oh, Matt, you'll hit yourself on that. Shame. 2 beautiful shots and just a tap-in birdie.
And the par now. Fitzpatrick back-to-back birdies.
That exquisite bunker shot from Horschel. Good chance. It was birdie. Just to get back to 4 under. Straight in. Well done.
Thanks.
Yeah, gets himself back to 4 under par. Shane Lowry's just moved to that as well, so group that's tied for 3rd down the American.
So this to move to 2 under par for McIlroy. Be a good 2-putt birdie from the front of the green here. Firm stroke, nicely done. 3rd birdie of the day for McIlroy. 1 drop shot, that came at the 8th.
Yeah, if you weren't with us early at the 8th, that was a bit of a bogey as well. I think for many of the amateurs watching, quite a relatable second shot there when he went straight under the ball. Cabrera Bello with a couple of birdies to start the back 9, but didn't birdie the par 5 12th. Shane Lowry just birdieing that 11th. So they're all at 4 under par, and Välimäki still got a couple of par 5s to play. Christian Krogh Johannesson, the Norwegian, finds himself in that group at 3 under par. Not the only Norwegian in the field. Viktor Hovland amongst our feature group later on this afternoon. Well, not far from now, actually. They're out in the next hour. Pablo Larrazabal getting to 2 under thanks to a birdie at the 12th. Been a great year for Ollie Becker. He managed to get a tournament invite this week, and he's making the most of it so far. 1 hole left to play, 3 under par, 7 on the card for Joachim Lagergren. That came at 13. Still managed to get it in under par though. Jimenez still belying those years. Ponytailed Spaniard in that group at 1 under par. That now includes Matt Fitzpatrick. Ricard Karlberg is just starting to show some form again. He's had a wretched year, really. You never know, a good week could be around the corner. One of those players at level par just heading out.
Into a toughish sort of stretch now, 13th, 14th and 15th. 13, 470 yards, and the 15th is 491 with an uphill par 3 in the middle of the 14th. I've always thought this was a difficult drive here, Sam, especially it was a bit bouncy.
Yeah, because couldn't really carry the trap on the right, and the left side of the fairway gives you an impossible second shot. But they've now put a bunker there to make it even harder. Wonderful golf hole.
Yeah, double legs from right to left. Second shot, just a little bit uphill. And the flag, where's the flag? 23 on 3 from the left today, so right at the very back. It was funny because it's like a humpback fairway, isn't it, Sam? And if you hit it down the left, it sort of kicks a little left. You hit it down the right. If you do clear that ridge, it kicks it straight right down and towards the rough. It's another one you've got to shape it off the tee, really.
Yeah, you got to almost cut it into the fairway.
Seems like Billy's entertaining them at least.
He's a great he does after dinner speeches from every now and then. He's really very good at those. He's very amusing.
Seve stories are
yeah,
they're very special. Very special.
Good thing is walking down to the past to chocolate almond.
At least you can tell the time now as well.
Love to hear the story behind that, what that was about.
In these conditions, out with the driver, with the fairways being so soft, such an easier tee shot. This on the fantastic Wentworth layout, this hole for me is the most dynamic. Truly just a magnificent thing. 314 to the bunker up on the left.
Touch left, Richard. Is it coming back? No. Oh, that's impossible. Yeah. Well, it's sitting up, which we'll find out.
But if you actually get into that position, you've got to, if you can, you've got to hook it so far, haven't you?
Taking it on, Rory. The only thing you need to worry about is that bunker up there on the left-hand side, because that's exactly where you're going to land it if you pull it somewhat. Just trying to obliterate this hole. Bully it.
This is left as well. Oh, radar. A yard short of it.
$314 yards to reach that bunker. Perfect. Perfect layup.
Billy Ho doesn't need to worry about that bunker. He can't reach it. So he can go further right. I'm sure he's got that in his mindset. I'm not going anywhere near those huge pines and oaks up the left-hand side, so just bail out. The bunker on the right up there for the members. It's not in play for Billy.
Oh, Billy. Down. Down. Stay back. Billy. Billy.
Yeah, we can also see the ball, so some work to do for Horshaw and Fitzpatrick down that left-hand side. On a day of wet weather at Wentworth, but some decent scoring as well.
Great score today earlier on from Matthew Jordan. 65 for him today, couple of drop shots. They came on the front nine at the first and the seventh. But he was out in 34 and home in 31. It's par 37 coming home, 35 out, 37 home. Got 3 par 5s on the way coming home on the back nine. And they all come in the last 7 holes. So Fitzpatrick, when he's had a bit of an iffy day, hasn't he, Sam, really? Oh, you're chewing a biscuit. I'll leave you to that for a little bit.
The biscuit is gone.
Oh, it's gone. You're back.
Sorry,
You're
dear,
back.
Sorry. But thanks for telling the world now. I've had yogurt and
yogurt
biscuits.
and a biscuit.
So what were you going to ask me?
I can't remember now. I'm old.
She's those 10 seconds ago.
No,
10 seconds ago.
Fitzpatrick's had, where was he on? 2. He's only had 4 pars today. So it's been a bit of an up and down day, isn't it, really, for him?
Yeah, the stretch where he had the ones going right, it's caused him a few problems. 8 was the one that killed him, the double bogey. But he's come back from it.
Yeah, he's done well. 7 under, I say, leads. Plenty of players under par. 1 tee start. They normally have a 2 tee start most tournaments during the year, but 1 tee start. And so far, you've got 41 players at under par, which is very good scoring around this long west course here at Wentworth. Now, down down that left-hand side, they did have the rough at one point, Sam, before that bunker came in. It's sort of times gone by where the grass was a little wispier and you could get a bit of movement on it from right to left. It's
a shame we can't get the camera in behind it.
Yeah.
A handheld in there behind and show you exactly. Because if you just creep a wee bit left, there's still 20 yards, 30 yards right of where we can see past that guy's ear. And you've got this real big hook. And when the rough's a little bit long, it's difficult to get the spin on the ball.
Yeah, of course, playing its full length, 7,267 yards. It's the fourth Rolex event of 5. And it's the start of the Ryder Cup qualifying points list.
It used to be Switzerland, didn't it?
Yeah, I remember it was Switzerland
a week or so ago.
Because I remember saying to Trevor Immelman once, they said it's the Ryder Cup qualifying started. Oh yeah, that's the point. And I went up onto the 10th tee to interview Trevor. I said, you know, whatever I said to him, I said an exciting week. I said, Ryder Cup points start this week. He said, yes, but I'm South African. I said, well, that is also a very good point.
At least you could now say, oh, well, I meant President's Cup.
I meant President's Cup. Well, that's where they are. Fitzpatrick. McIlroy's going to be all right. He's going to have to go up and round and over the tree a little bit, but the other two, I would say, unless they've got a decent lie, I've got no chance from there.
And it's a tall ask,
yeah.
Literally, to go over the trees.
It is, very much so.
Excuse the pun.
Well, Wayne, you've had a look at them. What's the story with them? No, it's so deep, the trees. Wayne can't even hear us. Well, anyway, he must have pitched off for a sausage sandwich or something, Wayne, I think, there. But you can take it from Sam and myself that it is very difficult from that side.
Well, he's got quite a long iron there, 4 or 5, Richard, which means he's intending to get it to the green. But it's such a tall hood now.
.181 he's got left to the flag.
Ball well back in the stands, aiming so far right. Shut the club face down. Clean connection. Just short right of the green, I would imagine. Oh, he's got it on. What a shot that is. Shot of the day so far from Horschel.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's in the mood to hand back that trophy.
No.
Fitzpatrick, depending how much grass he's got behind the ball, he's eyeing it up and down. Maybe he's done well as well. Look at that. Right side of the green. I reckon they had to move that, what, 25 yards?
At least.
Easily.
Well, they need to move another 25 as well.
Yes.
Now, McIlroy, I'm not sure if he was on the fairway, if he's had a preferred lie. But a much easier shot for him, probably just a 9-iron. Could go over the trees, but I think he'll draw it. Is it drawing? He's throwing a little bit, maybe not enough. That's okay. Average.
It is amazing, Sam, how much, from having you know, you've played a lot longer than me, but how much the body language, how much it gives away what shape's on the ball. You just knew there, it's not quite turning enough.
Well, it's not so nice to hear the squelching of the feet, but nice to hear the hullabaloo of the crowd. So many people out on the course now. Midday on the outskirts of London. Of course, it was only a couple of weeks ago that Rory McIlroy was in Atlanta, final event of the PGA Tour season, and it proved to be a successful one for the Northern Irishman.
I've been knocking on the door so much this year. 6 behind on the first tee on Thursday, and I was 10 behind on the third tee, so I guess it just shows you anything's possible.
What a putt, Rory McIlroy.
I went up against the best player in the world today and I took him down, and that's got to mean something.
McIlroy catches him.
What a birdie, and what a start.
They want to see fireworks. If this goes in, you'll hear fireworks.
I got a little lucky with Scotty not playing his best golf today, and I took advantage of that.
Oh, he has. Rory McIlroy firing the crowd up at 15 green with that long birdie putt.
Be the first to do anything in the game that you love so much. It's an incredibly proud moment.
The FedEx Cup signed, sealed and delivered by Rory McIlroy for a record third time.
Yeah, it started that final round 6 shots behind Scotty Scheffler. Took down the world #1 and took his PGA Tour winning record to 22. A couple this season, also one in Canada. And the perfect bounce back, if you like, after what happened at the Open, which is bound to be a disappointment, even though he played so well at St Andrews.
Yeah, it softened the blow slightly. I think the way he played at St Andrews was extraordinary for the 4 days. But Cam Smith, back 9, was magnificent on Sunday. Rory had chances, but just couldn't buy a putt. But cross-handed here for Fitz, just a wee nudge forward. There's a lot of this with his chips. Just gives him a bit of freedom, takes the wrists out of play, so it's just back and through. If he hits it, he's got a chance. Oh, very near, lovely touch.
I don't know why it is, Sam, but when he plays left to low right, it gets such a pure strike on it. It's incredible.
Have you tried it?
You can hear it. Like, why don't you drive it like that?
No, have you tried it?
No, I have.
It's not bad.
You've got to practice it a bit, though, don't you? I mean, otherwise you get a terrible mess.
I think we're supposed to practice a lot of it.
Yes, you're quite right. I was saying to Richard, he just started it off as, you know, it was just a practice routine, wasn't it? And then he just thought, you know what, I'm going to take this out on the course. Great crowds.
Yeah, and an excellent 4 from Fitzpatrick in the end. Billy Hawkshaw hoping for more of the same here. He's putting though.
Tough putt to read this one. Moves a lot as he hits it. Quite a steep incline there is coming up. So it's a good putt. And it'll be a great 4 if he can tap it in.
Yeah, given those 2 tee shots, Fitzpatrick and Hawkshaw, see them both walking off. One would assume with a 4. Great going.
Thank you.
So McIlroy next to go. Would have been a very big swinging right to left putt this in the past. Obviously redesigned greens, not redesigned the routing of the course, but just redesigned the greens. It's a little flatter than it used to be.
Not much break here. You can see the line it's giving him. Well, it's not giving him, it's actually showing us the line. About speed. Got to get it there. It's not going to turn enough to give me 4. I'm looking forward to the next tee shot, Richard. They've got a beautiful new car for a hole-in-one, an i7. I've not seen an i7 yet.
No, it'll be nice.
Remember the i8 was very special looking.
Yes.
Chris Wood won it, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And I felt for David Howard. Remember when David Howard won there and he thought, you beauty. And it went to, great, went to charity. Fantastic. But
yeah, it's a great car that's on offer for the hole-in-one at the next. But also, in the back of the car, I know it's hard to see through the tinted windows, but like a proper size TV on the back seats as well. Like 30-inch TV.
Is there?
Yeah, seriously.
Didn't know you had one.
Thought the kids would love that. Keep them quiet for a few hours going up the motorway. 65, Matthew Jordan setting the pace so far on what's been a damp morning. on the outskirts of London and Virginia Water on the Surrey-Berkshire border. 7 under par leading the way. Tommy Fleetwood's just birdied the par 5 12th. No drop shots for the Englishman so far today. His first event for a couple of months, and going along nicely inside that top 10 at 3 under par. Includes one of the Wentworth locals, Stephen Brown. There's Rory McIlroy then, 2 under par. Fabulously named Maverick Antcliffe, but he's had a quiet year so far. Can't say the same about Adrian Meronk. Mark Warren there at 1 under par. And talking of Warren, we're going to be hearing from Warren Humphries shortly, aren't we? Because Wayne Riley, I think, is going to dry out and tidy up his golf shoes, maybe. And Warren Humphries will take Rory Fitzpatrick and Halshaw home. Likes of Jazz, Jane Watton and I'm just heading out. Everyone heading off the first tee. And here is the 14th. So let's say a very good afternoon for the first time today to Warren Humphries. Welcome aboard, Warren.
Well, welcome indeed. Thank you very much, guys. Looking forward to the last few holes here with the star group of the morning, you'd have to say.
You only do 5 holes a day now, Warren?
Well, 5 holes for the morning, you mean?
Oh, I
or
see.
The rest of the morning, Richard?
Oh, I forgot you got the afternoon, haven't you?
I'm with the boys in the afternoon as well. And really loving being out here too. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic out here. This 14th, how it's changed over the years. Big grandstand right behind the green, 1,000 people sitting up there. Line tee to green. 177 for Fitz here. Plays 188 all the way uphill. But he's got to carry it right to the top of the green. Otherwise it'll spin back down. Always thought this was an awkward hole, fellas. You're trying to actually get the ball in the air. With these days, for the likes of Rory, flights it so high, it's not so much of a problem, but plays 11 uphill, and you've got to really fly it to the back of the green. Will suck back to the flag, but you don't want to go long.
Pin back right, quite accessible. You don't want to miss it right.
Move.
Stay there, stay. No, that's gone back down the front, I think. Shame, another foot, it would have been really close. Well, it's not gone too far down. Nothing over there. Bone dry, that would have been another 25 feet down the green. Well, the way Herschel flights the ball, this back right flag should suit him perfectly. He likes to cut the ball, aim this one in the middle of the green. You're back on that tee. The big BMW sign right behind the hole is covering the flagstick, so he's got a big marker there. In between clubs, little 6, very big 7.
Just looked at those advertising boards behind the green there. You're spot on. 30-inch TV just on those back seats there.
Yeah, a while away the time. You can watch the golf while you're obviously not driving, but the kids could do. Now you've been giving us a tour the whole way around, Boxy, of where you can eat. There's some good spots here as well.
Yeah, there's a good spot here.
What can you get here?
Well, you can get anything you want. Fish and chips, actually, I think you can get there. Burgers and sausages, etc., etc. It gets quite noisy around about this spot as well.
It's mainly drink you can get at this stopover, Richard.
Is it?
Mainly, yes. put a couple of bands there for the smell, but it's the alcohol, isn't it?
Yeah.
Somebody just fries onion and people come and buy beers. There's a great viewing spot, especially when you get up the top and see the 15th tee shot as well.
Yeah, they're going to stand behind the green here, Rich, haven't they, for people that own BMW cars? Is that right?
I don't know.
Or they have in the past.
Yes,
I don't know if they did it again this year.
Yeah, they probably have a section at least.
There is a car park, but just for the BMW drivers.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
You can get
It's quite a severe, steep slope at the front, that 14th green. It always has been. Can't see the ball land from when you're back on the tee.
I see Tom Chai, he's among the starters this week. Early birdie for the veteran Ty, who's been a winner on the Champions Tour.
I was delighted to see that for Tom Jai. He's a lovely man and a really good player, but he's now cracked it. He's got his card on the it's not the Champions Tour.
Yeah,
It's the Champions.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
Champions.
He's got the whole family here this week as well.
He used to be a paratrooper, didn't he?
That's right. He didn't turn pro until his early 30s.
I did hear one morning he was out on parade and he said,
Tell me, Boxy, what happened?
You've heard it, haven't you?
But not everyone has.
Not
Come
today.
on, come
Not
on.
today. Come on, Dick. You started.
JD said, I didn't see you on camouflage parade this morning. He went, thank you very much, sir.
God help us.
I know. I was just suddenly, as I started that, I thought, oh, no, they've heard this.
But he really was a paratrooper. Anyway,
Yeah.
Fitzpatrick, I think, first to putt, Warren.
And he's got a tricky putt too. Oh, a lot of break on this from left to right. Uphill to start, and then it'll swing quite a bit. You've got to say, it must be really tricky for the players, judging with the rain coming down again. 1 minute it's dry, the next minute they've got water on the greens. Hard to get pace.
Good putt from Fitzpatrick, just a fraction short. He's left himself a nice 3-footer up the green for his par. Shouldn't be too difficult.
Weather looking all right, Warren?
Well, the sky doesn't look too bad,
Right.
except the stuff still keeps falling down. You know, that wet stuff, H2O or something.
H2O, yeah.
Yeah. All very well for you guys in the box. I still can't understand how Horschel hasn't got a sweater on or a rain jacket. He must be really damp.
The whole way round, Warren, yeah.
I know, it's amazing. Anyway, he's got a lefter righter up here. Half a chance to make this, but it's slow, this putt. He's got to give it a whack outside the left.
Yeah, you're right there, Warren. He had to give it a hit and didn't. But there should be no problem to stay at 4 under, though.
We'll have to move the marker. Yeah, that's right in Rory's line. That's the thing about these greens, chaps, isn't it? You get putts downhill here, and they can be really swift. You get them going the other way, oh my goodness me, have you got to give it a hit. I mean, this is slow here for Rory. His is going to turn the other way. I don't think there's much in it, but it will be initially just outside the right. But again, he's got to give this quite a firm hit, so you've got to be courageous. Can't dolly this one up there.
Ah, he gave it a good hit. So McIlroy will stay at 2 under par.
It's terrific that he's going to play next week as well, isn't it, Bob?
Brilliant.
A chance to look at the Ryder Cup
Yeah.
course for the first time.
As long as he qualifies.
Viktor Hovland's playing next week too.
Likewise.
And I know Jon Rahm was saying he wants to try and make sure he can be playing that tournament next year. I think it's going to be earlier in the schedule,
Yeah,
so
that's
the
what we
players can
normally
get
do,
another look.
Yeah, have another. Yeah, good idea as well. I mean, when it was at Paris National, there was only, who was the only player? Was it Jordan Spieth that came over, or
Brooks.
somebody?
It was
They
Justin
played the
Thomas.
French,
Justin Thomas
played, and
Yeah.
he was the one who had the most points, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
yeah.
So it's a good idea to.
So
to
no
look at
American invites, is that what you're saying?
it. I think that's the answer. Par putt for Fitzpatrick. Good 2-putt there for Fitzpatrick. So these players now will be looking, if they can get through the next hole. The 15th's a tough little, it's not little, it's a tough par 4. It's 491 yards. And then really after that, 16, 17, 18, as long as you get your drive away, you've got 3 pretty good birdie chances coming in.
And all 3 players, as you'd expect given the quality of the 3 players we have in our feature group, are all under par right now, heading to that stretch. 65 is the low score of the day so far. Matthew Jordan, who had a good week in Denmark last week, came close to winning in Qatar earlier in the year as well, setting that pace. 7 under par, couple ahead of Sami Välimäki. You can see the players moving to 4 under par. Tommy Fleetwood back-to-back birdies at 12 and 13 alongside Shane Lowry and Billy Horschel. We've been watching all morning. 69 from David Drysdale in the end. Plenty of birdies on there. Couple of bogeys, including one at the 18th for the veteran Scotsman. Scott Hen with a round of 70. He's in danger of losing a card. He said he either needs 4 or 5 really solid weeks or 1 fantastic week.
Yes, you go for the 1 fantastic week is the one you want.
Yes.
You know, and by that he's talking about, you know, top 3 finish, something like that.
Yeah. Well, certainly this week that would go a long way.
Yes, it would.
Romain Longasque eagling the par 5-4, so straight to 2 under par he goes. Matty Schmidt, who was the Sam Cotton Rookie of the Year last year, German player, moving to 1 under par, came close to winning though one of those co-sanctioned events between the PGA Tour and the DP World Tour, taking place in the United States in the summer.
Nice one. Yeah.
Perfect tee shot from Fitzpatrick, straight down the middle. Plugged. Fair lies, no problem.
No play.
Well, he can't have a driver here, guys, can he? Off this forward tee?
No, 3 wood.
Yeah. Really hard driving hole this. Out of bounds right and left. Water down the right. Water that crosses the fairway.
Yeah, I agree with you, Warren. It's a very difficult driving hole, this one. You've got to commit on this one.
Well, you have. I suppose today, with it so wet, it has the impression of making the fairways wider, doesn't it? Because you know you're not going to bounce out, bounce into the trees, bounce into the water hazard, bounce out of bounds. So it is a little bit easier. You can play for the edges of the fairways with a bit more confidence. 3 would also for Herschel. He's got to rip this though.
Oh, yeah, just staying out of the rough. Yeah, you'd much rather play this, as Warren was saying, you would much rather play this one with wet fairways than hard, bouncy ones.
He's got the West Ham bag there, Billy Horschel. He started supporting West Ham when he was at college in the United States. Watched one of those films about the West Ham hooligans.
Is that how it all started?
Yeah, that's how it all started.
And that's how he started liking them.
Yeah.
You mean he's a tearaway?
Well, I'm not going to make the assumptions, but maybe potentially.
Bobby Moore. Is he West Ham?
Yeah. Bobby Moore was, yeah. Played for West Ham and, of course, for Fulham as well.
How are you feeling back in the Premier League? You enjoying it?
Yes, very much so. Missing the odd 7-0 against certain teams, but we can't play Reading every week, unfortunately. Anyway, just to remind you how things stand at the top of the leaderboard, there is Billy Horschel in that share of 3rd place.
Talking of 3rd, that's where Reading are. We'll be joining you next year.
But you'll be looking forward to that.
You 2 boys okay now?
Yeah, we're fine.
Good.
Yeah,
good. It was a bit tense there. I was a wee bit scared sitting here between you.
It's like being on the putting green yesterday afternoon, wasn't it?
Nice to see Tommy Fleetwood up there. He's had a fair spell off.
We were talking about that story about Christian Krogh Johannesson, and he's posted a decent opening round, 69.
So far, with the 11 groups that have gone through, there has been, on this 15th, 9 birdies. That's quite a lot, really.
On 15, it is the front left pin. It is about the only accessible pin on the green.
And the tee's been pushed up a little bit, so, you know, maybe that's part of the equation.
Yeah, it will be, yeah. Yeah, because it's not often this hole plays under its par, 3.81, 454 yards today.
Horschel just clinging on, I think, to the fairway down the left side, although the virtual suggesting it might be in that left rough. Looking at the best stroke average over the last decade at the BMW PGA Championship, Francesco Molinari in the field, but Shane Lowry kind of following on from that, isn't he, really? He's going very nicely, 4 under par today. Fitzpatrick just over 70.5. He's finished in the top 20 on the last 4 occasions he's teed it up here. It's all got a little bit brighter, Warren.
It has, momentarily, which comes as a great relief. Not only to the players, but the spectators, really. And they've done fantastically to be still out here and enjoying it. It's quite warm, muggy. Not the best of lies here for Herschel. He's missed the fairway just by a couple of inches, got some mud on the ball, but probably not enough to move it around too much. 187 all up to the hole. Oh, Fitzpatrick going first. Yeah, a little further, 192 for the centre of the fairway, slight uphill slope.
It's right on it. Excellent. 12 feet for his birdie for Fitzpatrick. Horschel, as I say, got a little bit of mud on the ball. Shouldn't move it too much in the air. It's only a slight bit of mud. Of course, whatever side the mud's on, ball will fly the opposite direction.
Into the bunker for Billy Horschel.
Perfect spot for McIlroy. Just an 8-iron, maybe a 7, soft 7. He would love to make a couple of birdies for 68 or even more. He's laying out right. Oh, Rory, that's a poor one in the bunker. He thinks he's carrying it. It does slope a lot from right to left this green, but wasn't his best, obviously.
Disappointment for Rory McIlroy, not for Kurt Kitayama, who's just eagled the 12th, so he pops alongside Sami Välimäki at 5 under par. The American who won twice on the DP World Tour in his first 11 starts. Player from Las Vegas, going well. Shane Lowry, 4 under par. Ditto Tommy Fleetwood. Been a really good back nine for Johannes Veerman. 4 birdies, 3 pars so far for him. He's got a couple of par 5s to come.
Yeah, 69 from Jameson. He's played quite nicely, Scott Jameson, recently.
So 1 in the bunker left, 1 in the bunker right. This is how they fared in the first round. Lowest ever. Billy Horschel opened up with a 70 on his way to winning last year. Yeah, threw in a couple of 65s after that, did Horschel. And then had that fabulous final round. Confirmation of where they finished after 2. Warren, what's the easiest of the bunker shots, coming from the right or coming from the left?
Rory's coming from the right. This is pretty straightforward, usually quick down the slope, but with the wet on the greens.
Yeah,
how about that?
Quite nicely played, wasn't it, that? Committed nicely to that one. Gave it a good acceleration through the ball, didn't he?
In fairness, it's one of those ones you can hit it a wee bit fat and it'll run down to all. You hit it perfect and it does exactly what it did. Very open club face there. Just brings it back down and behind it. Pop it up in the air. Beautiful.
Yes, you're right. When you know you can duff it a little bit and it's still going to go quite close, it actually makes you play it quite well, doesn't it?
Gives you confidence,
yeah.
Doesn't it?
Much better lie for Horschel this time round. Not plugged, but straight underneath it. That was a tough bunker shot, but he'd be disappointed with it, fellas. I mean, I know he didn't have much room to work with, but the green being so soft. I always thought this was the hardest green to try and hole a putt on, the old putting green, because there was so much slope on it, especially from right to left. This one, though, is not too tricky for Fitzy. Not too much movement in it, maybe left half. Uphill, he can be bold.
Just coming off that left edge there, confused them a little bit. The green does slope a lot right to left, but he was thinking it would come off the edge of the bunker there more to the right. It didn't. Good pop, but not in. Fitzpatrick will stay at 1 under.
A little bit down the slope here too, coming off that bunker you were talking about, Sam. A little bit of cleaning up to do. All that sand from where people have played out the bunker doesn't help. Doesn't take much, does it? A little bit of grit on the greens just to knock the ball offline.
Yeah, or even on the club face, even worse.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, with all this rain, club face gets pretty sticky, so you do have to keep wiping it clean. Don't want that cashmere insert with the putter.
No. Left edge, Warren?
Yeah, depends on pace, but I would have thought he's got to be a little bit aggressive, so inside left edge. Wouldn't want to leave the hole.
Pulled it, or expected a little break, so it's a bogey from Horschel.
So takes another little step back to 3 under. Still been a good day. Birdie chances coming up, so
yeah, there's a good chance they'll all break 70. You know, a couple of birdies from Fitzpatrick, that sees him round in 69 if he can sort the par 5s out.
It was an excellent back 9 from Matthew Jordan. Played it in 6 under par for that 65. 4 birdies on the front 9. He's just added an eagle at 12, Kurt Kitayama, so that's why he's alongside Välimäki now at 5 under. I think it's something like 12 starts, 9 top 20s for Shane Lowry around Wentworth. More of that good form so far in this opening round. The gold stars next to the name shows how many Rolex Series events they've won. So Billy Horschel getting 1 next to his name thanks to his win at this event last year. David Law has had an eagle 2 at the 6th. That's how he's moved sharply to 3 under. Roman Lamagas gone eagle birdie at 4 and 5. So fast starts from them two. Lagergren with a 71 despite a 7 on the card.
It's strange, isn't it, Rich? Horses for courses. I mean, I used to look at East Sussex National, and when I used to play there, I used to think, how does anyone ever break 70 around here? You know, I could just saw high scores around there all the time. I thought it was a really tough course.
What clubs you got here? Must be a layup, boys, for him. Iron?
Yeah, no, 3 wood. Or a 5 wood, maybe.
Maybe.
It's straight, whatever it is.
Oh, it's a hole that's caused so much grief in the past for some players, hasn't it?
Indeed. This is the hole that brought, I think, was the crucial birdie for Billy Horschel on his way to winning. McIlroy, though, to go next.
Got to keep it up the right. There's a couple of bunkers up there, but shouldn't worry Rory with an iron. The last thing you want to do here is pull it left and get blocked out behind trees.
All the bunkers up the left have gone now, haven't they, Warren?
Oh, yeah. But it's amazing how many people try to bite a little bit too much up, go down the left side, end up in the ditch.
Fortunately, a little bit of break-up on Moran's mic there.
Horschel 3 wood.
Well, Horschel does like...
I think Warren's fallen over.
The more aggressive you off the tee here, the easier the second is. But then, conversely, the tee shot is harder the further you want to hit it. So it's a decision-making time on the tee. Do you want to be aggressive? That's perfection.
Yeah, I was saying that
aggressive.
The birdie he made here, I don't know if you remember from last year, but it tied him for the lead, gave him the platform to go on and win, and then that wedge at the last, which he knocked to tap-in distance.
We can hardly remember the birdie he made on the 12th. I mean, how are we going to remember the birdie he made last year?
It's a fair point. 2-shot lead right now for Matthew Jordan. So they're 4 hours into their round now. A few holes left to go.
You played around here, Rich?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Enjoy it.
I loved that.
Yeah.
Great first tee shot. And
No,
then,
hang on.
Then it was
hang on.
downhill after
Let's
that.
start
Let's
with your
put our
putt on the
golf
last.
shoes. Let's put our golf shoes on first.
Yeah. No, that was the only good shot I hit all day. So I'll stop there.
No, I think yes. How did you play? Just a tap in on the last we want.
Wasn't your worst round around here on a Wednesday?
Yeah, and I was playing with a man sitting to our left.
It.
Well, I didn't often listen. Playing sand for money was like being mauled to death by a lion. I mean, it was, especially around Sunningdale.
This day the lion got mauled.
This day it
You were a
get mauled.
magnificent boxer. 62?
Yeah, so people say, what's the worst score you've ever shot? I said 62 with a hole-in-one at the 10th, round Wentworth here on a Wednesday, the day before the tournament started.
So our feature group for the afternoon, our second of the day, is going to be the one involving Jon Rahm, who's playing with Viktor Hovland and Tyrell Hatton. And they arrive on the first tee with a bit of sunshine to greet them. How nice is that? No change on that page of the leaderboard, apart from the fact that Betty Horshaw's disappeared now, back at 3 under.
Warren, it looks perfect out there. The sun's out, no wind. They're completely gone.
But it is.
Yeah, frustrating. It's like we've got some microphone issues with Warren. But 3 tee shots in good position.
Yes, nice easy pin too. 14 on 3 from the left, so it can all be aggressive. Back right, back left to the tough pins.
Yeah, just about a minute to go before our second featured group gets underway.
Who, if you're up nice and bright and early tomorrow morning, we'll be able to listen to us talk about it.
Yeah, they'll be out off at the same time as these players teed off this morning, 8:30.
McIlroy first. Down the grip a few inches. He just wants to take a little bit off it. Eyeing it up, the line's good. How's the distance? Perfect. Wonderful shot from McIlroy. Wonderful shot.
Well, the clouds look a little dark behind, don't they, by the neo-Gothic clubhouse. Game 36 is on the tee. And former US Open champion Jon Rahm playing with 2020 BMW PGA Championship winner Tyrell Hatton and Norway's finest Viktor Hovland. It's certainly a mouth-watering prospect for those of you who are going to be watching the feature group this afternoon.
This is game number 36. On the tee from Spain, Jon Rahm.
Yeah, number 6 in the world rankings. Look at that, 4 Rolex wins. good, it has to be said. 7 wins in total on the DP World Tour for Rahm. And opening up on this, well, I always thought it was a tough par 4, 473 yards, just a 3-wood for Rahm.
One of my absolute favourites to watch, Rahm. I love his game. I love his swing. And he just has gone left. The flag's gone left. It'll be all right if it doesn't go. Oh, it's right. Oh, good lie too.
On the tee, the Rolex Series winner at the Slink Dubai Desert Classic from Norway, Viktor Hovland.
Yeah, that is 6th career title, 2nd on the DP World Tour, winning a playoff.
There was a clip of him hitting drives on the range on Monday morning. I've never seen a human being hit the ball so hard as he was then. I don't know if he's trying to do a DeChambeau and hit it further, but he was certainly giving it a lash. This is left.
Going to be lucky there, Sam, right where the crowd walk. He's going to have a... Well, he's got a back to him.
On the tee from England, Tyrell Hatton.
Nine Rolex wins between them.
Yeah, missed the cut here last year by a single shot in the defence of the title he won in October 2020, Tyrell Hatton.
Yes, moved inside the top 30 now of the world rankings to 27. Just roll down there. Remember, there's placing. Scorecard length, not nearer the hole, Rich.
Birdie putts at 16.
Or shot. Bit off the right. It's got the speed, not the line. McIlroy's marker, you can see there. Definitely all that to get to 3 under.
He's just going to finish off here. Horsch will stay at 3 under par, which at the moment is good enough for a tie for 10th.
There used to be a rule, and there was a rule they never adhered to, never stuck to. Look what he just did there. Hit it a foot past, marked it, and finished it off. Once you marked it, you weren't allowed to finish it off, but nobody ever, they just let them do it, because it speeded up play. A rarity.
Beautifully done, Fitzpatrick, turning this round around. He was 1 over par after that double bogey at the 8th hole, but now couple under, and hopefully we're going to see another birdie here.
Well, we should do, but there's just a slight bit of movement from right to left. If he wanted to hit it firm, he could go straight.
Great camera angle. We will know as soon as... Oh, they've taken it away. Inside right, as Warren said. Down the hill. Very nice, Mr. McIlroy. He gets the 3 under. 4 back of the lead. In excellent shape. 2 par 5s to finish.
Yeah, so a combined 8 under now. Our 3 ball.
Well, they look like they're sort of hanging around at the back of that 16th there. Sometimes you can get quite a hold up on the 17th tee, and you get round to have a look at it later on, you'll see why.
Shane Lowry and Tommy Fleetwood have both picked up further birdies, both at the 15th, so going along very well. The Englishman and the Irishman who played in that Ryder Cup in the US last year. Roman Longask, another who's having a terrific start. He eagled 4. He's followed it with birdies at 5 and 6. And Johannes Veerman has now made it 5 birdies on the back 9 to get to 4 under par. It's not surprising, is it, Boxy, to see such good scoring?
No, it isn't. No, you got preferred lies. There wasn't any breeze this morning. Yes, it did rain a little bit. But every hole is playing under its par, Sam, on the back 9. Don't look. Which one do you think isn't?
You just said every hole in the back 9 is playing under par.
Bar
Which
one.
do you think isn't?
Bar
oh,
one.
Bar 1. 17.
No, 13. 17's playing 4.89.
So Fitzpatrick, McIlroy and Horschel coming towards the end of their round. They're on the 17th tee, and the feature group that we'll be following this afternoon just heading down the first. Messrs. Rahm, Hovland and Hatton. Yeah, 6th in the world now, Jon Rahm. Ryder Cup qualification starting this week, and he says if it wasn't for the Ryder Cup, well, he wouldn't be a golfer at all, Jon Rahm, because it was from that Ryder Cup in Spain that his dad got enthused by the game, and that led to him taking it up.
And of course, the king of all being Spanish, Severiano Ballesteros.
Yeah, well, Sevi's won here. Olazabal's won here as well. He's fully aware of that, Jon Rahm, just waiting for the green to clear in front of them.
And Jimenez won here too.
True, yeah. Yeah, the group in front of them, Minwoo Lee, Lucas Herbert and Ewan Ferguson. A couple of Australians there that maybe had a shout of making that President's Cup team. Ferguson, the first Scot since Paul Lawrie to win twice in a season.
Could have been 3 too if Ollie Wilson hadn't birdied 2 the last 3 or 4, which was magnificent. I like Ferguson's game. Got a wonderful swing. Taught by Jamie Goff. A big future.
I think they're just deciding who's going to be playing first.
Caddy there, Adam Hayes, just checking the yardages.
Yeah, won once this year. That was the Mexico Open.
Did you and your caddy used to have a yardage book, Sam, when you played, or was it just you with the yardage book, or just the caddy?
No, it was definitely just the caddy. No, I'd let him go on with it. I never let him read a line or club me, but that was Malcolm Mason. Great caddy. Sadly gone. So great lie for Rahm. It's just 7 on 9 from the left, so over the middle of that bunker, the right-hand bunker, not the way right-hand one, of the 3 on the left side, the middle of the right-hand bunker is where he's going. Good strike. Oh, too good. That's a tough putt.
Well, Hovland down the left side. Now look at all that ground where the crowd have walked, and it's flattened it all down completely. So he's trying to hit it at that right-hand bunker there, and just move it in a little bit, or quite a bit in from right to left if he can. Overhanging trees. So he's trying to just roll that right wrist over, try and get that right to left shape on it, which it hasn't quite done. That's where he was aiming, and he hasn't turned it over.
One player in good position, and that is Tyrell Hatton. Here's his second.
Excellent, best of the three. A good chance for a birdie start.
So you haven't missed anything from the game we've been following since 8:30 this morning. They've had a bit of hanging around to do, haven't they?
All the way around. This is a big one, 17. This, like, you can run that tee for an hour.
Yeah, you can.
Because that is one of the hardest tee shots in golf.
Yeah. It's a shame we can't. Well, we don't know if our producer can hear us. He might better have a view from behind so we can see what they're facing down the fairway. We get that angle. But the fairways, you can see, all slopes from left to right. Out of bounds down the left-hand side. It moves from right to left, dogleg. And again, another hole. And I spent a lot of time down the right-hand side of that tee.
Yes, you only had to spend 2 minutes left of the fairway.
Yeah.
You could never miss it left again.
Never.
But that was from the forward tee.
Yeah, it was.
I was there as well. I mean, it's so much different now, isn't it, from that back tee?
I mean, which one do you reckon we used to play from? I can never remember, Sam. Was it that? I'm pointing, people at home can't see.
I just said that. Yes, where you were pointing, the one flat one we could see, about 25 yards in front of this one.
Well, it is playing under its par, so it is a birdie opportunity for the players. So while they wait, we might as well pop back to the first screen and see one good look at birdie coming up for Hatton. Outside chance for Rahm, and some short game work needed from Viktor Hovland.
Yeah, just hard to judge that. Yeah.
It's interesting, you look at these three players, and I know Viktor Hovland's won this year, he won in Dubai, but you'd all say that maybe they haven't quite lived up to expectation in 2022, referring to all three players. Would that be fair or not?
No, 100% fair. You'd expect a lot more for all three of them. I mean, these guys should be winning 3 events a year without breaking sweat. That's how good they are.
Yeah, 2 between the three of them.
Hovland's quite an easy bunker shot, again downhill. Land it about halfway there and let it roll out. Something like that, a little bit firmer would have been better.
Playing here for the third time, Viktor Hovland. That win in Dubai, a Rolex Series event, helping propel him up those DP World Tour rankings. He starts the week in 4th.
He's up to 10th in the world rankings. I mean, it's quite remarkable, really, how quick it's all happened. Now this putt will move left to right, and at the end it's really quick. If you got this, Sam, what do you say, within 4 feet? You'd be pretty happy with that.
I'd be very happy with that. I was just thinking, if it was dry conditions, it's very easy to putt this off the green. But it's nice and damp, so it won't run out as it normally would. As Rick just said, a bit of swing off the left. It's all about the speed. And it's the first putt of the day. It's always nice to get this one right, but not always easy.
Yeah, picks up speed. That's pretty good. Slow down. It's a bit longer than it looks on TV, that one coming back. Maybe 6 foot, I would have thought.
You're still not missing anything, by the way, in the Rory McIlroy group. They still are waiting on that 17th tee.
Hatton for his opening 3. gives us a good view, right to left. Has he hit it high enough? Not quite. It's all right though. Never unhappy with the 4 at the first.
So, ready to go at 17 at last.
The daunting tee shot.
Got to be the scariest driving hole on the course, isn't it, boys?
Yeah, I would have thought so, yeah. 610 yards as well.
And a horrible long wait because Burmester hit 2 balls left into the trees, 1 out of bounds, 1 not. So you can't afford to go left. A lot of room right.
That was magnificent, Fitzpatrick. Getting a little bit of run out, may be able to get it front edge from there.
He'll have to move it round the trees though. Sam hasn't got a clear view down. This course playing so wet, big hit to get a clear view of the green. Rory can do that. Absolutely smash one here.
Yeah, that's right. So it's drawing back a wee bit, depends. Oh, that's okay, that's absolutely fine. It looked like it had gone miles right when you hit it, and that's good.
Hovland missed the fairway off the tee. All round good putt, well done. That's a par in the end. Never touched the fairway down that first hole, but up and down, answers a few questions early on.
Driver for Horschel.
As the rain comes down again, it's very dark and gloomy out here now. I think we're in for a real rain shower.
Now, has he overdone that? He may have done, looking at that top track. Oh, yeah, I think so. Out of bounds in there. I have to play another ball.
Is that not the ball there? Is that a ball there?
Oh, did it come out?
I'm not sure. I thought I could see something as well, but not 100% sure.
Absolutely fine, guys.
Yeah, there you go. Rahm for his par at 1.
Solid putt from Rahm for his par at the first. Oh, look at the rain now, goodness gracious.
Yeah, he was asked that earlier this week at the press conference, do you not mind the weather being wet? He goes, yeah, you know, we hardly see a cloud in Arizona. It's nice to have a bit of inclement weather. Wonder if he's feeling the same right now as he walks to the second tee. Tommy Fleetwood, by the way, he's made another birdie, 4 in his last 5 holes, so he's within 1 of Matthew Jordan. Yeah, Tommy Fleetwood, I know he hasn't played for a while, but he was top 10 in 4 of his last 6 starts, so there was some form before he paused things the last 7 or 8 weeks. Bunch of players shooting 69 today, including Scott Jameson. There is Rory McIlroy, Billy Horschel, getting close to home now.
You mentioned him earlier, Rich. That Early Long's having a fantastic season, isn't he?
Yeah, really, really good.
Is it 6 or 7 top 10s he's had? 6 of them. Quite incredible.
Yeah, I think just outside the top 20 on the rankings as well. It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, it's not done, is it, on the rankings in terms of the Rookie of the Year? And you'd think, you know, I know Hurley Long's had a lot of consistency, but if you were going to stop now, surely Ewan Ferguson's won a couple of times.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
where's Ewan Ferguson on the?
He's just
2 wins and a runner-up last week. But Rookie of the Year.
I think he's 13th maybe now. Yeah, it'd be harsh not to give it to him if you stop now, but 11th is 11th. Yeah. Oh, it's so annoying, isn't it, when they're, you know, dodging the showers, and now it's coming down as heavy as this. This at the par 3 second.
That's Jon Rahm up there. Jon Rahm.
Yeah, that's Jon Rahm in the grey, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't want to tell you. So, I think I'll get you
yes,
there.
that's Jon Rahm in the grey.
Roger, Steve.
Oh, horrendous. Not, I mean, players, caddies, but most of all spectators. You know, they turned up for
Roger, Steve.
an entertaining day's golf, and they're huddled under umbrellas.
Well, you never know, they might get some extended, you know, if they have to pull the players in, they'll get some extended golf, they'll carry on till, I don't know, 8:15, I suppose, I would have thought. So they might get an hour and 45 minutes more than they were expecting.
There's always an upside.
Every cloud. This is 158 yards, the second hole, pins 19 on, 7 from the right. But right now they will be trying desperately not to get a golf club out and to be trying to do anything. Can I have that yardage again? What was it again? Can you try the grip? You know, it's horrible.
I remember Seve playing Sandy Lyle in the playoff for the match play in the first hole, and the rain was just extraordinary. And Seve, it took so long to put on his waterproofs, and I mean, it was brilliant. I mean, hit it to 3 feet.
Did he?
Obviously beat Sandy.
Yeah.
Jon Rahm at the second.
Oh, water.
Hates it.
Said, I think, a bit of water, maybe between the club face and the ball.
Ooh. Well, he's been a little bit lucky to get back down to the flat in the bunker, and it's not a difficult bunker shot. It's a very poor iron shot for Jon Rahm.
Next to go, Viktor Hovland. No breeze, just this rain hammering it down. Will make a little bit of a difference to the flight of the ball. I don't know whether he's hit that one a little left as well. He has, yeah. Plenty of spin, he's got away with that.
Yeah, it's in mud, and it's
it's
horrible. It's got no shot anyway.
He's in casual water, he would get relief, but he'd have to drop it nearer to that tree in the left, which he's not going to do as we go back to the second, the Tyrell Hatton. It's okay.
Yeah, that's all right, isn't it? Place you don't want to be when they put that pin front left, Sam. You can see people get plenty of spin and goes down the slope. That's the nasty one.
Iron for McIlroy, just laying it up 303.
McIlroy with an iron at 17. A bit left. I think he was just laying up there. He wasn't really going for the green. Just left himself 90 yards.
Doesn't waste time, Fitzpatrick, Warren.
Well, he had to hit a big hook to try and get it back onto the fairway.
That was a horrid one from Fitzpatrick there.
Horschel's played. Sorry, I was going to say, can I just ask Warren what Horschel's played as well, Warren? Warren, did Horschel already lay up as well?
Yeah, Horschel played out. I mean, he had no other shot. Wasn't too bad, although he was on some mud, kind of wet mud. all he could do was just hit it about 100 yards down.
Yeah, I mean, how hard is it to play in, Sam, in these conditions? I know you said you know you're used to playing in rain, you didn't mind it at all, but when it's as heavy as this,
it's down to a good caddy who keeps everything dry for you. It's keeping everything dry, and spare towels in the bag. The wet gloves, they're extraordinary. But it's tedious. But you know, if it's everybody's in the same scenario, that's why I liked it, because I can handle it more. I was capable of just forgetting about what was going on about me and not worrying how bad it was, and just get on with it.
Confirmation, yeah, first time as a professional making it into Team USA. Got the news yesterday. Billy Horschel, he was one of the captain's picks for the President's Cup. Still a long way back there, Billy Horschel. I'll update you on his progress in a moment, but first the bunker at 2 with Jon Rahm.
Yeah, it ran all the way around the edge of this bunker, back onto the flat. Caught that nice and clean. That'll have plenty of stop on it. That'll do. Pick it up. That's a par. Par start for Rahm.
Well, this is Horschel's third at 17. Looks a little right the way he's leaning. Will it draw back?
Just right at power.
That's okay, just front right, back right. So a good chance of saving his par. When his tee shot was in the air, he would have been delighted to be there on 3.
Par for Rahm, no problem. Up and down out of that left-hand bunker.
Absolutely saturated his jumper there. That's not good for you. That dampness in your back all day. That isn't going to dry out. Anyway, I'm not his dad. No need for me to worry.
Hatton for a 2. That'll come round at the end. Oh, a bit more than that. It was a good try, that. As David Fearty would say, as soon as I thought it was in, I knew it had no chance.
Yeah, you can notice some puddles now forming on the fairways.
Rory's ball just nestled down a little bit here, but he's coming from the right side of the fairway. Well, he's coming from the left side, which is the right side to come from. So he can throw this all the way up.
He'll give himself a 6 out of 10 for that one.
Fits his ball pretty deep in the rough, and it's wet over there, but at least the grass is going with him, so he's got half a chance here to play this out. Again, can throw it pretty well straight up to the hole.
That's a great shot. It's always difficult to judge coming down to this green, isn't it? When you're up the hill there, it doesn't matter whether you're on the fairway or the rough. Always difficult to judge the length.
Hovland for the 2 at 2. So a couple of pars to start for the Norwegian.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he got away with that there on the second hit. Poor tee shot for him. Pulled it long and left, and it span all the way back down.
So Tommy Fleetwood and Shane Lowry making some good moves in this opening round. Lowry within 2, Fleetwood just a stroke behind Matthew Jordan. Jason Scrivener just birdieing the 11th, gets into the group at 4 under par. What a Terrific front nine it's been so far from Ramon Langasque. So this is how they played the 17th thus far.
Horschel here in 3.
Well, it's a pretty straightforward little chip and run. Just got to judge how that ball's going to react once it hits the green. How about that? Perfect judgment. They're still rolling well, these greens, aren't they? Despite all that rain.
Yeah, they've really stood up well. Let's hope that continues to be the way.
Got to be one of them.
They're taking the mickey out of Gareth Lord's catching skills then.
And then he dropped it when he picked it up.
He was under pressure. The other day I was watching a couple of the caddies actually. They let the pros, they were doing obviously something for a feature, and letting a couple of the pros caddy for them at the second. And they hit a tee shot off the forward tee. Bo was one of them, Shane Lowry's caddy. I can't remember who the other guy was. Both of them missed the green left though.
Not the third shot that McIlroy wanted. The downslope here to the hole, only 18 feet, 19 feet, but he would really love to birdie this, get 3 under. He wants to break 70 as he hits it, as he hit. No, he didn't. Another ounce, that would have been in. So stay at 2 under, par 5 to finish.
So the third, Jon Rahm, 459 yards, this one. Jacket's off now, sun's out.
Gives it a fair old crack, doesn't he, Jon Rahm?
He gives it a hit. You wouldn't want a right-hander off him, Sam.
Or a left. Oh, he's a strong man.
Pity. Lovely third shot from Fitzpatrick, but no birdie.
See Fleetwood coming up in the game behind. A couple of birdie finishes, he'll have the clubhouse lead. Get past 7 under. Back to the third, driver for Hovland. Yeah, that'll do. Placing today, scorecard length. So you can never complain of a bad lie when you hit the fairway. Not that we ever complained about anything, Sam, as pro golfers.
Very rarely. Very rarely. Another great English player, Tyrell Hatton. Getting waved down the middle, that's a good one. 3 good ones there.
Well, as Boxy was pointing out, Tommy Fleetwood has a chance if he could squeeze a couple of birdies out of those last 2 holes. It's still a tough ask, but it's been a very good day, whatever the case may be. No drop shots. He's birdied 4 of his last 5 holes. Tommy Fleetwood. Players only have 1 top 10 in 10 appearances here, but kind of deceitful really, because he has had some decent finishes just outside that top 10. Looking at the scores there, rounds of 69 leave you, well placed going into the second round tomorrow. Still some holes, lots of holes to play for Ramon Lagasse though, after going on that stretch where he picked up 4 shots in 3 holes from the 4th. So, final hole of the day for the feature group of Rory McIlroy, Billy Horschel and Matt Fitzpatrick, and this is what they face, Sam.
Yeah, fantastic hole. It's either 3-wood, 5-wood towards those 2 left traps. You can still reach, or the Brave boys will be going over the trees on the right. 323 sort of the run out, and then a beautiful setup. Definitely a risk-reward shot. There's plenty of reward if you hit a good one. Bunker right's not a bad play.
They took that other bunker out, Sam, didn't they, as well? Which I think was a good idea. I think it was a good idea, that, don't you?
Definitely.
Bit of weight on the tee for the guys in front, chaps. I hear what you were saying, Sam, about 3-wood or 5-wood left, or you go over the trees. But I always thought, you hit so many shots on this course where you want to move the ball right to left in the air, and then you come to 18 and it asks you to move it the other way. Always a bit scary.
Yes, I never actually liked moving it left to right anyway. I just wasn't capable.
Yeah.
If you go with driver, you can draw it because you're in away right. But it's dangerous.
Well, you can, but it's very brave to set it out over those trees, knowing anything right is dead. Too far right, that is.
Fitz is ready.
They've had lots of weights today. It's been pretty slow, I've got to say, out here. Awkward with the rain showers. That makes it hard for the concentration of these guys. Have to keep switching it on and switching it off. It's amazing what this guy's done though in terms of power, isn't it? How he's got an extra 15, 20 yards in his game.
Incredible.
I mean, that's not easy to do, is it? To gain that extra club head speed and still have the control and still have the feel.
Maybe even more control now. He's really improved his swing. I love his little takeaway. He does a little sort of half takeaway and he gets it in such a great position, and that's all he's doing, putting it there and then turning. It looks great.
I suppose you just have to watch every now and again. You don't start the club away too quick. You want the speed coming down into the ball, have maximum speed at impact. But he's good to watch.
He was a little wary, was he, of going into the bunkers? That's all right there.
Well, Rory's out with the big chief, isn't he? He's got to take it down the right. Got to take a brave line though, because you do have to set it over the top of the trees, so you've got to make sure it comes back.
Sounded like the driver.
Oh my goodness, it's gone miles.
We've not seen it yet. Hang on, Warren is just about to hit it on the TV. We heard it. Yeah, this is down the right.
Go.
Go. It'll carry everything, Rory. Warren told us. Oh my God, he's nearly down at the water.
That's quite large.
What a drive.
I know. I was wondering.
I don't think Horsch will be going down the right. He's got to play, aim it at those left-hand bunkers and cut it off back to the middle of the fairway. That's his normal shape.
Worried about going straight through and into the bunkers down the left. Sit. Yeah, that's all right. Can't work out. Is that the first cut of rough, Sam, or is that fairway?
Good question. It's darker. It might be the first cut, but it looks okay. But it might be a wee bit damp as well.
So, off we go to Tyrell Hatton at the third. Oh, what a shot from Hatton.
Generally the toughest hole on the course. Fantastic shot from Tyrell Hatton at the third.
You can see the ball there just on the right of your screen, just going out of picture now. That's where Viktor Hovland has hit his second shot too.
Last man to play, Jon Rahm. All this group started par-par, first 2 holes.
Yeah, 3 in pretty good position. Tough hole the third, but birdie looks all round. Shane Lowry and Jason Scrivener now alongside each other. 2 back of Matthew Jordan. Birdies at 11 and 12 for the Australian Scrivener. That's how he's got to there. Rafa Cabrera-Bello has just birdied 17, so he's back to 4 under par, given a shot back at 13. Daniel Gavins, who won the ISPS Handle World Invitational last year in Northern Ireland, he's another one who's having a good day so far, helped by a little birdie eagle stretch at 11 and 12. And Rory McIlroy, well, given where he's hit that tee shot, you fancy him maybe to pick up another shot or 2. Well, a little bit of light relief, isn't it? Just to see a few shadows out on the green, some peeping through the clouds. It might not be for long, but it just warms everyone up momentarily.
Looking dark above the tree line there in the distance. Let's hope it's okay for them this afternoon.
Yeah, hopefully no storms lurking. Ross Fisher there, 1 under par. He's playing this course, this area very well. So it's going to be Hovland to putt first for his 3 at 3.
Hovland, 3 at 3, sounding like UK gold that. We've got 3 hits at 3. There's to be 1 under through 3 with the par 5 coming up next. You used to do a bit of DJing, didn't you?
Oh, well, it's a 4 at 3. But no, I didn't do
I thought
DJ.
you did.
No. All short. On the 18th, Warren, what's he got?
He's got 248 all up. Pretty scary. of a muddy lie. He was able to place. This is all over the flag.
Well, it was brave, and he was rewarded, Billy Horschel. Oh, what's... I assume there was a fly on the back or something there.
.244, 4 yards closer than Horschel was, so similar sort of shot for Fitzpatrick. Aiming a little on the right half of the green. That's a beaut.
Two beautiful shots into there, really is. Such a hard second shot, that.
Well, the hospitality stands down that left side. Everyone craning to see this one from Rory.
205, got to keep it underneath the tree ahead of him, or he's got to cut it round it. Wouldn't want to hit the overhanging branches.
Right at it, just maybe half a club out, but 3 eagle putts on the last.
Rahm for his birdie. Oh my goodness, how has that stayed out? Looks like a little bit of the ball's hanging. Well, you can't say these three have been at their brilliant best today, but all three of them have very much kept themselves in this tournament.
Absolutely, they're all going to shoot under par, maybe 70 at worst, which is what you would like. Been a tough day for them. And the sun's out again.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like where they are, Sam. The combination, they're going to be 10 under par between the three of them. It's pretty good. All going to break 70, I would have thought. Or certainly two of them will.
Have another look at this. Perfect. Great 3.
Yeah, nice start for Hatton, making his way up the hill to the par 5 fourth as well as the feature group finish down here, down the 18th, the par 5, 2 par 5s to finish here at Wentworth.
Yeah, these players will head off just after 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. Let's hope there's no interruptions this afternoon. Things warming up nicely.
Huge grandstand. That's got 2 or 3 layers higher, year after year after year, that grandstand.
Well, it was on this 18th green where Billy Horschel tapped in a year ago to become the BMW PGA Championship winner of 2021.
And he needed it, didn't he? Needed a birdie to win by 1, which...
Yeah. Just noticed Tommy Fleetwood has birdied the 17th, so he's got to 7 under alongside Matthew Jordan. 5 birdies now in 6 holes for the Englishman. Not too shabby.
No, he can play no drop shots at all for Tommy Fleetwood today. Okay, Warren, talk us through it.
Well, I think 3 very impressive shots into the green. Horschel's got this putt swing a little bit more from right to left than Rory's. Bit more of a lag putt, you would think.
Well, it was a round that maybe threatened a little more from Billy Horschel. 4 under par through the opening 10 holes, but that's where he should finish if he pops that in, round of 68, which is a couple of shots better than where he was after the first round a year ago, and we all know what happened after that.
Guys, here's a question for you. Do you know what the average winning first round score is by players who've won this championship?
Oh, hang on, now Richard will know the answer.
No, I know Warren knows the answer. I'll have a guess. I say the average score for a player that went on to win here would be 68.7, something like that.
Oh, I'm going to go for 67
you
or
are
68.
so good, Richard. You are the best. 68.8.
Excuse me, did we
Hang
not
on, we
all
haven't
get
had a go
against?
yet.
I was just about to say 68.8. What's wrong with you,
I
Humphries?
think 68.8 as well, Sam.
I wasn't going to let you have the chance to get it right.
McIlroy for Eagle. Come on, boys. Chance, Rory. Oh, nearly. Almost. Fantastic effort from McIlroy. And he does break 70, 69. So well done.
You know, yeah, just the one drop shot today from Rory McIlroy, and that was from the shot where he went under the board at 8. Now, Fitzpatrick with a good look at eagle here, Warren.
Yeah, you'd fancy him to give this a really good run up the hole. Outside the left edge, so he's probably about a ball outside the left. It's funny, it's a green that looks a little bit quicker than all the others.
So it's going to be a birdie for Matt Fitzpatrick. And when he was 1 over par after a double bogey at the 8th, I'm sure he would have taken that round of 69. US Open champion, playing in England for the first time as a major winner. 3 under par start.
Well done, Billy Horschel. Fine round. So 2 bogeys, nice eagle, 4 birdies, 68. The defending champion, he'll be very happy with that. Torrid conditions today. Not much wind around, but lots of rain.
Rory to also knock this one in. Should be no problem. This for round of 68. Yeah, well done. Good group that today.
11 under par combined. McIlroy matching the score of Billy Horschel. Matt Fitzpatrick 1 further back, but I think they'll all be quietly satisfied with that, Sam, and we all know you can go lower, but no damage done and in good position.
But the old adage is you can't win it in the first round, but you can certainly lose it. It's kind of a boring statement, but it is true.
Yeah, I was just going to say about back of shots. Whenever you see
Yeah, all 3 players right now are inside the top 20 on the leaderboard. Obviously, they will drift a little bit from there, but Tommy Fleetwood is on a bit of a charge. The Englishman now alongside his compatriot Matthew Jordan, who had a back 9 of 31. Maybe might be something even lower from Tommy Fleetwood coming up. There is Rory McIlroy and Billy Horschel. 4 under par right now is good enough for them to be in a share of 5th position on day 1 at the BMW PGA Championship. So we'll leave you in the capable hands of Kit Alexander, Mark Rowe and Jamie Spence as we run through the scores.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Richard Kaufman, Sam Torrance and Richard Boxall. We now move to the fourth tee, where we're picking up our afternoon group of Jon Rahm, Viktor Hovland and Tyrell Hatton. Delighted to say I've got Mark Rowe and Jamie Spence sat alongside me. Well, we had a great game this morning, didn't we, fellows? Absolutely mouth-watering one this afternoon as well. I'm not really hearing myself in my ears. No. Are you hearing it going out?
You're incredibly loud.
Well, it's a par 5, obviously. Fourth hole, and quite a big hold up here on the tee, so quite a way, but at least the sun's shining at the moment, so they're able to stand there and warm themselves just a little bit. Drive is over the hill and right to left dogleg par 5.
So our afternoon group are through 3 holes. Have a look at some of the highlights. And we've just finished watching McIlroy and Fitzpatrick out there. Great approach in here, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely stunning, wasn't it? On the downslope, thick grass, and you can imagine with the rain that's fallen just how thick that rough is here at Wentworth. So brilliant stuff from the US Open champion. And the putter, well, it's always been superb, the putting stroke of Matthew Fitzpatrick.
Billy Horschel putting for an eagle here on the 4th. Oh yeah, right in the middle. One of the best putters in world golf and the defending champion.
Fifth hole to par 3. Look at that for a curly whirly one. About a cup outside left for Rory, and that's what he's been doing so well recently. The putting's been beautiful, the game's been magnificent. He is the Tour champion, FedEx Cup champion.
In fine form. The rain was coming down on 6, but that didn't deter him. Another one right in the heart.
And Horschel on the 8th caused Rory some problems as he made a 6. Not for Billy Horschel. When he gets that putter going, he's really dangerous. Loves these greens, loves Wentworth.
Just a little 3/4 swing up the hill here at this short par 4. A little bit of check spin, backward spin to the hole side, tap-in birdie for Fitzpatrick.
Up on the 12th, Horschel. He birdied 10, splashed it out here at 12, nearly went in. It's his 3rd birdie and an eagle of the day on the 12th. Lordy is caddy.
Fitzpatrick had 3 pars on the bounce till he got to 16. Rolled that one in for a birdie.
And that one just about dead straight for Rory, no break at all. No smiles yet, of course. Taking it seriously, as you do.
Two par 5s to finish. Unfortunately, McIlroy did not birdie 17, but this was for his 68, a birdie in the last. Right in the middle. Good start for McIlroy.
So McIlroy opening with a 68, the same number for defending champion Billy Horschel. Matt Fitzpatrick just one worse off with a 69, but all 3 under par, and will be pleased with their opening day's work. But now attention switches to that afternoon feature group that I mentioned before. Jon Rahm, Viktor Hovland and Tyrell Hatton. And Jon Rahm and Viktor Hovland, 3 pars to start their afternoons. Rahm making a sensational up and down out of the bunker to save his par on the 2nd. Left a birdie putt right on the edge on the 3rd. Tyrell Hatton did pick up a birdie on the 3rd, so he's 1 under par.
Yeah, I mean, this Wentworth golf course, you always feel that if you get through those first 3 holes with 3 pars, then you step onto the par 5 fourth, you feel that's a decent start, Jamie, don't you? I mean, that was always, for us, whenever we played, and I guess we've played probably 40 PGA Championships between us, we like to be level par through 3 or better.
Yeah, that's right. You get to that 4th tee, even par, you think, well, I've got a chance now. A few chances. Here's a look at this magnificent estate that is Wentworth estate here. There's the front 9, meanders its way through the trees. Never easy to get the wind right. You've got to look up, and I know it sounds obvious, but look at the clouds, because if you start looking at the trees and throwing up grass, you are in trouble here. You've got to look at the overall wind, and there's the 4th tee right up there, and you swing down the hill, and you play the short par 3 5th, and then you've got some tricky par 4s to finish the front 9. Always a weight up on this 4th tee. But the sun's out, so it could be a lot worse. They started in the pouring rain, so they're quite happy with the weather.
Yeah, I mean, they really don't know what they're getting at the moment as far as the weather goes. You think, oh, cool, the sun's out right now, that's kind of nice. Then all of a sudden there's just a jet black cloud that appears, and it's going to be a little bit stop-start, I'm afraid. That's the forecast. Forecast for some heavy rain.
Well, it's the 4th Rolex Series event of the season, the BMW PGA Championship, and it's been a wonderful season so far on the DP World Tour.
Yet I'm still he cracks like
Thomas Pieters is back at golf's top table.
To keep us safe.
Viktor Hovland secures the Slink Dubai Desert Classic title.
Fall back. If the minds catch me now.
Augusta calls and Scotty answers.
Unbelievable from Ollison.
It's PGA number 2.
A victory for Victor Perez.
History's been made in Sweden. We have a female champion on the DP World Tour.
And quite the team, Matthew Fitzpatrick and Billy Foster are.
Brilliant from Hatton Lee, overcome with emotion. Xander Schauffele, he is a Rolex Series winner.
Lots of great memories from the season so far there. A little bit of a wait on the 4th tee for our feature group, but Matthew Jordan and Tommy Fleetwood leading the way as things stand on 7 under par. It's impressive scoring out there this morning in, well, pretty unpleasant conditions for a lot of the time, Mark.
Yeah, the only thing you would say is, as the heavy rain fell, there's been no breeze at all, and obviously fairways saturated, which obviously makes them easier to hit as well, and the greens saturated as well. So it really is kind of, it's darts in a way, and if you give them reasonably good greens and you give them soft conditions, Jamie, somebody will find a score. They always do.
Exactly right. Yeah, I think when it's softer, it plays easier for these guys. It's a wider golf course to find, isn't it? The ball's not going to run into the trees than it was last year. It was very firm last year when we played here. The only thing is that rough off the tee is pretty thick. Not round the greens. They've kept it pretty short round the greens because of the dry summer we've had. They've been unable to grow the rough consistently around the greens, so they decided they just keep it all fairly short. But off the tees, there's some thick stuff, so very important to get the ball in the fairway, then you can tee it up. You've got the preferred lies the first few days because of the wet weather we're having.
It's a nice group, isn't it? Look, you see them chatting away. The atmosphere will be very relaxed between them. These are all obviously world-class players. Hatton, number 27 in the world at the moment, 30 years of age. John's always got plenty to say. He's quite chatty on the course as well, and well, there's an awful lot to discuss in the world of golf right now.
3 players you would think that will form the backbone of the European Ryder Cup team for a few years to come as well. And qualification, of course, for that starts this week here at the BMW PGA Championship.
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating, of course. And Luke Donald announcing that he's going to have 6 picks which I think is a great move. So there'll be 3 from the DP World Rankings, there'll be 3 from the World's Points List, and 6 picks for the captain, Luke Donald. Little look at the hole there, 48 feet the drop down from the tee to the driving area. It's a very short par 5 by modern day standards, nothing more than a drive and an iron. And it's a hole where you're looking to make an eagle and nothing more than a birdie. You make 5 here, you're dropping a shot to the field, and you know you've dropped a shot to the field.
Yeah, it's the easiest on the course, averaging just 4.34, Jamie.
Yeah, 7 eagles today, here on the 4th. Suits a player that can sort of draw it around the corner. Most of the holes here at Wentworth, I think it does suit a player that can draw the ball, especially this hole. What's Hatton got out there? He's got the driver or 3. It looks like a 3-wood for Hatton.
I think it's probably a 3-wood for most of them, even in these really damp conditions where the fairways are really saturated.
Hard to draw the modern day driver, isn't it? Hard to get that real draw on it that you really want on a hole like this if you're going to hit driver.
Yeah, I always feel that it's more the modern day golf ball than it is the actual clubs and the driver. The modern day golf ball does not move as much in the air as when we...
Okay, you're 1 up.
Thank you. Good.
Points.
Yes,
yeah,
that's
got
good.
1.
I will be keeping a tally throughout the afternoon.
Keep a tally on that. Rowy's got 1 good point.
Yeah, it is the only one you're going to get. But this is an event you enjoyed playing, Jamie. I absolutely adored coming to the PGA Championship at Wentworth. One of my, second to the Open Championship, sorry to say that, to the BMW Championship, but it was always in my ranking, it was the Open Championship, and then this was my second favourite.
Yeah, listen, of course, I only live an hour and a bit away from here, so love coming here. The greens beat me up. I just couldn't read the greens here, the older greens, not these greens. The old greens here, I always seem to miss the cut. Whatever score I was on, you can bet your boots the cut was one better than that. So I always played well around here. I always enjoy coming here. You can't not enjoy it, but I had 1 top 10. That was about it.
Oh, that's okay. That's pretty good. I'm not sure I ever had a top 10 here. I was a bit like yourself. It was a golf course I loved coming to, loved the tournament, loved the atmosphere, but I never could find my best game here.
Well, this 3-ball have managed to find pretty good games here, of course. Tyrell Hatton, a former winner. Jon Rahm, 2nd place in his 1 previous appearance, and Viktor Hovland with the best of tied 11th. He's played here a couple of times, the Norwegian, tied 49th last year as well.
Were you up all night researching that one, or have you got a lot more to come?
Oh, there's so much more to come, Mark.
Yeah, I think it's a golf course you get to know as well. Hatton's played here a lot more than Rahm and Hovland.
Well, it was his dream, wasn't it? He came here as a young boy to watch his heroes and eventually got to play here and, of course, eventually got to win it. And that was a dream from being a child. And, I mean, isn't that wonderful to be able to achieve your childhood dreams? He's a great player, Hatton. He's got a wonderful winning mentality. Yes, he's tempestuous. Yes, he's different. That's great. The game needs characters. But, boy, can he close out when he gets a chance.
Looks pretty good. We were watching him on the range, weren't we, Kit? And he was struggling with the driver a little bit.
Yeah, he was putting some heavy work in just about 20 minutes before his tee time. He was really working hard on it. He was working on the alignment and the setup, a lot ball position with driver and with that 3-wood. Was just fighting a little bit of a miss to the left, but
yeah, he was.
He seems to have the better of it right now. A decent start off the tee for him.
Yeah, but sometimes you can hit it bad on the range. You get to the course, and I don't know, the adrenaline flows and the swing speeds up a bit, and you find a strike. Rahm plays the other way, Rowie.
Yeah, and for me, and now you feel, Jamie, I'll get your views on it in just a second when he said one of the best golf swings in the world of golf. I love watching Jon Rahm play. Not sure he likes that one quite so much. Looks like it's just sliding a little bit too far right. Could be in the rough down on the downslope there. Might be tricky. Just doesn't look. It's just a flick of the wrist, isn't it? It's incredible connection of the body
of
and
the
the
hole doesn't suit him though, does it? It doesn't suit his eye. If the hole went the other way, get the driver out, or slidey one down there, but got to hit that draw. I think he feels like, because those trees on the left just do cut in a bit down the left hand side. They're not that far off the target line, which we can see there down the left hand side. Hovland in it right up on the right hand side here. Lovely wide arc he has in his backswing.
the way he stands to it, it's a powerful posture, isn't it? The way he stands to it, the physicality you can see is obviously one of the modern day fit tour professionals, and it's an athletic golf swing and also a fabulous attitude. Goes out there, plays to win. All three of these guys, obviously. Second place doesn't matter, does it, Spency?
Some really, really good scoring out there early days. And, well, Tommy Fleetwood, an opening 64, hasn't teed it up since the Open. Of course, has had some off-course troubles. He was playing really, really well prior to that, and he's kept his form going. A 64. Matthew Jordan with a 65. Shane Lowry's got a great record here as well. A 66 to open for the Irishman. And if you're wondering what those little gold stars are next to their name, that denotes how many Rolex Series victories they have. Masahiro Kawamura open with a 68. He's played here a couple of times before, the Japanese player, both top 20s. And there you can see confirmation, McIlroy and the defending champion Billy Horschel, 68 to open. Rory McIlroy yet to win a Rolex Series event. I was flabbergasted when I learnt that earlier this week, Jamie.
Yes, we had that in the Zoom, didn't we? Between 4 players, and he was the last one I researched. I thought it was the others. It was Molinari and Rahm and somebody else I can't quite remember, but yeah, it's quite incredible. Rory's not won a Rolex. He's won plenty of other things, though.
Yeah, hot off his FedEx Cup victory, Rory McIlroy.
So 3 under par, as you just inside the top 20. Rosner's been playing better as of late, as has Southgate there at a 70 for Matthew Southgate. Well done to him.
Well, not ideal for Jon Rahm. All depends on the line. He's got the length to reach, but will need a line. Might be where the spectators are with a bit of luck. Might have trampled it down. Hatton's perfect, so is Hovland.
Black balls, there are bogeys, and there's been a lot of red balls, which are the birdies, and a lot of yellow balls. As Eagles has been more on this hole than any other hole on the golf course. Obviously, it is the easiest hole on the course. As Rahm strides down the right-hand side there and looks like a massive break.
That. That's a Mark Rowe break there. Never had a bad lie in the rough. Warren Humphreys always had lies like this in the rough as well. He's walking around with this group. I don't think he's quite managed to find his way out there yet. Warren is charging his way up there from the McIlroy group. He'll join us in a sec. That's a beauty of a lie there for Jon Rahm from 240, and a good angle mark as well to get to that front pin.
Yeah, I mean when you've skipped through the thicker wet grass and you walk down there, and it's worth a shot. That, in all honesty, gives him a chance. I mean, obviously a long way back, but gives him a chance to think of making an eagle 3.
So just having to wait for the group ahead. Just holing out now. It was interesting what you mentioned on the tee about Jon Rahm being obviously a fader and this being very much a drawer's golf course in your eye, Jamie. And Viktor Hovland very much the same, sees it left to right, perhaps even more so than Jon Rahm. Speaking to him and his caddy just before they went out, they actually were liking that it was playing a lot softer this year because that widens where they can hit it a little bit with that left to right shot.
Yeah, it's not going to get away from you. As we saw on that tee shot there, Hovland was aiming it left, but he still hit a little cut down 4. So yeah, there's a lot of holes that go that way. 9, I know, is a dead straight hole, but the camber's left to right. You want it to draw there. 11, 12, 13, they're all draw holes. 16, 17.
I've got to say though, Jamie, Colin Montgomery, he couldn't hit a draw. We'd ask him to hit a draw on the range. We'd say, Monty, hit a draw for us, and all he could do was hit a fat pull hook. He could not hit. He was a fader, and he won here 3 times. Yeah, so listen, just countering your...
Yes, it's not a prerequisite. I think you can. These quality players can do all sorts, but it's certainly a help.
Yeah, it's a lot of waiting around on this hole. It's always going to be, because it's so short and everyone can reach it. It's always going to be a congested part of the golf course. But
just to point out, the top 3 on the leaderboard are all drawers of the ball. But never mind.
Okay, listen, that's
one
good.
all?
That's good enough for me. I'll find something else shortly. About to take aim.
Well, 240, Rory. I think that's probably 5 iron, maybe 4 for Rahm. Hits the ball so far.
Yeah, I always try to look at the length of the shaft just to try to gauge, and it's got to be between 4 and 5 iron. You know, given the conditions, the air probably is a little heavier out there with the inclement conditions. So,
make sure the phones are on silent.
But on a downslope, of course, 5 iron turns into 4 iron loft. So
it just plays a bit further this shot than it looks in your eye. I always found he's going to be short here.
Right bunker good. Right bunker's fine. Yes. It's okay.
Well, he's trying to show us, but I can't see that, Jamie. My eyes are not good enough.
I would say 4.
Yes.
Trying to cut one in here. That's why he's talking about the right bunker. That's his safe. That's his miss. Right. If he overcuts it, just asking Adam there. I mean, the bunker, is it okay with your bunker play, John? I think any bunker's good.
Amazing club head speed, wonderful body rotation, and well, into the sand.
We're going to put your theory to the test.
Can he kickstart his round with an eagle? Oh, has he pulled it? Okay, so he's putting up the hill. Be a slow putt from down there.
Well, Tyrell Hatton is a man who knows how to get the job done in Rolex Series events. He's got 4 of them.
What a finish! Back-to-back wins for Hatton. Sensational.
And it's Tyrell Hatton is your champion of the Turkish Airlines Open, wins his 2nd Rolex Series event in dramatic fashion.
He has won his 3rd Rolex Series event. He is the 2020 BMW PGA Championship winner.
Tyrell Hatton banks the HSBC. That's Rolex Series number 4. Phenomenal performance today.
Well, not many people have 4 Rolex wins, and that's 4 of 6. He's a 6-time DP World Tour champion, Hatton.
16th in the DP World Tour rankings right now. I expect he'll improve on that before the season is out though, Mark.
Yeah, he can crop up, win absolutely anywhere in the world, Hatton. A potential major champion of the future, that's for sure. He's got a win on the PGA Tour at Bay Hill. He's just a fabulous competitor, gutsy, gritty competitor, and a great putter, something that I always associated with Jamie Spence. Great putter.
Thank you, Mark. Had to be. Yeah, if you're good at both ends of the golf course, especially in the modern game, drive the ball well, putt well, you can sort of work the rest of it out, really. That seems to be the modern way of golf now. Smash it a mile, putt well. You can always hit greens with 9 irons and wedges, really, if you can drive the ball that well. Different game. Hatton's more than anything, he's a great competitor, Tyrell Hatton.
Well, Jon Rahm is in this front bunker, hopefully. If he's got a decent lie, Kit's already told us that his bunker play this season's been really poor, but the shot he played on the second hole was magnificent. And Jamie, up and down for you?
Yep, up and down for me. I think I'll get it within 6 feet. Can't see the lie, but
6 feet or closer, yeah. Well, we'd like to say that's tap-in range, but I think if we're saying that the weakness he's had so far this season has been his putter, we're not going to give it to him, but so far that's 2 for 2, Kit, out of the bunkers.
Well, you have given it to him, and we can see Tyrell Hatton's in a bunker as well. There's an interesting point. Obviously, I've brought up the statistic there, and statistics are great, but there's more to golf than just the numbers, isn't there?
I think we'll be the judge whether you've come up with a good stat, but if you say so.
Hatton also a great bunker player.
Well, we can hear from Warren Humphreys, who's down there with the match. Good afternoon, Warren.
Afternoon, Kit. Afternoon, everyone. Sprinted here, but good job here to see Hatton's shot out the bunker. Good lie all the way downhill. So can't pitch it right at the hole. Ooh, got some grip, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Must have been a good lie there for Hatton to get that spin. Good shot.
Yeah, a good lie. But wet sand, you're always going to think you can spin it. He's an aggressive player. He's not a sort of player that's going to hit it heavy and sort of blob and run it down the green. He's always going to play the spinny one if he can.
Always a difficult green to hold putts on. This fourth, no one's held a putt from down that way. I'm not surprised putting up that slope. Difficult to read. Should be an easy 2-putt for Hovland. It's quite slow as well, putting up that ridge with all the rain we've had. Bit of left to right. There's always a lot of break on these putts on this green.
Absolutely spot on, Jamie. And you said you couldn't read the greens around here. You've
They were the old greens.
very well.
They were the old greens, Warren.
Yeah, but they're still pretty much the same slope, isn't it? But this is particularly slow. Always found the greens here at Wentworth, anything uphill, it was like going through treacle. Anything downhill, they were surprisingly quick. Fair bit of break left to right.
Oh, it's pretty good for pace. And you saw the massive cluster of green balls around the hole there when you saw the graphic about the birdies, and a lot of those would have been second putts, obviously, because at this length, a big percentage of the field will obviously be hitting the green in 2 and having eagle opportunities. This one, Warren, not so easy down the hill.
No, as I said before, they're always just a little bit tickly, aren't they? But it's always great if you can hole a putt like this early on in the round. It really just kind of settles everything down. It gives you that bit of extra confidence. I never mind started missing a few greens and then having to up and down it. But even though it's a little bit downhill, got to make a positive hit at it. A little bit from his right.
Yeah, lovely up and down from the bunker for Hatton. As I said, good break from the second shot there, just bouncing into the bunker. Was not a difficult bunker shot down the hill, and back-to-back birdies, and that's great. 2 under par through the first 4. Superb start.
Well, this to improve the bunker stat for Jon Rahm.
That's going to live with us for the rest of this round, isn't it?
Rest of the year. Rest of the year. It's a little curly one. This has got a little bit in it for Rahm. It should be a formality. Just on the edge of the hole.
Yep, well done. That's two excellent up and downs from the bunkers in the first 4 holes, and Jon has got himself under par.
Remember a bunker shot hit in the last hole. DP World Tour Championships on the 18th out the down off that downslope. That was one of the best bunker shots I've ever seen.
Wow. Hovland was the only player of the 3 to hit the green in 2 shots. He has the shortest birdie putt, and it looks like it's going to be a hat-trick.
Yeah, 3 out of 3, Rahm, Hovland and Hatton all picking up shots on the par 5. 4th hole. And Hatton will be very pleased with that 2 under par start. Of course, he did win it a couple of years ago, but his 3 other appearances here in the last 4 have yielded missed cuts for Tyrell Hatton. It's a couple of fellow Englishmen in Fleetwood and Jordan currently at the top of the leaderboard. Sami Välimäki, a man who had a very slow start to the season, but he's trending quite nicely in the last few weeks. An opening 68 for him, and for Johannes Veerman, well, that 68 was fantastic. He double bogeyed the opening hole, bogeyed the 3rd, he was 3 over through 3. Came back in 32 shots for that 68. Nice to see Daniel Gavins finding a bit of form as well, 4 under par with a couple of holes to go. We've seen the morning action so far, some good scoring out there. In the 3 times since this tournament has been moved from May to the new September date, the winning score has been 19 or 20 under par. Are we expecting similarly low scoring this week as we look back towards the 5th tee?
Well, obviously we have to say it's weather dependent because we've had a lot of rain today. There's more rain forecast tomorrow. The weekend was meant to be a little bit brighter, which is a great shame considering the summer we've had and the weather we've had recently has been lovely. But still, the scoring is very good. With a 64 in from Tommy.
Hard to believe looking at the conditions now, but it's been a drought in this part of England for much of the last couple of months. Barely any rain, but the heavens have opened over the last week or so.
Yeah, I mean, conditions leading up to the championship, very difficult for the green staff, Jamie, to get the course in the condition they want to, so you've got to feel for them a bit, and I still think the golf course looks wonderful.
Yeah, it does. Hatton here on 5. Yeah, I think the hosepipe ban has been rescinded now here in the southeast of England. Back to normal. Hatton, been on the right. Oh, go on, get down that hill. Go on. Oh, unlucky.
Well, 208 today, this 5th hole is playing, and I suppose it's one of the traditional flags tucked over there on the right in the little hollow. 208. Rahm works on 208 for a 6-iron, exactly. So if he hits this right out the middle, it should be the perfect club. I mean, if the greens were a little bit further, you could play for the top plateau a little bit short. You play for the little bunt down the hill. But with these greens being absolutely like puddings, he can fly this all the way there. Little left of the flag, gentle cut to the hole. Perfect.
Lovely sound of compression on the ball at impact, and right over the top of the flag. Carried it all the way. 6-iron, no problems at all. 208. That was my 3-iron distance Jamie, when I was on tour?
Well, their irons these days are much stronger. That 6-iron would be a 5-iron loft mark that we would play with, so that's why they carry 3 or 4 wedges in their bags these days, because of the lofts. This looks more of a 5-iron for Hovland. Longer shaft, not as long as Rahm. Never easy to line up on this 5th, I found. No problem for these boys. Great shot there for Hovland. Getting closer all the time.
Yeah, he leads the tour in proximity to the hole from between 200 and 225 yards, so that was right in his wheelhouse. Well worth another look.
Yes, as Jamie says, that would be a 5-iron. It's about a club longer Rahm. Got a little bit of a reroute in the swing. Looks like he comes over the top of it and kind of block cuts it. This occasion, grabbing that little bit of a downslope, which is pretty much where he was aiming. Middle of the green to let it feed down. That was just about perfectly played.
There's a little food village to the right of this hole, between the 4th and the 5th.
Yeah, of course.
There's all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
in there.
you're very often on course, and I'm guessing that's a pit stop for you, isn't it?
Be. If you've got time, dive in there.
Very happy to be in the box with the weather conditions we've had so far this week, though.
I enjoy both. It's nice to be wandering out there on the fairways. I mean, the sun's out this afternoon. Actually, when it's raining, it can be more interesting because of the shot decisions they have to make and the concentration levels. There's a bit more to talk about as well. A course like this, you have to have all your game. You can't just. You've got to drive it well. You've got to putt. You've got to do everything well on a course like this in a big championship, as the BMW PGA Championship is. You need all your game. It's if you're missing a part of it, Mark, you're in trouble, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely. It's going to test it. You know, a mental test as well. It's going to be a little bit slower out there today because of conditions, and you know, it's a long time to be out on the golf course concentrating. It will take them 5 hours probably to complete the round today.
There's Warren. I can see him just under the fish and chip thing there. Just getting some fish and chips. Warren tucking in. Unbelievable.
I am so far away from there. You know that.
The amount you do, the amount that you run, Warren, I can't imagine you ever eat a chip.
I eat plenty of those. You need it. Carbs. Run on those.
Not an easy hole, this par 3, but they made it look easy there, Warren.
Oh, it's a beautiful par 3. I think you're right, though. It's such an awkward tee shot to line up because it's almost semi-blind. You can't really see the putting surface. You just see the front section. It's all downhill from the front of the green. And like so many of the surfaces here, plenty of slope on it. Hovland and Hatton both will have putts that will move significantly right to left. And they're going to be quick. So quick putts, ball moves slowly across the green, will break more. So I think he's got a fair bit of swing here. So if you had putts with a lot of swing, fair bit of break from sort of 35 feet, are you just trying to lay it stone dead? Or do you always give it a little bit of a run?
No, I like to see it drop in from here. We've got a great view from our camera on the 6th, looking down at this green. We see this part as well, Warren, as you've explained beautifully, right to left. And I just want to see him dropping in the front edge, and therefore I give it a little bit more myself. And it's like crown green bowls. You just got to imagine what the ball's going to do. Roll it down there.
He's aiming this one a long way right by the looks of it. That's Augusta-like, wasn't it? 8 feet right. Go on.
Nearly. He had the line. No doubt about that.
Brilliant crowds out there as well, Warren. They've suffered through the rain this morning, but they're getting some sunshine on their backs now.
Yeah, do you know what? They're so cheerful. Every time you bump into someone, you have to go in and out over the ropes. There's plenty of smiles on the faces of them. They're absolutely loving it. And they, you know, intelligent crowd. They like their golf. They obviously play a lot. know the players well. Don't think they play quite as well as them. Hovland, one of these aim point players which I never can understand. I never could read a line using the soles of my feet. I always used to rely on the old mince pies, the eyes. This one's not going to break as much as Hatton's, but it will break still a lot from right to left and quick.
He's had a good read from Hatton, especially speed-wise down here. Knows he's not quite as quick as it looks, perhaps. Give it a little bit more. Oh, he did give it a little bit more. Didn't take the break. Good putt. Not all good putts go in.
Yeah, it's a good point you make there, Jamie, and we'll take the opportunity, because you are obviously a great putter and a great putting coach, to pick your brains a little bit. And was that something, the psychology of putting, that you would say to people or teach people, that you hit, just try to hit your line, you pick, because it's two separate components of putting well, isn't it? Reading the greens and assessing the pace, and actually making the stroke technically and hitting your line. If you hit your line,
that's all you can do.
That's all. Thank you. That's all you can do.
You can do. What's this line?
Left edge. Up the hill, slow. He can give this a bit of a rap. It's the opposite to the other two boys. Needs to be really positive with this.
Must go. Must go.
But it's not positive, is it? You know, and I think this is the sort of that ranging in that Rahm just hasn't quite made as many as he was a season ago, and that's the only thing, that's the only difference that I see. I'm sure you've got a stat for it, Kit. If you look through your notes, you must have one about his putting.
Well, I do. Well, I was going to say that was almost a carbon copy of where he left his birdie putt on the second hole, albeit from longer distance, but it was just on the right edge, hanging over the lip. I mean, statistically, he started the season putting relatively poorly by his exceptional standards, but he has certainly improved through the season. So look at the early leaderboard here on the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth. Fourth Rolex Series event of the DP World Tour season, and it's Tommy Fleetwood making the fast start, looking to add to his two already. It's a good-looking leaderboard early on, isn't it?
Yeah, very good as well. Billy Horschel, the man I fancy. Made it twice, fourth and a first. Good start for him.
Who's your money on this week, Mark?
I thought McIlroy, to be honest with you. There he is, right alongside Horschel. I think these conditions, as soft as it is, really playing to the hands of Rory, the way he drives the golf ball. Such a beautiful driver. For me, combination of distance and accuracy, the best driver of the ball in the game, and I think that really plays into Rory's hands, and it's time for Rory to win a Rolex event, as you said, Kit.
It is. Not many things missing from that man's CV. A Rolex Series event is one of them. Saw Christian Krogh Johannesson, the Norwegian's name, just go through there, having shot 3 under par. Been playing primarily on the Challenge Tour this season, done enough to wrap up his full tour card for next year, finished third last week in Denmark to earn his way in this week. He was very impressive last week, wasn't he?
Free will, can't he? Just free will now the rest of the season.
Also see the name of Oliver Wilson there. What a rock and roll career Ollie Wilson's had, and then once again just almost out of nowhere jumps up and wins last week. A wonderful win, couldn't be happier for Ollie. He's a grafter, he's a grinder, he reinvents himself, and no one works harder, so congratulations to him on that win.
Just a fairway metal for Hatton, taking it over that left bunker, needs to go. No, mistake. It's an awkward tee shot.
That is the miss. He was fighting a little bit on the range, just he said he was catching it a little out the toe.
He wasn't quite getting them on the range, was he, earlier? He didn't get that one, that's for sure. It's difficult. I almost like him to hit driver here, rather than take out all the bunkers, really. But if you take one club to get over the left-hand one, you can reach the right-hand one, Roy.
Yeah, we used to play off the forward tee there, the second tee along, and then they built another tee back on the other golf course. And when they first did it, I remember they used to have some shrubs in like mini sort of railway carriages that they were on a track, and they used to wheel them across and open them when we played. They've all gone now. I like that idea. That was kind of fun. There's a shape that Jamie was talking about, but that's too much again. That's too much fade, Jamie, isn't it? That's bordering on a cut rather than a fade.
Yeah. There's a lot more room down the left as well here on 6. You see, that right-hand side gets a lot of customers for some reason. Just drags you there. What's Hovland going to do? Same club for him, 3-wood. It's a narrow gap between the two bunkers.
Interesting little thing, that sort of target graphic there. I mean, it's pretty much where you'd like to be on every hole, isn't it? Right in the middle of the fairway.
You mentioned the changes to the course there, Mark, and obviously really significant changes since you guys played there. We'll go into a bit of detail on that once we've had a little look at an update on the last couple of holes for this group.
Hatton with his birdie at the 4th. Found the bunker on the right, got up and down, very nice too. Second birdie of the day for him.
Found the bunker on the par 5 round, but no problems. He played a lovely bunker shot to there, and no more than 3 feet tap in for his birdie.
And Hovland, tee at 5. 5 iron. Full commitment to every shot, Hovland. Just catches a slope, meanders its way down there. Good shot.
It's a good point, that. He does have full commitment. He's not somebody that fiddles around and tries to hit half shots and 3/4 shots. He just stands up there and absolutely rips it.
Jon Rahm ripped it into here. Couldn't quite get the birdie putt to go, though. Hung it on the right edge. Just going back to the changes to the course, how significantly different is this West Course layout now than when you guys were playing it?
Oh, it's much easier than when we used to play it, Kit. Far easier.
You know, the funniest thing is when you see the golf course now we've had quite a few years since Ernie Els redesigned it to watch it and to see it, and yet I now struggle to see the golf course in my mind as it was before. I have to really think hard and picture the holes when we played them. I think it's a better golf course now, I have to be honest.
Yeah, look, they pushed some tees back and they made it a little bit long, but essentially it's exactly the same layout. There's Warren wandering up the fairway there. He's played here. He must have played here, I don't know. He was back here when Sam Snead played, Warren.
Probably before that.
I was being kind.
You boys, I don't know.
Well, we didn't really play that well here. We discussed this earlier, Warren. Did you ever play well here? Did you have any good finishes?
Sorry, Mark, I didn't get that.
With Jamie and I were saying we love the golf course, we love the tournament, we never really played the course that well. I was saying, did you have any good finishes here?
I just had the one top 10, unfortunately, but of course, the years I played, there was Seve, Langer, Lyle, Woosnam, you name it.
I think they played when we played as well, Warren.
Yes, yeah, well, Faldo and all those. There was so many good, long, strong players. And this is, of course, I mean, you need a little bit of power if you want to play it well, play the par 5s. Got to take advantage of them. Hatton's not going to be a happy boy here. He's plugged in the side of the bunker. He'll get relief, but he'll be standing in the bunker to play it outside of it.
If that's outside the bunker, he might get a drop there with the preferred lies rule.
Do you think that's
I think he'll definitely get the drop. Can he hit it after that?
Can't be worse.
Did you have a real close look at it there? Is it plugged? We just got it on the screen a second ago. No, it didn't look to be plugged to me.
It's definitely plugged.
Okay, good. That's good news.
It's certainly in the depression. Rahm's ball in the rough was plugged, but it jumped out of the plug mark. But Hatton's definitely in the ground, and he's unlucky because I think if it had rolled back in the sand, He'd much prefer that. You could probably knock it on the green from there.
Well, we've had another couple of looks at it, and obviously you're there and you've seen it, but it looks to be in a rut rather than being plugged. So very curious to see what the ruling is there.
Even VAR wouldn't overrule this. If he doesn't get a drop here, I'll be amazed.
He's not listening to you, Warren, is he? He's not having it. It's an interesting ruling coming up there for Hatton, where he can drop that, if he can drop it. Is he in the bunker? Is he not in the bunker? Looks like he's not in the bunker. There we go, he's getting a drop. Yeah. Who's the sheriff?
Never. Yes, I'm going to say, but never argue with Warren. He is right 99% of the time.
It's averaging bang on its par of 4 this hole today. Just the one eagle we've had. That must have been impressive. 16 birdies.
There you go, he's getting a club length. Now he can hit it.
That's a lot better. That eagle coming from David Law earlier today.
And this is where the low knee could really help you on this drop. Yeah, there we go. Height-wise, lower, higher, lower, lower, and drop. Or get in the bunker, that's good. Now we drop it again. If it goes in the bunker again, he can place it. Happy days. So now he wants it to drop, to go into the bunker, so he can place the ball and have a stance. Not allowed to spin it. You're not allowed to spin it, just drop it. Just drop it. Come on,
this is where you want to be a little bit nervous, have shaky hands.
Uh-oh, is it in? It's in, it's okay, he can place it, Warren. He's all right.
Was it chucking it back over your shoulder in your day, Jeff?
It was, yeah. You believe it or not, you had to drop it over your shoulder.
I can't remember those days.
Some were taller than others.
Some used to drop it over their shoulder and just clip their calf on the way down.
Some or you?
Not me. I'm not naming names.
Still not easy though, Warren, is it?
Well, it's not going to be easy. And I mean, he's got 160 yards all up to the flag, and flag on the left, and you know when you're on an upslope and your body's lower half not going to move all that well, it's very easy to drag it around your neck, hook it, and then you're in all sorts of trouble.
So right now the ball's in play now, and it's on a precarious little slope there with the grass rolling down towards the bunker. So if it rolls in the bunker, I think he's going to play it out the bunker.
He does.
Yeah. So don't get too close to it, Tyrell.
Remember when Ian Woosnam dropped a ball like that, and it precarious, rolled back into the water. It was a penalty shot. Drop out the water. This is where you've got to have good hand and eye coordination. You're going to have to rely literally on hands and arms. Body's not going to move. Got to aim this one a fair bit right edge of the green. It's going to come out high and hooky.
Now, has that club head turned over when it snagged into the ground? Maybe just a fraction heavy, if anything. It was on line, and you could see he thought it was going to get there by the body reaction.
Rahm is asking for a ruling. I'm surprised if he's going to get this, because I thought it had actually jumped out of the plug mark. So I think he's very, very fortunate here to get a drop. And the fact that he can get a drop, he can actually clean it as well. There was a lot of mud on the ball, so he's got a double win there. He's got a treble win because he can now place it. Must have gone forward.
The wet grass doesn't make these shots any easier, does it?
And I can tell you another thing, chaps. Looking down the right-hand side of this hole, the trees are really beginning to move. There's a bit of breeze getting up.
Well, they're actually moving closer to the course, or they're just rustling a bit?
They're rustling quite a lot.
They're not Ents, are they, out of Lord of the Rings? They're not movable trees.
No, they're not movable trees, but the branches of the trees are moving significantly. So there's a bit of air movement definitely into his face.
Swirls, doesn't it, down here? You never know where it is.
It swirls. He's got to dig this one out, though. 156 all up. Should be a real good 9-iron.
Looked like it came out quite well, which it did. So considering the lie he had, and according to Warren, lucky to get the drop, that's good results beyond the green in 2. I'm guessing if you had to play the first one, it would have been a whole lot different.
Hovland 144 from the fairway, no problems for him. Just trying to judge this little bit of breeze that's now popped up into his face. So maybe in between clubs, strong wedge or little 9-iron.
Great shot from Viktor Hovland. Here at 6. 1 under for his round. Looks like he's going 2.
Well, it's an excellent tee shot, wasn't he? He's got a lovely view of the flag. He's got a great yardage at 144. And it's just a full-blooded wedge right there. Under the hole, perfect place to putt from.
See, the greens are receptive as well, but not spinning back loads. There's the sub-air system, isn't there, underneath them, so they'll be able to dry them out pretty quickly as we get these downpours.
Well, I think that's why the course is playable. There's some heavy, heavy showers this morning. So without that sub-air system, we might have lost a bit of golf, but we haven't. They're keeping going. And the forecast is getting better as the week goes on. Maybe a bit of rain tomorrow, but then the weekend will be fine.
Have you got the lottery numbers as well? You seem to know the forecast to perfection.
I don't play the lottery. I do a lot of other things, but I don't do that. But I'm very friendly with a lot of people who do play the lottery. And they promise me all sorts.
That man on your screen there, 7 wins plus 21 top 10s in 60 DP World Tour tournaments. So inside the top 10, 46.7% of the time that he tees it up on the DP World Tour, Mark.
Yeah, and he's a great supporter. Has been right from the outset of the DP World Tour. Doesn't seem like 5 minutes ago that Rahm stood at that 72nd green at the Farmers Insurance Open to hold that magnificent curly-whirly eagle putt down the green that was almost impossible. And it just seems like no time ago. And of course now one of the greats in the game, major champion.
Perfect line, a little upslope. He'd be looking to hold this.
Good shout, good shout. Oh, and he did. How about that? And that's what he's great at. And Warren Humphreys with the call of the day already.
You've asked the wrong member of our commentary team for the lottery numbers, Warren. Great shot.
Well, Warren called it, didn't he? They said perfect line the upslope. He'll fancy holding this. And look at this, never anywhere else. Tracking, tracking, tracking. In you go. And we didn't know if he was going to get the drop or not from the bunker. He got the drop. And he got a birdie. The most unlikely of birdies for Hatton.
Yeah, standing back on that bunker with a plug ball, he would not have been thinking 3. He'd have been thinking, how can I get out of here with a 4? What a stupid game.
Well, a fair bit of break left to right for Rahm. This is one of those lag it down. He's probably got about 2.5 feet of break left to right.
Do you fancy him for this one, Warren?
I don't, actually. Very hard to follow someone in that's already chipped in as that, but I think he might give it a scare. How many of these do you hold in a tournament? 35, 40 footers?
Well, you're normally just thinking anything within You know, 12 inches is a good putt either. I mean, obviously you like to get past the hole, but this is 2-putt range, isn't it? Your make percentage from here is about 3% tour average, and that's good pace from Rahm. And interesting, Jamie, looking at his putter and his putting grip there, he must be one of the very few players in the world of golf that have the original thin grip on his putter. Not too many have that anymore.
There's all sorts of grips, aren't there, that you can use these days. Yeah. I think if it works, you stick with it. It's not really worked that well this year. He might be thinking about changing a few things, John, but
well, after seeing the chip in of Hatton, sometimes tour pros say the hole looks a little bit smaller when somebody's chipped in, but best shot of the three was easily Hovland, and he's got himself about 6 or 7 feet here, and I think a little bit of break from the right.
Definitely.
Actually, Mark, I think the break's the other way.
Oh, no, that's the second time you've gone against me today. Yeah, I didn't think he was getting a drop Hatton from the plugged lie, and now you're telling me I've got the wrong line.
This is left half. All day long, this is left half. It's coming off the left-hand bunker slope. Weird, because you'd think it would be the other way.
Well, that was never left half, that was it, just inside right.
No, couldn't have been.
And I'm going to go out later with you. We'll have a ball each and a putter, Warren, and we'll hit that putt.
That looked pretty straight to me.
It went in. That's all that counts for Hovland. Playing well, this group. 6 under in total, and what a second shot it was. It's a perfect tee shot, just staring it down. It's a once you get your tee shot away here on 6, you are thinking birdie. Soft greens, short irons, marks there to be had.
Yeah, he's going to make mincemeat of the golf course from that distance and in, and you give him a virtually straight putt, and well, he's a great putter as well.
This afternoon featured group coverage from the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth, following Jon Rahm, Viktor Hovland and Tyrell Hatton, all going along very nicely under par, looking to catch Tommy Fleetwood at the moment. We see Shane Lowry up there on the leaderboard as well, a man with a very good record here at Wentworth. And it is a course that players tend to fancy, or maybe not fancy. Often when they play well here often. Tyrell Hatton now on the tee of the 7th.
Awkward tee shot down the hill.
Into a stiff breeze now, fellas. It's really blowing out here.
Pitched on the top of the hill. Hopefully it's got down there. It's trying to, yeah, just about.
See the leaves there and the bushes behind the tee, and as Warren was saying, the breeze is definitely getting up, Warren.
Well, it's a good club, might be a club and a half win now, but it's puffing up and then dying away, puffing up. Strong right now. 277 to get to the bottom of the slope.
165, the ball speed carried it all the way down there. 260 and arrow straight. That works.
Has he got his driving iron here?
No, I think he's got the 3 wood, it looks like.
Right.
Unless he carries a little 5 wood as well, but I doubt it. I think it's a 3 wood.
Because that iron shot he hit on the 4th was a 2 iron.
Well, Tyrell Hatton is cruising at 3 under par through 6 holes, and we can hear from the 2020 champion with Tim Barter.
Tyrell, thank you so much for joining us. 3 under through 6, going along beautifully. Lovely chip in at the last. Tell us about that one.
Yeah, we got pretty lucky on that hole. Our tee shot was plugged on the side of the bunker, but I think obviously with the rule changing where you used to have to drop it as close as you can, now you get a full club length, so I was able to actually have a decent stance for my second shot, although it was still a bit awkward. I thought it was going to, when I hit it, I thought it was going to be better than where it ended up, but then yeah, it left a fairly nice chip shot, so obviously an added bonus to end up chipping it in. You're obviously just hoping to get it as close as you can and walk off the 4.
You visited this championship as a 5-year-old. You dreamt about playing in it. You've gone on to win it. How exciting to be back at your favourite championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's mega. The crowds are obviously good this afternoon, as expected. I guess the sad thing for me is that I won it when there was no one here and just had to wave to family on an iPad. So it'd be nice to, obviously it was still a dream come true to win the tournament, but it'd be nice to have another chance to win it again with crowds this time.
You have a pink golf ball in your bag that you never intend to use. Tell us why it's there.
Yeah, it was just, well, my now wife Emily, it's her golf ball, but she was using it on the putting green, and it ended up just coming with me to a tournament, and I played well. I think I was playing Challenge Tour at the time, and it's stayed in the bag ever since. So
it's a good luck charm.
Yeah, well, I think it helped me there. Definitely needed some luck on the last hole.
Well, wish you luck the rest of the way. Thanks for the chat.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Tyrell there. Obviously, he came to this championship as a child. So many people I've spoken to, players this week, British players, their first memories of golf were coming to this PGA Championship, and that inspired them.
Yeah, fascinating story about the pink ball. They're superstitious. Tour pros, they mark the golf balls in the same way. A lot of them do have lucky charms in it. But you have any lucky charms in the golf bag, Jamie?
No, not really. I never use red tees. I know you had a famous little cat that you had on your driver. That was your lucky charm, wasn't it? Till someone nastily stuck it onto your driver.
Correct.
Who would do that?
There was 2 things happened. I had Garfield the cat head cover, which was my lucky head cover. Somebody cut his ear off one day and put a plaster on it, and then another day I got to the first tee, tried to pull him off, and somebody super glued him onto my driver. I think it was you, Jamie. I do. I've been trying to find out for years. Be honest, open up. Was it you?
No, it was not me.
I reckon you got your own back though, Mark.
Correct. On everybody.
We've got to say Jon Rahm's been pretty unfortunate here. He's plugged it, well, he pitched halfway down the slope, ball only ran a foot, so he's now finds himself a long way back off a severe downslope. Not what he was looking for.
It was interesting, that tee shot, Warren, because we had the stats up there, and he had 170 mile an hour ball speed, but it must have been the fact that he hit a big high cut as to how it didn't go as far as we thought it would.
Well, yeah, and that breeze that I keep saying, it's just died away a little bit now, but for 5 or 10 minutes it was pretty wild out here. So it looked like it was just a squall going through. It's still a little bit of breeze into his face, so awkward. 171 he's got, all up to the flag. And off this downslope it's going to be hard to get it as an absolute to that flag, where you've got to get it over the plateau. It'd be very easy to leave this one a little short and have it coming back down the slope.
You see how low that came out with a short iron for Rahm. Oh, that was nearly brilliant. That was such a difficult shot. He shut himself off there, knew he was going to come over it, try and square the plate up, almost pull it into the flag. Very unlucky.
You see how steep that tier is in the green as well. That was at one point no more than about 12 feet from the hole, and now it's 45 feet away.
I think that was an 8 iron, you know, off that slope. See how low it comes off there. Such a steep slope to be hitting the ball off. Played a good shot, Rahm. Much easier from the flat though.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Hatton's on the flat here, 155. Going just into that little breeze. He doesn't want to just stall in the air.
Well, that's the side to miss, really, on the right-hand side here. At the 7th. Left or long on no-go zones.
Hovland last to play. 142, so just a couple of yards shorter than the shot that he played on the last hole, but this is different because it's uphill and into a bit of breeze.
He took advantage of the best tee shot on the last hole. Oh, and he's done another absolute cracker of an iron shot from Hovland. Again, a good spot to pop from as well. Not a lot of break from there. And he looks razor sharp.
Looking very impressive. Is the first Norwegian player to win on the DP World Tour. We had another first nationality to win in Adrian Maronk from Poland over in Ireland earlier this year as well. Another look at that superb approach from Hovland.
Great width back and through Hovland. Yeah, the crowd loved it as well, as we did. Couldn't have placed that better, unless he was 6 foot nearer.
You referenced Rahm playing off of the downslope there and it coming out a little bit lower, Jamie. For those people at home who might not fully understand why that's going to make a difference, how much of a difference can playing off of a downslope or an upslope make to your shot and its trajectory?
I'm sure all the people listening at home, watching at home, will know how difficult it is off the downslope. It's very, very difficult. And I always fancied it in the draw, as Rahm did there. It's quite interesting. The textbooks say you're going to hit a cut off down slope. I never found that because I chase the slope, want to close the club face down the slope. You know it's going to come out low, but you compensate for that. Did you see it that way?
Yeah, no, I think that's the great lesson for everybody watching at home is to try not to do too much of a downslope. Don't try and manipulate it and don't try and hit it high. Accept it's going to go low. Accept that the club that you've got in your hand is going to be slightly delofted and accept the low flight. It's the great danger of amateurs. They drop the right shoulder down, trying to lift it off, then they hit it heavy.
Not just amateurs.
So Rahm with a very slow putt up the slope here, Warren.
Well, this is really tough for Rahm. I mean, it's virtually the entire length of the green he's got to contend with, and up the slope. And any time you have to hit it that hard coming up the hill, and you know when it gets to the top of the slope, it's going to turn a fair bit right to left. Never easy to lay these ones dead. I mean, if he gets this within 3 feet, he's done very well.
Well, on that
I've seen a few players in the past get it to the top of the hill, it's gone back down to their feet.
Well, on that slope doesn't seem as severe as it used to be. Or is that just me getting older?
No, I think you're right. It's not as severe as it used to be, but it's, you know, it's you've got to give it a whack, haven't you?
You certainly
Especially
have.
with it on wet greens. Anytime you have to hit the ball, you know, really significantly harder than you would normally do, you've got to make sure too that it comes out the middle of the face. Very easy to miss-hit these sort of putts. You'll come up short.
There it is. There's the steepness of the slope, and it grazed the edge, but it was a little heavy-handed. Not too often you see the caddy, what we say, attending the flagstick. It's almost becoming a bit of an old-school thing now, as you can have the flag left in or obviously taken out, but most players would just leave the flag from that distance. Well, I said 45 feet when it tumbled down the green, and then when we saw it side on, I'm going to say it was probably nearer 60 feet. So it certainly was not an easy putt, and as you see, there's the hand reaction just telling it to settle a little bit as it got a little steamy as it got past the hole, but the important thing was to get it up on the top tier.
International sign language for sit down, that one, I think. Just the hand by the side, patting down. We've all done that.
Got a chance here, Hatton. Will break right to left. doesn't have to worry too much about the pace because it's going to be a little bit downhill, so a little quicker than normal.
In the middle for Tyrell Hatton. Brilliant start for him. Back-to-back birdies. He's 4 under already through 7. Incredible.
He's probably one of the best long-range putters. I'm going to say alongside Jordan Spieth maybe from that range in the game. He saw the line perfectly, didn't he? He knows the greens well, of course. But this was never anywhere else. And I have to say, running beautifully across the greens. Never anywhere else there. Great pace, great line. Hats off to Kenny Mackay, the greenkeeper, for getting the greens in this good a condition. And they're standing up well considering how soft and wet they are, Jamie.
Yeah, they are. That sub-air system's really helping these greens. Very smooth.
Yeah, running at about 12.5 feet on the stimp, so still plenty of pace in them despite the wet conditions.
Not much movement in this. Right of centre. Am I right there, Rowie?
I think this one might just be left of centre, Warren, actually.
No.
There you go, just slightly left to right, just maybe even left edge, that one. Shame. Good stroke, just a slight misread, didn't see the break.
So a clean card, but a little bit of disappointment for Hovland there, not holing after another great approach. He stays at 2 under par.
Tricky one for Rahm for his par. Down the slope. Look at his grip, hands working together. Just on the edge. Yeah, nice putt.
You see so many different grips on the putters, different size grips and then different grips. And all the players are trying to do is find something that makes the hands feel like one unit, feel solid, just really keep the hands very quiet and passive and rock the shoulders, and that was almost my theory on putting.
Tommy Fleetwood's opening 64 is still the score to catch, but Andy Sullivan has just birdied 3 on the bounce from the 10th to move to 5 under par. We've got Tyrell Hatton firing on all cylinders in our featured groups. Shane Marion opening 66. How much is Wentworth a horses for courses type of venue?
I've got to say, you did call it with Larry earlier. You said he loves the golf course. He's had great results around here. He was another player that was in my mind to have another great week. And yeah, I mean, it's a, you know, you do see that, don't you? See players go back year in, year out to golf courses and perform. You get a good feel for a golf course. You like the look of it. You see the lines. Yeah, that's always been the case. You're going to have your favourite courses. You're going to have some courses that you go and you just don't quite see your game fit in that course. Jamie, that's always been the way ever since we started playing on tour when it was in black and white on television.
Yeah, some courses you like, suit your eyes, some that don't. But yeah, this one in particular for me, it's tend to see the same names. So we go to Hatton. He's on the 8th, just a fairway metal.
Apologies for any bad language you might have heard there.
I think that's just a little down the left-hand side, chaps, over the ridge, the rough ridge that moves diagonally across the fairway. Used to be everyone laid up short of that ridge with an iron, but nowadays they take it on, lay it up short of the water with a 3 metal or something. A lot more aggressive players these days when they play around the West Course here. Wind off the right.
looks to be on a better line, and there he is, right in between the gap.
Yeah, it's 284 to that gap that he's just stayed short of for Hovland, so by design or not, it's in a good spot now. Same club for Rahm, Warren.
Yeah, and that wind just puffing up a little bit stronger from the right too as he plays, so right to left wind. May mean he holds it up a little bit.
I want to hit good as in this hole.
Good hit, long hit down there, but into that left rough, and if he's got a bad lie there, that is a really awkward angle, an awkward shot.
Just didn't cut, did it, that one? That's where he was aiming down the left, just drift it into the fairway. It's only a wedge from where he is, probably a sand iron actually, but needs a lie. Flag on the right hand side, it'd be a lot worse if it was down there on the left. They've really extended this water around the front and down the side of this green on 8.
Let's have a little look at how this 3-ball have been playing so far.
Five iron it is on the par 3, 5th for Viktor Hovland, aiming middle of the green. There's a ridge there that he can feed it down towards the flag. There's the top of the ridge, there's the ball tumbling down towards the hole. Unfortunately didn't make the birdie 2, but it was a super strike.
Super tee shot he hit on the 6th hole, right in the middle of the fairway. Just a smooth 9 iron for Hovland, taking the spin off. Get to this pin today at 6, and he certainly did.
Hatton was a couple under par, got a good break with the free drop from next to the bunker. This was his 3rd. Well, Warren Humphreys said it was holeable, and Tyrell Hatton duly obliged.
We're enjoying watching the iron play of Hovland so far today. Drive down to the flat part of the fairway at the 7th, this up the hill, trying to find the back plateau, and not only did that, he got it to within 9 feet or so. Super shot.
Second shot to here for Tyrell Hatton, not his best. It doesn't matter when you putt like this. Never left the middle of the hole for Tyrell Hatton. 4 under par through 7 holes. Great start.
He wasn't a happy bunny on the driving range this morning before going out, but we often hear the old cliche of you have a bad warm-up and you play brilliantly, right, and vice versa as well sometimes as well. You can stripe it out on the range and then not carry that onto the course. How true was that for you?
Helps when you chip in, doesn't it, and hold 40-footers. He hasn't lost that. You've always got a chance if you can hold a few.
Well, we saw Hatton wandering over there to his ball and stick his hands on his hips, but it looked like he had a great break. He looked like he had a perfectly good lie over there, but I'm sure Warren will update us shortly.
Well, I can tell you he's got a good lie, but he's not got much going for him outside of that. He's got to hit it underneath some branches and over a tree, or he's got to hook it about 35 yards or so around. I think he may be able to go straight at it. Hovland playing first.
Just pulled it a fraction, and sometimes when you pull them a fraction it goes a little bit further.
21 birdies on the hole today, but it will take something special if Tyrell Hatton or Jon Rahm to pick up a shot from where they've hit their tee shots, Warren.
Well, I think he can go straight at this and go over the top of the trees. I think the branches are a few yards in front of him. He should be able to keep it underneath those but go over the top of the other. But it's risky. I mean, he's only got a gap wedge shot. It's not as if it's a long one. It's just trying to control the length and control the height.
Are you taking this one on a Thursday afternoon, Mark?
Well, he's looked down 3 or 4 times at the lie as well, which to me he'll probably play out to the right.
Trouble is, Mark, if he goes right and plays right, it doesn't give him much of a third shot with the flag on that right side. It would be a tough up and down.
Whatever way, this is not an easy shot. For the moment he got there, he didn't like it, Hatton. But he's having a crack. Yeah, it might have been a root under there, you know.
I think you're spot on, Jamie. It's gone in the water as well, unfortunately. He didn't like it. He looked down at it, I hadn't actually connected with that. You're exactly spot on. And he let his hand go. He fancied the fact he could injure himself trying to play the shot, and the left hand came off. Take a look at this.
Yeah, it looked a clean lie, didn't it? It looked good from here, but he knew there was something underneath that you can't see on TV, or Warren didn't spot there, and unfortunately he's knocked in the water, so bad luck there for Hatton. But then again, it was quite a wide tee shot.
Now, we mentioned earlier, not absolutely loads of rough on the golf course, but this is some of the juicier stuff down the left-hand side here.
Well, as Jamie said, needs a lie. 92 yards. It's a, well, nearly a lob wedge distance for Jon Rahm. He might have a few overhanging branches there that are going to bother him. Looks easy from that angle, looking back from the flag to him. Now look at how he's aiming here. Looks to be aiming just a little right with the shoulders. He's going to try and hit a little low hooky chasey one. That's exactly what he's done. He needs a good lie for that, and there you go. Well, feedback down into the bottom of the hollow gives him a chance to get up and down from there. Soft greens, he shouldn't have any problems with that one.
Yeah, that wasn't easy for Rahm. Not a bad result, actually. Just those trees, there's just no way he could have gone over those trees. So just shutting the face up there, trying to make sure he keeps it low. Very difficult to manoeuvre a ball with such little club in your hand and out the rough. You see him trying to wrap that club over, hook it up. Got to get it over the water, stop it with a hook. Not easy.
So this will be the 4th shot now for Tyrell Hatton, who's had a wonderful start. He's been absolutely perfect so far, but I think the lie there was a dangerous one, and I think he fancied he could injure himself, and well, now he's got to get up and down for a bogey 5.
Always going to get some spin from that light there for Hatton. Quite a slope there. Ridge that runs through this green now, all the way from front to back. Vigorous clean of the club face. Slam it back in there, go on. There you go.
Good job that caddy's hands weren't on the edge of the bag there with that one.
Number 1 rule, keep your hand off the bag, caddy. I like a bit of fire. You need a bit of fire in this game, and you've got to be yourself, and that's Tyrell Hatton.
We've got 2 guys in this group who really wear their heart on their sleeves, in Jon Rahm and Tyrell Hatton, and sometimes that can bubble over a touch, but if you took that away, they just wouldn't be the same players, would they? It's kind of integral to themselves and the way they play the game.
You got two guys in this box that were a bit like that as well, and probably worse. So we can't really criticise, can we?
No, and I'm with you, Jamie. You know, obviously, you know, when you are asked to look at young players, and you're asked to look at potentially good players, and you're asked to coach them, I personally don't want to take that sort of that fire out of them. Of course, the great lesson to teach them, which Tyrell Hatton is absolutely superb at, is he can blow his stack, he can be volcanic, but he doesn't let it go to the next shot, and that's the key. Gets it out of his system, concentrates again, as we see from the back there. Lovely little touch, gorgeous little touch from Hovland, shallow through the hip, perfect lie, little bit of check on the second bounce. In all honesty, in soft conditions, that's an easy chip shot.
And you can prefer the lie as well for Hovland, part of his game that he's really worked hard on the last year or two. It was his Achilles heel for a time there, but he's worked it out. That's all great players do. They find a way. Hovland seems just nothing is going to get to him. Nothing.
Yeah, he plays with a smile on his face, doesn't he, Viktor Hovland?
So just using the fringe there and bumping it into the fringe. And okay, that's the way he saw the shot. Of course, he could have tried to pick it clean with a bit more spin and land it on the green and check it, but he's left himself about 4.5 feet. And it's an easy putt from where he is, not too much break on it.
Yeah, no dropped shots from this group so far this afternoon. We're certainly going to see at least one dropped for Tyrell Hatton. Jon Rahm with a little bit of work to do to save his part.
Well, Tyrell Hatton in all sorts of trouble here on 8, and it's a tricky hole now. This 8th, they've extended the water down the left-hand side of this green, and humps and hollows to the right. There's a big ridge runs through the green, and he's here for 4. So putting for a bogey, pretty slow as well, putting up the slope. Bit of right to left on it for Hatton for his 5.
It's not quite dead for the 6 yet either.
I'll give him a 6.
I need to play more golf with you.
What he's
generous gimmies.
I wouldn't give it to you. But what he's got to say to himself is here, look, I'm 2 under now. That's a good start after 8.
That's what you think he'd like to be saying to himself, but I can assure you right now he's not. He's bubbling, he's boiling.
Is that what you'd have been saying to yourself in this situation, Jamie? Just coolly and calmly?
Absolutely.
So this putt coming back slightly uphill for the par for Jon Rahm. Just taking a second look, making sure that he has a completely crystal clear picture of what he's trying to do. I said 4.5 feet. I'm going to go a little bit more now. It's probably nearer 5.5 feet. I think it's quite 6 feet, but of course you can hit it firm and keep it inside the hole. It's always a good measure of how your putting is and how your putting has been on the season as to the pace you hit these in. That was nicely done.
He's held out confidently so far today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Part of his game that's just deserted him, especially early in the season. Won in Mexico, on the PGA Tour earlier this year, Jon Rahm. Not really the year he was after.
Hovland tidies up for his part. He stays blemish free, 2 under par. It is a double bogey for Tyrell Hatton, so he will slip back to 2 under. But as you say, Mark, the key now moving on quickly and retaining his focus and getting back in the ball game for his next tee shot.
You don't do what he's done in the game of golf. Tyrell Hatton, yeah, we talk about his temper and we sometimes have a bit of fun around that, but he's one of the great players at putting it behind him and going on, and he uses it as motivation to go on and spur himself on. And I'm sure he's going to do that again today.
Hot back nine continues for Andy Sullivan, a 2 at the 14th, and he's moved to 6 under par. Started his day with a bogey as well, as did Jason Scrivener and Matthew Jordan. Just shows what you do on the first hole, doesn't always dictate how the rest of the round's going to go. Julian Brun, 4 under par through 16, one of the last players into the field, a Challenge Tour graduate from last season.
Been a good season too for Hurley Long. He's been impressive, been in contention a few times, obviously still waiting for that first win, but it's been good to see him playing well.
Marcus Armitage there, 3 under par through 10, a great character that home fans will love seeing him in action.
Yes, and he'll be loving playing here as well, because he loves the crowds and he loves the attention. As you say, one of the great characters on tour.
Callum Shinkwin, a recent winner at the Kazoo Open down at Celtic Manor. Solid start for him as well. Hasn't had great form here at Wentworth previously.
Great to see Nicholas Colsaerts there, around a 71 for Nico. Had some serious health problems and has been battling back to full fitness, and seems that he's got his mojo back now, so great to see Nico back.
Let's have a look at this 9th hole. 449 yards. Always a tough par 4. The camber of the fairway slopes left to right. That bunk on the right, the 247, isn't in play. Hovland with the driver, the left-hand bunker's in play.
Yes, those bunkers. Don't want to go nose, Jamie. Furthest one, 312.
We missed you there, Warren, for a few minutes. You weren't having a sausage sandwich, were you?
Say again, Rowie?
Well, I know there's a little hut there that sells the most beautiful sausage sandwiches. I'm assuming it's open. I wondered if you'd been off for a little sausage sandwich with brown sauce.
No, I wasn't. It's the wrong direction. And there was a rumble of thunder away to our left too as the guys play. I hope that stays away. Quite a wide fairway, but you do need to be up the left side. Very easy to let it slip away to the right, or you get stuck behind trees.
Oh, you have got to be kidding.
Needs to cut. Oh.
You have got to be kidding.
Can't believe it. Dead straight that went. Didn't move, did it?
Jon Rahm doing his best John McEnroe impersonation there.
Yeah, just needed a yard of fade, that was all. He struck it beautifully, low ball flight as he wanted, plenty of ball speed, but as Jamie said, dead straight into the corner of the bunker, I think.
Yeah, hard to know why that didn't cut too, because that's his normal shot, so 2 in a row that hasn't moved left to right, and there is a bit of breeze from the left, which you would have thought might have helped. So Hatton, he does move the ball left to right, so he's got to be careful of the right-hand traps.
Couldn't be more in the middle of the fairway. Perfect tee shot from Hatton, perfect response to the double bogey at the last.
It's the only shots that have been dropped in this group on the last hole from Hatton.
Fabrizio Zanotti going along quite nicely, 5 under par through 14. He's been sneakily trending quite nicely on the DP World Tour in recent weeks. A lot of experience here at Wentworth as well. Rafa Cabrera Bello, 4 under par 68. Had a bit of a rough time in recent years. Good to see him playing well again, Mark.
Yes, and yeah, that beautiful lazy swing. One of the fittest players on the DP World Tour. I don't think he ever misses a day in the gym, Rafa. And there is McIlroy, 68, alongside Horschel. Good scoring out there today. There's Johannesson, who, as we talked about earlier, has got his playing rights already on the Challenge Tour, and already now, thanks to a 3rd place last week, a full DP World Tour card. So look out for him in future.
I've enjoyed seeing 1 or 2 players step up from the Challenge Tour this season and hit the ground running on the main tour. Jens Dantorp, another Scandinavian player who did that. He was top of those Challenge Tour Road to Mallorca rankings early in the season. Got his card wrapped up. That allowed him to have some starts on the DP World Tour, and he's made the most of them with some top 10s. It seems like the rain is just holding off for a little bit longer now, Jamie.
Let's hope so. Yeah, want that rain to stay away. 4th hardest hole on the golf course this night. It's always in the top 4. Only 11 birdies on it.
What makes it such a tough proposition?
Those bunkers. The fact that there's a out-of-bounds railway all the way down the left-hand side, so it sort of gets into the back of your mind. You don't release it maybe quite as hard as you want to with the body. But it's a difficult fairway to hit, always has been. Suits a little bit of a draw if you can hit that shot. And it's a long iron into the hole as well. It's these guys will be hitting probably 6 irons, I think, 5 irons. Generally, you can play into the wind as well. And you can't quite see the green either. You only see a little bit of portion of the green. It's hidden by a big bunker on the left-hand side. So 2 big shots required here on 9. We don't need to see that, do we? John's a train spotter, I'm sure. He's just trying to look for some of the trains up there.
Tyrell Hatton not having to worry about the trains. Great tee shot off the back of that double bogey, looking to bounce straight back. And for Jon Rahm, he got that win in Mexico earlier this season, but it's not really been the year he would have hoped for off the back of a maiden major victory at the US Open last year. And this year, the first time he hasn't had a top 10 in a major since 2017.
Yeah, best finish in a major for Jon Rahm this year, 12th place in the US Open.
So a little look at where those balls are, and it is Rahm just failing to get the cut on the tee shot. 178 yards still to go for him, but Hatton and Hovland playing from the short stuff.
Yeah, doubtful Rahm can get there. Really looks too close to the lip to be able to get it to the green. Flag's cut on the left-hand side. You see, in line with our camera tower behind the green there on the virtual, just over that bunker. So it's a difficult shot, this, and it all slopes away on the right-hand side as well. You knock it on the green in 2 here, you're happy.
Yeah, the 2 blue dots from that bunker near Rahm's ball tell you there's been a couple of double bogeys made from in there as well. So
maybe a bit greedy there, maybe. Maybe. Taking something on you shouldn't. What will Rahm do?
Obviously that pin being pretty far back. You know, if we can't quite get it there, you know, obviously short.
I think he's got a shot, boys, because he's on the upslope. Is a perfect lie. The sand's compacted, so it's almost like playing off, you know, normal ground. It's not as if he's got a sandy line. He has to pick it. So I think he can launch this into the air, and I think you can get home. It's either going to be a big 8, maybe a little 7 for him.
Yeah, 155 the front, 78 the flag. So if he can get it 160 out of this line, there we get a good view of it there. And the good thing is when the rain's here, the sand compacts, so you can get a nice clean hit on the ball for Rahm. But that lip, it's on the edge, right on the edge. This one for Rahm. his caddy. What a great team they are. I'll tell you a story about Adam in a minute.
That's the view back from behind the green.
Well, we know the lie's good. There it is, nice and clean. It's just that lip. He's playing it back in his stance, probably an 8 iron. And he is going to belt this one. With those dark clouds, top of the screen. Ooh, stay away, please.
Sounded like a great contact. Yeah, just not quite. A little bit of breeze maybe up there in that corner. See the flag just fluttering slightly. Maybe he didn't factor that in as well. Looked like he got it okay.
It has about as much as he dared though, wasn't it, in terms of loft for Rahm. Not a bad spot to leave it. Now Hatton. Perfect spot for him. Middle of the fairway. Let it go a bit right. Oh, a long way right. And that was a bit lucky, that firmer bounce. That was in the penalty area down the right-hand side. So, could have been worse.
Hovland playing from the right side of the fairway. We've seen him stick a couple of these iron shots in pretty close already today. With the pin cut 6 from the left. A cracking angle.
He just might need a little bit of a cut around these trees. That's his shot anyway. Trying to bring it in. There it comes. Come on. Oh, stunning. Exhibition stuff with his irons today. Viktor Hovland. Great chance for his 3 here on 9.
It's been the strongest part of his game this season. He's giving us a bit of an exhibition with those clubs today.
Yeah, worth a second look, isn't it? As Jamie said, a little bit of left to right, a big high cut there. The apex, as you can see, 125 feet, which is high. Well, you don't need to hit it high to stop them, as the greens are very soft, but the flight and the shape were just absolutely beautiful. Chance to make the turn in 3 under par for Hovland.
So all of our afternoon featured group under par. But that man, Tyrell Hatton, with a bit of work to get up and down here. And Viktor Hovland with that slightly longer than normal putter. We've referenced a little bit about the different putting styles that we see these days, and in the past, it tended to be that players went to a different style when they were struggling with the conventional, the orthodox, but more and more these days, we see players coming straight out onto tour with unusual putting setups.
Well, it's such a key part to the game, and you know, there's so many different grips, so many different ways to putt, and it's amazing though, if you see somebody that's doing really, really well, it's amazing how many people copy them and try the style that they're using. But there's one thing for sure, you have a textbook way that you think you might coach putting, you have your own theories and your own thoughts on it, and there will be somebody that comes along that does it completely differently, that makes a lot of putts and wins tournaments, and you look and you think, well, it's not what I would coach, but we can't be overly critical because he's picking up trophies and he's picking up checks and he's winning. So many, many different ways to do it.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Pretty straightforward for Rahm here. Looks a good lie. Out of the semi. Plenty of green to work with. The pin is on 23 yards, so probably pitch it halfway here, pretty low, and try and get some spin on the lie. Should just release as well a little bit. Just didn't come out, that one. It's not been his hole so far. Jon Rahm.
Sometimes difficult when the greens are so wet to picture the shot. I mean, it seemed like the strike was okay, and it seemed like he played it to release just a fraction. And when it landed, he was almost shocked that it didn't release as much as he thought.
Just popped up on him, Rowie, I think. Oh. Yeah, just never went on him. Hatton, he's below the green. Probably about 8 feet below the green here for Hatton. Plenty of green to work with as well. He chipped in earlier on 6, and that was a good effort there from Hatton below the green there. A mini crisis for him. Doubled the last. Does not want to drop another one here on 9. Give another one back.
He played it well, didn't he? See, he's below the level of the green there, about 3.5, 4 feet or so below the level of the green. And he played it a little back in the stance and quite low, and just got it to release. You can see the ball's not spinning an awful lot from there, and he doesn't want it to. He's probably just rolled the toe over just a fraction, and then it lands and it releases. And as Jamie said, really good effort from where he was.
So Rahm's got some work to do. It's been a clean card so far. 1 birdie on the par 5 fourth. All the rest pars. Like to keep it that way. Bit of left to right here for Rahm for the par. Putted well so far today. Hold out well. He's spotting a lot more in the crowd though, isn't he? This year, Jon Rahm, I've noticed. Being distracted a little bit easier than he used to be. And there's lots going on here when you get to the turn at Wentworth. It's a good couple of cups break, this one.
Absolutely superb though. Read it well, knocked it in with a bit of authority as well. It had good holing pace as it dived underground.
Yeah, his par putts have been really good, haven't they? Full of speed, full of intention, and he just cozied a few of those birdie ones. You can't hold them all. Good 9 holes. 3 par 5s on the back 9 here at Wentworth, where they make their score.
Viktor Hovland eyeing up his birdie try. And he's slipped a sweater on, so might just be getting a little bit chillier out there. Just past 3:30 PM local time.
Yeah, it's an autumnal day here in the south of England. Another great chance for Hovland.
See where the line on the ball was, that's exactly where he hit it, and the read was perfect and the pace was perfect, and the second shot yields a great birdie. 32 to the turn, no blemishes, and that's a super start to his PGA Championship.
A big putt now for Tyrell Hatton. You sense and his psyche going into the back 9. Appreciative hand to the crowd for Viktor Hovland after his 3rd birdie of the day.
Yeah, this is one of those putts, if he holds it, you feel like he's gone out in 40, 4 under 20 minutes ago. Yeah, he doesn't miss those, does he? Tyrell Hatton out in 33, 2 under par, striding off to the par 3, 10th hole.
So all 3 players in our afternoon featured groups here at the BMW PGA Championship are under par. And it is a back 9 currently with 8 of the 9 holes playing under par, so plenty of opportunities to come. And you've got the 3 par 5s on the back nine. Therefore, you would expect it to play a little bit easier. But even the par 4s and par 3s, it's only the 13th hole on the back nine, which is the second hardest hole on the course currently, playing over par, which shows just how gettable this turn for home is now, Jamie.
Yeah, it's pin positions as well, mate. Have a big factor on that, and whether you can make the birdies or not. In 13, the one that is playing a par is tucked around the corner. It's always a difficult hole anyway, 13, but the rest are gettable. I mean, 15's a tough par 4 on the back nine, but the flag's right on the very front there. Probably the easiest position you're going to have on that hole, and we all know what 17 and 18 are. They're birdie chances for these guys. 12's the other par 5, they can reach that. Viktor Hovland there, inside the top 20. Those gold stars represent how many Rolex events they've won. I'm sure he's going to have a few more to add to that tally. Viktor Hovland.
So tied 38th is 2 under par right now. Oliver Wilson's last week's winner. What chance of back-to-back victories? Matty Schmid, on the DP World Tour Rookie of the Year. Very exciting young talent from Germany. He hits it a long way as well, doesn't he, Mark?
Yeah, he does. Great ball striker. You know, sharpen his short game a little bit. Matty Schmid, and he's going to be a winner for sure. Great to see Miliozzi playing just a little bit better now. He's had a mini slump. I say a mini slump. He did a wonderful US Open where he finished top 5. Well, it's only a couple of seasons ago, and then just went off the boil a bit, but he's finding his game again. And how about that for Thomas Bjorn? 1 under par. Good day for Tom.
Another name that went through there, the enigmatic Victor Dubuisson at 1 under par. Be great to see him back in form. Former Ryder Cup player, and this is the 10th, a charming little par 3.
Yeah, it's a beauty. And you never really know where the wind is here on this hole. Thread it between the pine trees. When that flag goes on the far right-hand side, it feels like a dog leg. Big slope on the left-hand side, the bank can bring it off, not in these soft conditions. Look where that blue ball is at the far through, all the way through there. It was a double bogey. That was Ross Fisher. He must have got a terrible bounce there, or he hit a driver. I joke.
So Viktor Hovland, hard to believe, still only 24 years old, the Oslo native. He was back in Norway just a few weeks ago playing up at Lofoten Links, a golf course inside the Arctic Circle up there in the north of Norway. Absolutely stunning backdrop. 4th on the DP World Tour ranking right now. Already 1 Rolex Series victory to his name this season.
Conditions a bit strange out here, boys, now. 185. Wind quite strong now from the right and downwind as well. So right and helping. And to go at this flag, you've got to carry it the entire way. Anything coming up a little short gets caught in the swale. It's pretty blustery out here.
So we've enjoyed watching the iron play of Hovland so far today. It's been a strength of his game. Can he make the 14th birdie of the day on this charming, as Jamie described it, and Kit? Sorry, Kit. It was lovely. I like that when you said charming par 3. It's a sweet little hole, isn't it?
I just think it's beautiful down there between the trees, especially if you're there in early morning, late evening as the sun's low in the sky, casting some shadows.
Right around a 70 kind of number, right? So there's nothing else, it's just past it, so that way you can be a little more aggressive.
Well, it's got to be a little hold-up shot here for Rahm. Last couple of times he's tried to hit the cut. It's actually not cut, but in this breeze coming from that right, he's got to make sure it does hold up, otherwise he'd be a way left.
Should be a good flag for Rahm. Cut on the right hand side there. Oh, that's where he was aiming, trying to cut. He's just lost his cut a bit today. It's not really cut at times.
Yeah, for most players, they'd be absolutely over the moon to be hitting it dead straight every shot. But not John. He's just looking for that few yards of fade.
Such an awkward shot when you're playing over the trees on the right, where the wind is coming from. The trees way smaller now than they used to be. They've cut some very tall trees down on that right hand side. It makes it a tad easier.
Strike there.
Well, you heard him say good strike there, but you never know with Tyrrell, and that was a touch of irony there as he pulled it 30 feet left or so. He expects the highest of standards, and that's how you become a champion. But it'd be nice to hit really poor shots and hit the green every time, wouldn't it?
I was just thinking, pin high pretty much just past it with a poor strike by his standards.
Very reminiscent of Mark James, who used to just hit a shot, let go of the club and shake his head before the ball was halfway, and then it went to about 12 feet. Very reminiscent. That reminded me of him. Hangdog, one of the funniest men you could meet.
Yeah, what a wonderful sense of humour. Jesse has, you're absolutely right. I remember one of my first years on tour, and I got the pleasure of going out for dinner with him, and I was trying to talk through him around, and maybe I was starting to moan a little bit about the bogeys that I made. And he put an old 10-pence piece on the table. He said, Rowie, he said, here, that's for you. I said, what's that for, Jess? He said, go and call somebody that actually cares. I never talked about my round again with him, ever.
Quite right. Take your spikes off, Rowie.
Andy Sullivan continues to go along nicely at a 3 at the 16th for him, and he's moved into that tie for second on 7 under par. Oh, there's Warren. It's a very jazzy umbrella he's got there. The red and blue stripes just whisking across the screen there.
Well, there you go. That's where the putts have been made from. I'm trying to see what would possibly be the longest, but one just to the left of Jon Rahm's ball. So they are makeable from that top side. I mean, looking at that graphic, there's been some very good tee shots in there. Playing under its part, 2.94.
Yeah, it just backs the stats up that once you get over 20 feet, really, it's 2-putt territory for any golfer. Even these guys. Get inside 15. You can control it a lot better. Changes dramatically at about 16, 17 feet in terms of stats.
A few hoods and umbrellas starting to go back up. So we haven't quite gotten rid of the rain.
No squally shower day, autumnal day here.
Well, I'm hoping, chaps, that the rain's not going to last too long, because it does look a little bit brighter on the horizon, which is good news. Quickish putt here for Rahm down the slope. It's got to be all of, I suppose, 35 feet or so, maybe a bit more. Move a fair bit from right to left as well as it comes down the hill. And putting straight back into the rain. There's nothing nice about that.
So down the hill, and as Warren says, quite a bit right to left. You see it turning, turning, turning. Oh, just the pace. Just the pace kept it out. That only needed 12 inches left pace and it would have dropped. That's a great try.
If, but, should, could, maybe, would. They're not words for golfers. You have to avoid them.
Dictionary last night.
You have to avoid those words when you play golf.
I think that's a little insight into how Mark was reliving that round with Mark James.
What I was about to say, I'm not sure if that was a telling off or a psychology lesson from Jamie there. But I always listen. And I have to be honest with you, if I was ever struggling with my putting, I used to go and ask Jamie. Never worked, but I always asked him.
He gave it a go, didn't he, down that hill? Rahm. Bit quicker, Warren, than they think. That rain maybe hasn't slowed them down at all.
Well, I was just thinking that because, you know, as a player you think, well, you know, there's a fair bit of rain that's fallen in the last 5 minutes. They must be slower. I've got to hit it a bit harder. And then it races on past the hole. But it's almost an identical putt, this, for Hatton.
Sounds
He's
crazy.
been a bit more cagey.
About to say sounds crazy, but you would have given him the line, and having seen the pace, you'd fancy Hatton to hold that. You wouldn't have bet against it.
I think you've got to know which battles to fight, especially around here at Wentworth, and that wasn't one of them. That was just a cozy it down there, two-part wander off. There's plenty of other chances on this golf course. They can see the scoreboard, they know the scores are good today, so just wait for your time. Like this one, Warren.
Oh, this one's a great opportunity, just outside the right edge, uphill. He can give this a bit of a blast.
Rowy's got this left to right, Warren.
He's definitely wrong there then.
They are teasing you, Warren, because I did know that one was right to left. He just didn't hit it, did he? He just left it that fraction short. He did have the line, but it needed to be, well, 12 to 18 inches past pace for that to have gone in. So just a par 3. It's been a stellar rise to the top of the game by Hovland. He was US Amateur Champion in 2018, then turned pro after finishing top 15 at the US Open at Pebble Beach a year later. And he hasn't wasted any time to get himself into the top 10 in the world rankings.
About 3.5 feet here for Rahm to save his par.
He's holed out well today, Rahm, but needs another one. Put himself under a bit of pressure here, just inside the left edge. It will turn a little bit.
Yeah, well, hold again. As Kit was saying, he's holed out much better today. He's seen positive on the greens. There's quite a lot of re-gripping going on, and then there's quite a pronounced forward press as well in the stroke.
He did change his putter earlier in the year as well, didn't he? How much is it about getting the putter that works with your eye and with your setup and putting stroke, Jamie?
Yeah, listen, if you're not putting well, I think it's always not a bad thing really to take another putter out and give that a whirl, give you a different feel, and then maybe go back to your old one. So worth having a few putters in the bag.
Hatton did tap in for his par. But that's how things stand. Still Tommy Fleetwood top of the leaderboard at the BMW PGA Championship.
Yeah, it's an interesting point that Jamie makes there about the putter, and if it's not going well, change. Why not? Why not? Change is as good as the rest. But the problem I found was going back to the other one. It had normally been thrown in a pond or up a tree or something, and there was no chance to go back to it because it was gone.
Good point. I think there's a few guys out there who have a similar issue. You had the long one though. You used to have one that used to dangle off your chin, didn't you?
Well, not quite my chin, but and I still do have that, to be honest with you. And then they changed the rule to try and throw me off, you know, and I just moved it 3 or 4 inches from my sternum and held it, and actually putt better with it now. It's even easier.
US Open champion Matt Fitzpatrick opening his account this week with a 69. There's Viktor Hovland, 3 under par through 10 holes, part of this afternoon featured group coverage in the 4th Rolex Series event of the season. Stephen Brown, a man who's really struggling for form, needs a good finish to the season to guarantee his playing rights for next season on the DP World Tour.
Yeah, I thought this would be a good week for Adrian Meronk, the way he drives the ball. He's a superb iron player as well. Got his first win this season. We waited a while for it. He was hanging around the top of the leaderboards for months before he got it done. Great to be a winner, great to get that first win, Jamie. What a buzz to get your first win on the DP World Tour.
Yeah, it's what you all work for, isn't it? When it comes, you've always got to make a reset, just reset your goals, because sometimes it can surprise you and shock you. So many good players, young players on that leaderboard.
And with this being the first qualification event for the Ryder Cup next year, in particular for the young European players, now a real chance to make a statement. It's a bit of a changing of the guard in the European team. Rory McIlroy earlier in the week said there's sort of 7 guys that are likely to be there and form the backbone of the team, but that means there's 5 spots very much up for grabs, if that's to be believed.
Yeah, it's going to be a different side. This man will be in it, Hovland.
Just off the back of the par 3 10th tee, you find the 11th. It's not a long hole. It's a complete change in direction, almost a right angle change in direction, and they go back up the hill, slightly right to left.
I think we can safely assume all of these 3 players are probably going to be among that 7 at the core of the European Ryder Cup team in Italy next year. It's a lovely view from the tee on this hole, isn't it? Especially when the heather up the left-hand side's in full bloom.
Yeah, it sits well off that tee, gives you a good visual. Dogleg right to left up the hill. 19 birdies. Playing below its par, as it normally does.
How's it looking down there now, Warren? That rain seems to be getting pretty heavy.
Yeah, it's fairly wet, that's for sure. Definitely need an umbrella. But it's slightly easing off, which I'm delighted to say, and there's a break in the clouds above. I think the players on the tee just waiting for some of the guys to go off on the 8th hole. A couple of holes crisscross each other, but this is the most beautiful driving hole. So you drive downhill, down into the valley, bunkers left and right at 295 to carry. It's the one at 317 that Rahm's got to be careful about. But you can open the shoulders here and give it a bit of a rip.
About to say that looks a really good swing, and then he announced at last. I was going to say, thank goodness it is in the fairway. I was a bit nervous there as it came down. There is right next to its pitch mark. There's absolutely no run on the fairways at all, and there you go, John. You know where the fairway is now. You'll probably not miss another one for the rest of the day. That one full tilt, wasn't it?
It's incredible that he's able to generate such power from that relatively short backswing as well.
Hatton would love to follow suit. Have to give it a mighty crack though. Straight down the bit of breeze.
Should be okay. Not sure where that finished, between the bunkers or had a soft landing wherever it was.
170 miles an hour ball speed there with the driver. They say 167 miles an hour is the tour average. It really is a hit rather than a swing, Hovland. That was quite a big loss of height from the top of the backswing down through the hit, and he knew straight away, didn't he? Saw the hand coming off, and now he's saying, sit, sit, please sit, as it heads left into the heather.
Somewhat surprisingly, Viktor Hovland's only top 10 in his last 12 starts was that tied 4th at the Open after an absolutely blistering turn of the year and start to 2022. He had 3 wins in a matter of just a couple of months. As we went from 2021 into this year, he really did slow down a little bit through the summer. Let's have a look at some of this afternoon's play.
Tyrell Hatton on the 3rd, middle of the fairway, medium iron. This uphill, long par 4. What a shot that was for Hatton. Brilliant stuff.
He held that for birdie. And it was back-to-back with this one on the 4th. 2020 champ quickly got to 2 under.
And Rahm, he just birdied the par 5 4th, but how that didn't go in. It was a little tentative for his 2 at the 5th. Very annoying.
Cracking tee shot for Hovland on 6. And then he fired this one in. Absolutely brilliant. He would hold that for the birdie.
That was all over the place here on 6. Short of the green. Warren Humphreys called it. Straight in the hole. That was his 3rd birdie of the day up to that point. Big smiles all round.
And for the 2nd time today, he made it back-to-back birdies, holding this absolute monster on the 7th. It was never anywhere else, was it?
Hovland, super shot into 9. 3 birdies, adding 32 for the Norwegian. No drop shots. He's in full control.
But he's in a little bit of trouble off the tee here. Yeah, down the left-hand side of the 11th.
Well, he needs a lie. Not too far. 126 for Hovland. Hatton managed to avoid the bunker. No problem there with the lie as well. Rahm, absolutely perfect. Flag nestled over that left-hand bunker.
It's a pretty tall tree between Hovland and the pin. Is that going to affect him at all? Or given if he's got a decent lie, will he be able to whip that over the top pretty easily?
Don't worry about those, Kit. Straight over the top of that. But you're right, he will need a lie. Quite a big green, this 11th. I think it's Hatton to go first, Warren, but I want to ask you about Hovland's lie, really. What's that like?
Hovland's lie is perfect. He actually pitched it on the chap's umbrella, so he got a soft landing back into the rough. And I tell you, it's as good a lie as you'll ever get.
Yeah, that's fine. Could you guys just move a couple steps back? Thank you.
Hovland's going to go first because Hatton's plugged his ball in the right-hand semi. He'll get it back onto the fairway. So it's just a nice wedge. He'll be semi-blind here, really. Can't see much of the green. That flag's so far hard left. Just got to make sure he carries over the front bunker.
Another stunning shot from Hovland. Give him a lie and he can do all sorts of things.
It's hard to imagine how he hasn't had more than 1 top 10 in his last 12 starts.
It is
looking
really.
at him play like this.
Yeah, but form is temporary, Kit.
And his class, well, there's plenty of it.
Then I can always just drop it in right there, and then it can't happen with anything, is it?
You see the ball plugged, so he gets a drop.
Perfect.
Club length.
Yep.
That looks nice, just on that little bank where the sprinkler head is. Semi-rough. Sometimes in this wet weather, it's nicer to be in the semi-rough. A bit more of a cushion under the ball for Hatton.
Just over 64% of greens hit for Hatton this season. How does this one look, Warren?
So I could just hit a grip down.
Well, it's perfect now, isn't it? And you know, the last time he got a drop because he had a plug ball, made a nice birdie, didn't he? On the 6th. So he can be aggressive with this. Perfect lie. Just a wedge. Can be really aggressive. That bunker's a good aimer for him.
As he was staring that down, I couldn't tell if he wanted to fight it or he loved it. But an excellent approach from Hatton.
Well, get inside that really, Jon Rahm. Just the most almighty tee shot he hit, because this ball didn't roll 1 inch forward. A massive carry. Just a little gap wedge for him. Get inside. Tyrell Hatton's he'd be doing well.
Control the spin here for Rahm. Should generate plenty from here.
Yeah, didn't he just control it beautifully, as Jamie said? And he's actually drawn it back under the hole there, made the putt easier. And in his mind from where he was, and certainly now with that birdie chance, he'll be looking to play the next 2 holes in a couple under. Par 5 to come, and he'll have been aiming just right there. Look how short that backswing is, and then he just turns his body, rotates his chest so beautifully.
I think when you're that big, you don't need to turn it back that
No,
far, do you?
no, I'm still looking
man.
at the divot up there. I think the divot nearly makes it to the green. Look at that. I mean, hopefully that doesn't hit a spectator. They'd be unconscious. Oh, that's one of the best divots I've ever seen. Beautiful divot work.
Wasn't that fantastic? Great camera work to follow the divot. Well done, Stevie.
As you can see, Andy Sullivan has joined Tommy Fleetwood at 8 under par. Another birdie. His 9th of the day, Sullivan on 17, and of course he's got the 18th to play, so a great chance for Andy Sullivan to post 9 under par or even 10 with an eagle.
Talking of divots, I did hole a divot once with a pitch shot. I did. It was on a downslope at the back of a bunker, and I hit it so hard, and the divot spiralled out and went into the hole. There's a little side issue there.
No, but that is well worth. I can honestly say, you know, in my entire career, I never hold a divot. So you've definitely won up there. Where did the ball go?
Oh, rubbish! Just off the green somewhere.
I wasn't going to ask. I was just going to let him bask in the glory of holding the divot. But
well, I had to play through the bank of the bunker to get the ball, and the divot came out, went in the hole. I never saw the ball. 3 good chances here on 11.
You can see the red balls showing where the birdies have been made from, and the vast majority of them down on that tee at where the pin is cut. You can see a little bit of a slope that is going to impact Hovland's putt early.
Downhill left to right here for Hovland. Very makeable. Quick though.
Quite a long putter grip he has on the putter as he grazes the edge there. It sits up through the grip and it just rests gently on the top of his left hand and into the left wrist. So really steady as she goes there for Viktor. 3 birdies, 8 pars.
little bit of break here, left to right for Tyrrell. Just going back to that hold divot of yours. Must have been a very small divot to go in the hole.
Well, that went in the hole, didn't it, for Hatton? So birdie for him. It's a good point that Warren makes, actually. Yeah, it's, he's sharp today, isn't he?
He is. It's a normal size. I got it on my mantelpiece.
So he's got back one of those drop shots. He dropped 2 shots at the 8th. He was 4 under par early on, so back to 3 under now for Tyrrell Hatton.
Not much in this for relatively straight putt. If he hits it firm enough, shouldn't move.
Well, he's bolted these in for par. We'll run into the hole with steam. There's a lot going on, isn't there, before he takes it away? Well,
yeah, that's exactly what I thought earlier on. There's a lot of re-grips and there's a few practice strokes, no forward press, and then there's a forward press on the actual stroke, and it does seem like there's an uncertainty in the putting stroke that wasn't there 12 months ago.
7 pars in a row for Jon Rahm. A little bit of frustration for him, certainly some frustration on that putt, but a great chance to pick up another shot now coming on the 12th. It is the second easiest hole on the course, averaging 4.4. The par 5, we've had 6 eagles and 52 birdies there today.
Yeah, it was an interesting point that Jamie was making there, that he'd hit the par putts in with confidence, he'd hit them in with pace, and then all of a sudden he gets a birdie putt, and it was
a little bit tentative,
a dribble at best,
just
wasn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
It's 3 Englishmen in the top 3 at the BMW PGA Championship. It's a tournament that's been won 15 times out of the last 25 by British players. Andy Sullivan has been showing a little bit of form in recent weeks, a couple of top 8s in his previous 5 starts, tied 22nd last time out of the maiden Himmerland in Denmark last week. Johannes Veerman was 3 over par through 3 holes, double bogeyed the first hole, bounced back magnificently to shoot 68. Rory McIlroy and Billy Horschel in this morning's featured groups here. A couple of 68s for them. Horschel, of course, the defending champion. Rory McIlroy, a previous winner here at Wentworth.
Well, it's been a moody day, hasn't it, with the storms coming through, there's a rain squalls coming through, and then the sunlight, and back there, look at that. A grey sky in the background, sunshine in the foreground, dappled sunlight on the tee. Beautiful setting. Will it be a beautiful tee shot?
Looks good. Yeah, it is good from Hatton. I have to manoeuvre it around the trees from there, but no problem whatsoever. Doesn't want it back.
Bunkers down the right to avoid. Further you go left, you can get blocked out by the trees, but it's another hole to hit a ripping draw on. 307 to get to the right bunker.
Also down the left side and disappeared. And that might just be a yard too far left and no chance from there. If it's Looks like he may get a drop. Looks like it's definitely buried. As Jamie says, it's a wonderfully athletic golf swing. Wide posh, is very strong through the thighs and in the court. And look at that there, a little bit bent arm, left arm, but Lee Westwood through the hit and then up to a high finish, but very strong player.
Be a bit of venom in this one, I think, after the last hole, missing that birdie opportunity.
That one's coming back.
Highest ball speed of the three as well at 179. $7,257 yards or so, this golf course, playing every inch of it here this week. As much rain as we've had, the tee shots are not running 6 inches, they're just virtually plugging in the fairways. And there you go, there's that bowed left wrist, it just doesn't even get past the shoulder, does it? Then he unwinds. And as we say, probably the longest hitter in the world with the shortest backswing.
It's a great place to come, this part of the world, and Wentworth. Let's take a little look. We're just outside the great capital city of London, in Virginia Water, in the heart of the Surrey countryside. 30 million visitors per year. That's the London Eye right there, offering great views over the Thames and the city. Of course, the London Underground, 11 lines, 272 tube stations. Some wonderful architecture as well. 1.5 million people make their homes in London, the world's third most visited cities. Over 300 different languages are spoken within the city. Truly multicultural. I'm sure you know one or two of those, Jamie.
Yeah, Cockney's. I can speak Cockney's. Great place to come, London. Great place to visit. All the theatres, all the sport, all the culture, the museums. Great restaurants. Friendly people. Great to walk around London, the architecture. So whenever I go to London, I've got to go to wherever I'm going. Just nice to walk around.
So a little look at where those tee shots are. You can see all hugging down the left-hand side. And those trees do just creep in there on the left. Viktor Hovland, as we mentioned earlier, his first in approach on the PGA Tour from 200 to 225 yards, knocks it into 33 feet on average. That's pretty handy from that kind of range.
Well, as we thought, down the left side they're calling for a referee. He's going to ask if it's plugged, and well, if it's just about where his feet are, he gets a club length, Jamie, doesn't he? So he could get a decent break here.
Yeah, it's going to help him. He's still going to have to manoeuvre it around the trees, which isn't his shape. Coming out the rough's hard to turn. He's going to have to do a bit of a draw there, Hovland.
Do you not think he gets it out to the first cut? I think he might. He's looking at that option, isn't he? Well, there's a lie, so there's no doubt about that. I'm guessing the only question he's got is, you know, where he can come out to. So it's from the ball, one club length. It's as simple as that. And if that's only just in the thick cut, he's going to get a big break.
Yeah, it's a club length. If it happens to be the club length gets you on the fairway, then great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I had a drop out of a puddle once, and the only place I could drop it was in a bush. So the rules can work for you, but they can certainly work against you as well.
So you got wet?
I did. splashed it down the fairway on a par 5. It might be that he's dropping it into casual water. I don't think that really should be an issue.
Yeah, curious to see exactly why he's called for a ruling here. As you said, it's obvious, it's plugged. We can see that from the picture. And he's got 1 club length.
Well, he's definitely plugged, and you're absolutely right. There's so much water where he's going to drop it. There's so much casual water. I suppose he's just wondering whether he can actually drop it into an area that's casual water. But once he's dropped it, you would think trying to determine where it's dry will be one heck of a job, because everywhere is very squelchy around here. Referee en route.
I'm going to say, Warren, I think it's obvious. We all know what happens here. He takes the first drop. If it drops into casual water, he then asks for casual water drop. But as you say, if it's so very, very wet in the whole area, he might have to go back into the thick stuff again. You never know.
Yeah, well, yeah, as long as he's allowed to drop it the first time, 1 club length, then I think it's playable. I mean, it may be wet, but it certainly will be playable. And the fact that he can clean the ball, that's huge, because it was muddy.
We've got Gary Butler there, one of the DP World Tour referees, member of the Magic Circle. He might better conjure up something here.
Hatton's got the same problem. Again, it's just so wet where they're dropping.
Yeah, you're not allowed to press down. It's just when you take your stance, does it come above the line of your shoe?
You've got to be able to see water, haven't you?
You have.
Yeah.
You can't
A lot
press.
of people take the drop because they think, oh, it's just a bit squelchy, but
You want to do it? Yeah.
that's not the
I
rule.
just want to make sure, because I'm going to go this way, that when I drop it here, this is obviously casual water. Yeah. And then where do you think the nearest spot from here will be?
I don't know, without you actually attempting to take your stance this way.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay. Well, if you were to drop it to the middle,
yeah.
If you were to knock it out,
He's trying to avoid dropping it in that thick lush stuff.
Yeah.
take your stance, yeah.
So that's obviously.
Okay, so start coming this way with your feet. Keep coming. Keep coming.
Because obviously this way I'm still going to have a puddle, but I think if I go more
come this way
up here,
so go back with where your feet are. Go back. Yeah. So then that would then become the nearest point.
Yep.
And then you would have 1 club length from there. Yes.
Or 1 scorecard, yeah.
Sorry, once. No. If you,
oh, okay. From the casual water, it's another club length from there.
And then when you drop it, you've got
okay.
Scorecard.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
you
first, then I'm just going to try to.
Yeah, you need to
drop
go
it
through
here.
the process. You need to drop it down first of all.
These are the breakable breaks here.
Okay.
So that's obviously.
Okay.
You've got to think 2 or 3 steps ahead here, and he's done well here, Hovland.
Explain that again. Going this way. Yeah.
Well, I was pleased to see that there. Gary Butler doing his job properly, going back just to double check that it wasn't drier in the thicker stuff, and he would have gone then back the other way.
Does it have to be inside here?
So he's covered that angle.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
I watched Viktor Hovland at the Open Championship as part of the marquee group coverage, and he had a couple of occasions where he had similar drops where he had a few different options and he needed to work out what he was going to do. And on both those occasions, he was very thorough, thought it through, and ended up saving par from very, very difficult situations, having taken advantage of the rules and chosen the correct option, when in the moment it's all too easy to rush it.
Good. Yeah. Thank you.
You want to do the right thing, don't you? You want to do the right thing here as well. The referee's available, so use them.
And as Jamie says, there's plenty of times where the rules of golf can be a little bit unkind, even cruel to you. So when you can use them to your advantage and you're well within the rules to do that, it's important to do so. It's good thinking, it's clever strategy, and I have a feeling now that he might be able to whip this on the green.
Yeah, a bit of good fortune. Have you ever met a golfer who's had more bad luck than, or more good luck than bad luck, Mark?
More good luck than bad luck. No, I was going to say if you'd reverse that question, more bad luck than good luck, I would have just looked straight at Jamie and said,
I have. Everybody I've played against. You can see a great view of the shot facing Hovland now, looking back. Just that extra couple of yards just helps. And placing the ball.
Fine when we took the drop, but then when I took preferred lie, I just moved into this. So I just want to make sure that I'm not doing anything wrong here. Or is that fine? Very borderline.
Maybe he's looking for another couple of club lengths to be in the middle of the fairway shortly.
Yeah. Well, but when I first took relief over here, it was fine. But it was just when I moved over here because I took preferred lie, then it's a casual water again. Do I get another drop or?
No, we need to go back to where you were. Go back to where you were because you're not
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that I took a preferred lie into casual water again. I think when we first dropped, we took full relief. But since I moved it this much with a scorecard, my stance moved into casual water again.
So we need to go back to where you were, which is where it
okay.
was.
Okay.
We need to go back to where you were.
Okay.
This could end up being better than one of Gary Butler's magic tricks here.
So, or what?
No, because this is the point, and you've dropped it. You've got one club length. You've got one scorecard from there.
Yeah.
Okay. So
this
you
just
can
all
move a scorecard this way.
Okay.
That way, the way you're not going to be stood. So just take your stance again. With the club there.
Because this is fine, right?
Yes, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I can also move this way.
Yes, you can. Yeah. To here, to go near around.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where you are now, there.
That's fine.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah.
So I can do that, right? Even though I already took preferred.
So that's your point. You've got a scorecard from here.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I already placed it, so I just want to make sure that I'm not doing anything wrong here.
Once you realise that you're not taking it, you have to go back and do it again.
Okay.
So you go back to that point and you've got a scorecard.
Okay, so I can pick up this ball.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Now make sure you're good.
Is that still?
Again, every little minute that we flipped it or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, we happy?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah,
Thanks.
Yeah, we're all happy.
Are we actually going to get some golf now? My goodness me, I nearly lost the will to live there.
You could have had a cheeseburger while they were working that out, Warren.
I'm with a load of spectators here, and they were more exasperated than I was. But anyway, at last he's going to hit. I just wish that wouldn't have taken so long. 2:15 to go. Certainly get up there with this iron. I just hope it's all worth it. I think that's in the right-hand bunker. I think you would have done that a whole lot quicker.
And a long wait for the other two players in the group while that was all going on.
Yeah, and it spoils their concentration too. I know he was trying to do the right thing with the rules, but there has to be a way of trying to make things a little quicker. Same yardage for Hatton.
Looks like that's heading the same way. It's gone right. Has it missed the bunker right? It thudded into the bank and I think it fell back in.
No, it's on the bank. It stayed on the bank like the 6th hole. It's going to have an awkward lie.
It's a low-lying fairway, this 12th. It always gathers the water, and I think Rahm's got a similar conundrum to Hovland.
Thank you so much. And then if you notice water coming up,
I think he's going to play it a little quicker, though.
Yeah, I think it's good. The worst is right here.
Between
as long as where the ball is, really.
Yeah, it's like between the two, where the wet bit right in, not where your stance is, not where the ball is.
My way can I make the water come out, nobody will. So.
Harry Butler earning his money out there.
Well, I think he did really well with Hovland there. He stood his ground. It looked to me like Hovland was looking for another club length to get even further into the fairway just by going a certain way and catching a foot in casual water. Anyway, that's another story.
Well, only 206 for Rahm, so should be just the perfect 6-iron to a right flag in that little punch bowl at the back right of the green.
Not bad, but you got miles left of it there, so.
Yeah, I'm just saying in case of wind catch.
Gotcha.
I'm going all out.
So really squelchy, you can hear his feet. Squelchy, squidgy, boggy lie. Not always easy to get the shape that you want.
As the rain comes down, once again, it's going to make it even boggier there.
He's got a bit of turn on it, Rahm. Unlucky. Didn't want to hit the 5. Wanted to hit something hard. It's always difficult down the left-hand side here at 12. Those trees always come into your mind.
Well, he got the shape on it, didn't he? It just came up a club and a half short. And that's exactly the same length of backswing as he drops it quite acutely from the top there. Quite a steep angle. Lovely balance to his golf swing. He's a big man, he's a strong man, and it's great for anybody at home to watch and remember that for all the gadgets, for all the technology, all of the new equipment that we have, it will always be a game of balance. It's nice to have power, but the golf ball's not moving, so there's no point if you're moving. I was taught, Kit, that the game of golf is 2 turns of the body around the head and keep your head still. That was the first lesson I ever had, but my first ever coach when I was 13 years old, he was all about balance. He was all about posture. Get the posture right. Work on your posture. I mean, you walk up and down the range and you see so many amateurs, and they actually look better as they walk in, the second they walk in, than they do when they actually take their starts. They sit themselves down. They drop the backsides down. They create too much angle in the knees, and then you can't turn properly.
I heard some really interesting quotes from Jon Rahm earlier this week, actually talking about the development of his swing. Of course, that short backswing, a result of he was born with a club foot, had to have the surgery to correct it, but therefore his flexibility and movement not quite as far-ranging as it might have been, so he developed this shorter backswing, and when he was very young he went to an academy and they actually tried to completely rebuild his swing. They really wanted him to totally change, to make it more orthodox, more technically correct. He actually really pushed back, which showed the strength of mind of him at that young age, and wanted to stick with the swing. It was working, obviously hone it and improve it within the parameter of what he was able to do, but proved right, and just shows the importance that, of course, you want to be as technically good as you can, but knowing and understanding and swinging your own swing.
But you know, it is an amazing thing to me when you see coaching and coaches, they're often asking players to do what they're not physically capable of. And you have to look at the person in front of you. You have to look at the physical capabilities of the person in front of you before you ask him to do something that his body's just not capable of producing. That's a great lesson for anybody, and that's why Rahm's ended up being the great champion he is. This is the 12th, the par 5, second easiest hole on the golf course. And this is a pretty straightforward shot.
It is a straightforward shot too, off a slight upslope. Just got to carry over the little ridge. I think he can almost pitch it all the way over the top onto the flat. Greens are so soft. Once again, rain coming down very hard. Just makes the contact on this shot a little A bit more tricky, got to catch it absolutely perfectly.
He did, didn't he? He did, and that's delightful. You know, with greens that are running at 12 feet 4 inches, that's the green speed here this week. When the rain starts to fall, the ball can skid very easily, and sometimes you don't get that bit of check on the second bounce because it skids. That was a lovely ball first contact, a little bit of a pinch divot after. That's a great lesson for everybody at home. It's always going to be slightly down. The hit will always be slightly down and keep your body turning. Rahm did it beautifully.
Yeah, really wet sand here for Hovland. Rain absolutely belting down now. A little bit below the level of the green. Beautifully played.
Yeah, great shot from that heavy sand. Hovland managing to get some spin. Oh, he's hammering down now there. Look at it. He'd be delighted with that. Viktor Hovland, 3 under for his round, but that to go 4. Very important to hit the ball hard out of this wet sand. Keep the club going through it. Gary stays on his left side, everybody at home. Keep the chest on it. Drives into his left side. Very nice.
An awkward stance, but you can see gripping almost onto the metal here. Just a little hands and arms shot. Just has to make sure he carries it onto the green. Doesn't want to dig the heel of the club in the ground though. Just a little chop with the wrists.
Oh, please go in. How good was that, Tyrell Hatton? Never easy when you're down on the metal. Never easy when the ball is above you, your feet are in sand. I thought that was high tariff. Look at this, look at the stance, look at the position he's got. Yes, he's only got to hit it 10 feet. He's got to strike this perfectly, making sure that the butt end of the grip stays ahead of his body. You could easily catch that in your jacket almost. And that is just sensational visualization and control of the club face. That's my shot of the day, Jamie.
Yeah, it was special. Better than the chip shot on 6.
Way better. That was easy. That was not easy. That was high tariff. Made it look easy because he's got great visualization and feel.
Well, he's making his birdies in 2s today, Tyrell Hatton, and again for the 3rd time he goes back to back here. Birdies at 11 and 12, and he's back to 4 under par where he was before that costly double on the 8th.
Yeah, umbrellas up. Big crowds here all week. Expected over the weekend. Sold out here at Wentworth. Hovland for birdie.
Virtually nothing in this, Jamie.
Yep, dead straight. 4 under for Hovland. Tough tee shot coming up on 13. I've walked very slowly to that tee and hope the rain disappears.
Well, they're seeing the funny side of it, the cheeky grin from Viktor Hovland there as he ducked back under the umbrella sharpish after holding that birdie putt. And well, we've seen what brings a smile to Tyrell Hatton's face. It only takes some lashing rain.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the lashing rain or maybe the chip shot he just played as well. You'd be happy after that one.
They're good at this, the Tour pros. Just take their time here, just settle. Just they know, they have a look up. They're good weathermen as well. Just take your time over these shots.
Yeah, he's going to fiddle faddle as much as he
He
can
will,
here,
yeah.
isn't he? He's
So
going
much
to.
time,
Oh yeah, because he can see the break in the clouds behind. He knows this is only going to be heavy for about another 2 or 3 minutes probably, and there you go. It's almost easing off now as he stands over it. Yes, well done. That's 3 birdies at the par 5. He didn't make the short birdie try at 11, but he's made the birdie at 12, Jon Rahm, so they're all making progress now.
Yeah, no dropped shots for Jon Rahm today. Not as many red numbers as he would have liked, but he's still 2 under par. It was a par at the 18th for Andy Sullivan to equal Tommy Fleetwood's 64. A day of brilliant scoring here at the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth. Larry Scrivener and Zanotti in with 66s. Marcus Armitage 5 under par with those 2 closing par 5 to play. We've seen some really good golf from our afternoon feature groups here, featuring Jon Rahm, Viktor Hovland and Tyrell Hatton as well. Rory McIlroy and Billy Horschel in this morning's feature groups. 68s for them. Well, the rain is absolutely lashing down here now, I can tell you. It's making a hell of a racket on the roof of our commentary position. Guido Migliozzi 3 under par with a couple of holes left to play as well. Talented Italian. He'll be particularly keen to get himself into that Ryder Cup team next year.
It's been quite incredible. It's been continuous golf today with the weather we've had. We're really tanking it down now. Hovland on 13, difficult tee shot. Dogleg right to left, bunker up the right. Must be down the right half here. Yeah, loves it.
Well, the crowd liked it. He liked it. Very quick to go back to the golf bag. Struck it beautifully.
Caddies working hard today to make sure that all the equipment and the players themselves stay dry out there.
Yeah, they'll have the spare gloves strapped in the top of the brollies. They'll have a towel in the top of the brolly. They're just trying to keep something dry out there, which is very difficult. That is what you call raining stair rods right now. That's heavy, heavy rain.
Yeah, wetsuit would be quite handy at the moment.
And a snorkel.
Yeah, looks good from Rahm.
How do I hit that so good and it goes so short?
How did I hit that so good and it goes so short? Well, it's amazing how much of a difference the rain makes. It knocks your ball out of the sky when it's that heavy, doesn't it?
I have the same problem as John, Jamie. I feel like everyone I flush and I think it's going miles and then I get there and it's gone nowhere at all. I can help him with that.
We've had plenty of great golf from this 3-ball this afternoon. Let's relive a little bit of it.
Yeah, we've had a bit of everything really, haven't we? Hatton eyeing this one up and down, and why not? Superb approach shot to the 3rd.
Fourth hole, par 5, makes another birdie there. Hatton, back-to-back birdies for him. Sun was out, birdies were aplenty.
Rahm hit a superb tee shot in here to the par 3 fifth, but just a touch tentative with the birdie effort. Left it hanging over that right lip. Just a par for the Spaniard.
Hovland was impressive with the irons. This one from 144 yards. Never left the flag.
Shot of the day so far up to this point. Hatton, all sorts of trouble, up 6, but when you can do that, for another birdie. Doesn't matter. Big smiles. Put him 3 under for his round.
Hatton was not happy with the approach here at 7, left it out to the right, but all was forgiven. Absolute snorter, finding the bottom of the cup for birdie from long range.
Great second shot from Hovland at the 9th. It was a big high cut over the corner of the trees, and the putt was just as good. From the par to the turn, Hovland.
Good second shot for Tyrell Hatton here at 11. That was his 5th birdie of the day. Did have a double on 8, so he's 3 under at that point.
12, the second of the par 5s. Rahm frustrated not to birdie 11 after being in good position, but he made up for it here. A delightful little pitch shot, and he would convert that for the birdie 4.
But as good as that was, this is infinitely better. Awkward stance, in the sand, down the grip, almost on the metal. Not an easy shot to play, made to look very easy. Tap-in birdie for Hatton.
So 2/3 of the opening round in the books for our featured 3-ball this afternoon. Hatton and Hovland at 4 under par. Jon Rahm a couple under, and this is where their tee shots are on 13.
Rahm and Hatton will have to do a bit of drawing with their shots here. Hovland might be okay, but it's a tough second shot here at 13, round the corner. Always has been. Playing its full length in this downpour that we just had. Thankfully, it looks like it's passed over. Sun's out again. Yeah, nice rainbow. Pot of gold at the end of that.
Well, there'll certainly be a pot of gold for whoever wins this Rolex Series title this week, that is for sure.
Well, that's an extraordinary hole we've just had there. Rahm said he'd actually hit his tee shot well, but the rain just knocked it straight out of the sky. I mean, he is miles back, 2:14 to go. He only hit his tee shot, what, just over 260 yards? Now he's got to draw it a little bit around the trees, but at least he's got a shot. He's something in the region of a 5-iron, you would think. Pin well back on this green as well. Tall order to take it over the trees on the left there, very high, so you'd think he'd have to try and draw this.
Well, that rainbow does look like it might be in the middle of the green, Jamie, so he might want to run up there quickly. And that's a good shot. Find the centre of the green from that far back. He had to turn that a little bit as well.
Well, Hatton going down the left side, he definitely will have to try and draw it around the trees. So a little bit more awkward for him, but a shorter shot, 191 all up to this flag, and you always seem to need at least one more club playing into this green. Just the fact that it's a little bit uphill, the green is slightly elevated. Just need half a club more, maybe a full club to get all the way back there. It's amazing how these fairways have stood up to it. I mean, looking back down here, you wouldn't think there's been any rain at all, but when you walk on them, they are particularly squelchy. So I know Jamie was making the point. It's amazing how we've had continuous play here all day. It's been unbelievable, but at least I suppose they've been showers. Very heavy 1 minute, and then they die away. And I can see blue sky and sunshine now. It's remarkable.
Just left it. I got to get it left of the TV tower, haven't I?
Okay,
how
right.
much more you've got.
Okay, so I've got loads.
Exactly.
A shot that's never changed over the years, this one on 13th, seen it so many times. Could be a shot maker at Wentworth, and Tyrell Hatton is one of those. He's got
He's
7
got to leave
iron.
it right of the green, Jane, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's where he's
Probably
aiming,
at least.
Warren.
Yeah. Almost a full green width he's got to draw this.
Whip that right hand over there. Has it turned enough? Yeah, it has. Super shot from Hatton. Don't think he could have hooked it more than that. It's easy to smother it. It's easy to smother those or pull them. Try and get too much hook out of it. But he didn't. Stayed inside it nicely. Look at that whip of the right hand there.
It's a compact action, isn't it?
Definitely up there, looking at these ponds. Yeah, it's just tough for me to...
Yeah, the result was good, wasn't it?
I was thinking that just yeah, it's hard for me to draw an off-speed 7. Yep. You know? Yep. This is definitely not an 8-iron. You know, 8-iron is just not going to be right back here. Yeah. You just need to understand that it does play shorter than we think, okay?
Did I hear him say 8-iron?
I thought he said it's definitely not an 8-iron, strangely enough, and I couldn't figure that out because he said it plays shorter, Warren, than you think.
Well, he's got 184. If he hits an 8-iron slightly uphill 184, that is some belt.
7-iron length of shaft, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Just about there. Terrific shot from Hovland. That was close to the trees. Had to be to get it there. Took a risk, paid off. Iron player's been brilliant today. Viktor Hovland. Knocks that in, he's got a chance to threaten the lead. A couple of par 5s to come. Great to see Tommy Fleetwood up there.
Be a good day for Marcus Armitage as well, 5 under par through 16.
Jon Rahm and Tyrell Hatton, 2 men in your picture, who each have 4 Rolex Series victories to their name. Will one of them be the first to 5 this week?
The big titles, aren't they? They're titles that every player wants on the CV. The Rolex Series events, always attracting strong fields. He's had a couple of top 15 places in the major championships, Tyrell Hatton. His best was the 11th place at the Open, 13th place at the US PGA Championship. So you see there that at the moment nobody's holed from out there in Rahm territory, 37 feet 11 inches. But 1 or 2 players, obviously, and you would hope so, have holed from where Hovland is. So for both Hatton and Rahm, they would be the first to hole from down there on the lower point of this green, which is surprising.
Just seeing how good the iron play has been there. 11 and 10 greens hit from each of the players in this group. It's pretty good going out there.
One of those greens, chaps, isn't it, this one here, that doesn't look as if it's going to be that slow, but it is. It's one of those you need to give a real rap to get it up to the hole. Not a massive amount of break on this one. as they say, all about pace. And that's probably not something that he's had to hand fairly easily today, Jon Rahm. It's either short, belted a few past, not dead pace yet.
Very nice from Jon Rahm. Not easy when it's been pouring with rain. In the back of your mind, you're not sure the speed of the greens, really. Dodged it very well. Look how wet his jumper is there.
I was just thinking that. He didn't really put a waterproof on at any point during the couple of torrential downpours that we've had since he teed off. He's going to be feeling a bit soggy.
Yeah, I don't think they make it in that size with those muscles. Some people just aren't comfortable wearing a rain jacket. Sort of stay under the umbrella and get out there, so it's warming up now, he'll be okay.
Some players just can't play in a rain jacket. I was exactly the same, Jamie. Don't know about you. I could not swing in a jacket. I would wear it to stay dry, then I'd take it off before every shot.
I didn't mind it.
They make jackets are much better now, don't they, though? They're movable.
Yeah, they're not made out of wool. There we go, Tyrell Hatton. If someone's going to hold a putt, it's going to be him.
Amazing, isn't it? If you somebody putts before him on a similar line and he's got a clear vision of the line he's going on, and you wouldn't bet against him holding it. I think he's one of the best, if not the best, long-range putter in the game. No one's holed from down there yet. This is the longest putt for birdie so far today, and it was never anywhere else.
And the pace was absolutely spot on as well.
Miss or make, Jamie?
Make. I don't think it does much, as we've seen, as Warren was saying. It doesn't do much up this hill. Had a good read from the other two. Putting well as well today, Hovland.
We might as well ask Warren, because he called the chip in earlier. Is he going to make it, Warren?
I think he will. I think he's in the mood. I think he'll be dragged along by Tyrell.
So it jumped off the face then. Just took off a bit.
It was a lovely sound. He sounded like he struck it really, really well. There's always a lovely sound to a well-hit putt, and that sounded well hit. Just, I think, a fraction over borrowed at that pace, Jamie.
Yeah, it was uphill, quite slow. Knew he had to hit it.
$8,000 DP World Tour ranking points available this week. The fourth of 5 Rolex Series events on the DP World Tour schedule. The winner will get 1,335 of those points. So a big chance for any of these guys here to make a serious move up the rankings. With the birdie we've just seen, Tyrell Hatton has made his way onto the first page of that leaderboard at 5 under par. Plenty more opportunities to come as well. And Viktor Hovland there into the top 10, tied 10th.
14th hole, uphill par 3, and it's 35 feet to the pin up there on the right-hand side. Not an easy one to get to on the right as well. Those trees up the right-hand side just creep into your mind a little bit. Never easy to get it on the right level.
Nice prize for a hole-in-one, though.
Jamie, those trees are about 30 yards right of the green. Where were you looking?
I've seen a few people in them, Ron.
Should be just in between clubs here for Hatton. 177 to the flag, probably plays 187 uphill. And there's a little plateau to contend with. Must be a 7, that was so high.
Not a happy Hatton. long way left.
When you stand on that tee, you see the big BMW sign, the TV tower. Flag right in front of that, so it's a big beacon to aim at. Looks as if Hovland's going straight at it.
There's Pin on the right, suits the cutter of the ball. Brilliant shot from Hovland. He's really got his eye in. Great distance control up that hill.
Last to go, Rahm. I always thought this hole, you want to get it up to the hole, you want to get it over that little plateau. The last thing you want to do is go long. If you pitch it into that little plateau, it'll suck back down the slope. Wants to pitch it almost right at the base of the flag and get a little bit of spin and grab. But anything going long, if you go into the long grass at the back, you're left with a horrible little chip down the slope. So try to gauge the length perfectly. Never really easy here.
Be nice to take that motor car home, wouldn't it?
It certainly would.
Well, there's two excellent shots, absolutely flag high, perfect control of the distance for Jon Rahm. So two very makeable birdie putts to come. I've got a similar model to that car for the hole-in-one prize, but mine seems to be about a third of the size.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I didn't realise. Probably won't get up.
Coming into this hole, Tyrell Hatton has made 3 birdies on the bounce.
Yeah, great shot from the right-hand rough to get here for Hatton. The way he putts, it's almost a gimme for him.
Chipping's been good today. He's had one chip in, but this is actually better than a chip in. That was really awkward. Very easy to duff that. Very easy to catch it thin, but he got it beautifully. So that's the second birdie in a row.
And he completed the hat-trick on 13. A good shot, bending it round the trees to the heart of the green. And rolled it in dead centre, dead weight. To move to 5 under par. Currently 16th in the DP World Tour rankings, Tyrell Hatton. And he's not finished outside the top 12 in the last 6 seasons. Incredible consistency.
Yeah, 3 off the lead, Hatton. He's doing well to make a par from where he is. Just the green left.
Nice applause there as the players got to the green. Good atmosphere around that 14th green, always has been. There's a pit stop there down the right side. We get a beverage and a little bit of food. There's always a stand behind the green. It's a real focal point of the golf course.
They've got wine on tap down there.
Well, you would know that, Kit.
Being the sophisticated wine drinker that I am. Well, first person in the bunker today, Tyrell Hatton.
He'd be pleased with that.
It's always nice to make history.
Well, you're 25 yards off target. Should be the first in that bunker, really, here on 14.
Yeah, I think you're more likely to hit the trees on the right-hand side, Jamie, aren't you?
He's left himself a sensationally hard bunker shot to play, though. In terms to try to get it right, there's a ridge about 12, 14 feet short of the hole. He's got to carry it right on top of the ridge, maybe on the very left edge of the green. Then hope he gets a little bit of side spin check. This is really tricky to get close.
He always plays them aggressively, doesn't he? There's the little ridge. He had to get it over. It's not a bad shot. He won't be happy with it because he's so good at those. You think here, Jamie, do you think he was trying to land it just over and skid it and then check it? I think he was trying to land it just over that little bit.
Yeah, that's the only chance he had, really, because the greens weren't going to release a bit softer this afternoon. It was a good shot. It was nearly shot, wasn't it?
It was probably a yard or so, a yard and a half from being very good, because if he could have just got it over that ridge and get the little skidder and then the check, he could have got it close.
He and Rahm are going to get free reads off of Viktor Hovland, though. They're all putting from a very similar position now.
Well, they know it's going to break left to right. It's just how much. With all that rain, that little bit of slope, pace. If you look from one side of the hole, it doesn't look as if it should break all that much. You look from ball to the hole, and you think, well, it's going to be significant. So it's not an easy read.
Yeah, just a bit shy for Hovland. Tyrell Hatton's ball nearly finished on Jon Rahm's marker. There was a Scottish Open earlier this year, and Xander Schauffele's ball finished on top of his playing companion's marker. I've never seen anything like it. I can't remember who he was playing with, but it was quite incredible. I was out there on course watching it.
Was it a concave marker?
No, it was one of those sort of casino type chips, and it rolled on top of it, or it stayed on top of the marker.
That's unbelievable.
It was, and he chipped it as well. It was a chip shot across the green.
Sure. A chip shot onto a chip.
Correct.
We know this is left to right then. It just needs to hit a little bit stronger pace than Hovland. I suspect he will. Do you hold more putts of this length for pars or for birdies?
Well, that's a really severe lip out. So it is a dropped shot off the back of those 3 birdies.
From the same spot. Rahm for birdie here on 14. Can watch himself on TV. Getting distracted a lot this year, Jon Rahm.
Apologies if you heard any untoward language there.
Frustration coming out. Jon Rahm makes his 3. But could be so much better today.
Jon Rahm 2 under par, but frustration building as he lets the chances slip by, knowing that 8 under par is the score to catch on this opening day of the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth. 3 Englishmen at the top, Tommy Fleetwood and Andy Sullivan on 8 under. Matthew Jordan tucked in behind them on 7 under. He's been showing a bit of form of late, Matthew Jordan. He was asked last week when he was playing well what the key to his good form was, and he rather sillily mentioned that it was because his girlfriend wasn't there, so I think he might be in a little bit of trouble at home, but a win this week, and I'm sure all will be forgiven. Sami Välimäki showing a little bit of better form the back end of the season, opening with a 68. The Højgaard twins, both 4 under par.
Three what it is for Viktor Hovland, out of the shadows and into the sunlight. And always nice when it goes straight down the middle.
How was that sneaky little salad you had there, Mark?
You know, I have to be honest with you, the sneaky little salad was lovely. I've had the yips on the putting green, but I've never had the yips with a salad box before, and I only got half of it. The rest, I think, is somewhere under the table.
Rahm. It's difficult par 4, 15th hole. There's a ditch that runs down the right hand side, bunker down the left. Oops. Oh, that's got to come down.
It was Healy, wasn't it? I'm going to say it's going to be short and in the fairway. It's one of those where you take your hand off and it's actually okay, but just a horrible strike.
0 for 6.
Yeah, he's like a bear with a sore head at the moment. Jon Rahm, it's come from the putting, really. Didn't quite get that one. I did say there's a bunker down the left because they took it out a few years ago. My mind's way back. It's always a bunker down the left, but not anymore.
Always living in the past,
I'm afraid
Jamie.
so. Like this hole, love it. Really paints a picture off the tee.
Oh, that's big left. That needs to get lucky. There's out of bounds over there. And it's deep in there. He's not going to break. Sometimes hit the trees, come back, drop down. He thinks it's out of bounds.
That's what he was doing on the range earlier. Mark saw a few of those on the range. It's the first time we've seen it on the golf course, so he's going to play a provisional.
We'll see if you can see anything here, Jamie, in the swing.
I would have thought the body would stop turning, the hands just take over. And look, he's staying behind it, wraps over. Body and hands out of sync. Provisional ball.
Yeah, it did look very trapped and underneath him, didn't it? And as you say, you feel it's trapped and you feel like it's going to go right, and then you just whip the right hand over to save it. And
well, it's just one of those tee shots that are in your mind, aren't they? When you get on that tee, it's a tough tee shot, 15.
Not looking good for Tyrell Hatton, unfortunately, there, because normally you get a signal from the crowd or a signal from the marshals to say it's okay, and clearly he hasn't got that yet, so he might well be in one of the gardens down the left side of 15.
Well, the thing about this hole is there's trouble left and right. There's no bailout on 15. You've just got to hit a good shot. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I think if you had to call the 3 or 4 best holes on the golf course, this is one of them, if not the best. I've always thought this was a really good par 4.
Yeah, I agree with that. The last 2 holes are dramatic, aren't they? That 17th tee shot is something I started thinking about a long time before I got there.
Yeah, there is Hovland and Hatton playing alongside each other and alongside each other on the leaderboard at 4 under par. That has you just inside the top 10, but as always it went with big clusters of players on certain scores.
That is the DP World Tour rankings right now, and Rory McIlroy sitting at the top. Will Zalatoris just in behind, Matt Fitzpatrick, the US Open champion, and Viktor Hovland. Part of our coverage in the feature groups this afternoon of the BMW PGA Championship. It's pretty tight heading into the tail end of the season, isn't it? I think we're going to see some toing and froing on those standings.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that can become number one, there's no doubt about it. Some big tournaments ahead.
Been a brilliant season, hasn't it, for Ewan Ferguson? 2 wins, came very close to a hat-trick last week in Denmark. A real new star emerging, Ewan Ferguson.
Yeah, went out in 4 over par, Ewan Ferguson. He's now level par, 4 under for the back 9, so good stuff from him. Looking back to Rahm, 15.
Well, complete miscue from Rahm off the tees a long way back, but what of Tyrell Hatton's ball, Warren?
Well, he's just the luckiest boy out here because he's clipped the trees, he's dropped down, he's got a good lie, he's got a clear route through to the flag. He's got to keep it under some branches, but he's got a shot and he's got a swing. Oh, he's got a few pine straws to worry about, but effectively it's a nice clean hit for him. He couldn't have asked for much better. And with that flag on the front, you know, he can play an aggressive shot here.
Well, it could be a lot worse, couldn't it? Could be
it
in
could
Mrs.
be a
Mackenzie's
load
garden
worse.
over the fence there.
Yeah. Well, he's 207, all up to the flag. That's it. Okay, just got to keep it down underneath some branches, so you may have to play a slight trundler to get it on the green. But it is downhill, and of course the ball, even though on these wet fairways it will move a little, will help to chase the ball.
Now, can he capitalise on his luck?
Bunker.
Well, he'd have taken that when the tee shot was in the air, and when he played a provisional, if someone had said you're in the bunker just on the left side in 2, he would have snapped your hand off.
Well, Rahm, 193 to go, over on the right-hand side. Normally you'd think you'd have to cut this around the trees, but they've trimmed the trees on that right-hand side so much he can go directly at the flag. Off a slight upslope as well, so expect him to launch this into the stratosphere. Front flag, not much room if he goes straight at it. Bunkers right and left.
Looked a good move. Saying go hard. Oh, unless he got over the bunker. Close. He was obviously on the limit with that club. On a press. That was full commitment from Rahm there. It was a full hit. Look at that backswing position. That's as far as it gets, folks. You've got to be strong to do that. And he is. Quite incredible.
You've got to have a wonderfully connected golf swing to do that as well, where just harmony of top half and bottom half, it has to be perfection, otherwise it go nowhere.
What about Hovland's tee shot, fellas? 296 with a 3-wood, 153 left to go. Probably not much more than a wedge for him here.
He's looked very good today with his irons. And he's obviously hit some good tee shots as well to get into position. And as Warren was saying, this is not much more than a wedge shot, and his sight line is probably about 5 or 6 feet right of the hole because he's expecting to get a little bit of spin on it. It won't be a full swing, it'll just be, there you go, 3/4 very high lever, and then down, just loses height a little bit through the ball, and there we go with one of those humongous divots. But a beautiful strike, it's ball first. It does show you how steep the players hit. You think the players sweep the ball off. They do not. They're 4 to 6 degrees down with the iron, sometimes a little bit steeper.
As an amateur, you can learn a little bit from what your divots are telling you as well, can't you?
Well, you can certainly look at the line they're going. Of course, you can see whether they're going left or they're going right. On that occasion, that one was just about bang where he was aiming. But you don't get too many amateurs that take divots that big after the ball.
It's been an extremely impressive performance from this man today, Viktor Hovland, so far. Yet to drop a shot. Picked up the 4 birdies.
Yeah, no drop shots, and hasn't looked in trouble, has he? Can't remember him having to make really a part of any length for par. Hovland has been under control, good stuff. Hatton's been a little bit more up and down, and Rahm's been steady. Hatton needs a line this bunker, short-sided himself, very little green to work with, and Rahm's got a quick one down the hill.
And for Hatton, he's pitching this onto a downslope, but the green is wet, so this shot is definitely on, but he's got to play it perfectly. Ball a tad below his feet.
He was very quick up and out of that. I think he knew straight away he hadn't struck it the way he wanted to. Would have been a pretty easy shot flag high, and maybe slightly an upslope wouldn't have been a problem, but as Warren says, he's going across the angle of the green there, and there's a little ridge and he's going slightly downhill, but he just knew straight away that he hadn't struck it properly.
Now for Rahm, he's got a nice little lie here, downhill right to left, hasn't holed anything really with the putter, but you know, you can suddenly chip it in and it'll all be different. And this is very makeable down the slopes, doesn't have to worry too much about pace.
We've already predicted one chip incorrectly today, Warren.
Well, crystal ball, just not quite what it used to be.
I don't think you need a crystal ball to tell you how frustrated Jon Rahm's getting, because this was just beautifully played, wasn't it? As Warren said, yes, of course. You only need to carry it 2 or 3 feet and let it run like a putt, but that caught a massive piece of the hole. That's nearly a horseshoe.
Yeah, call the police. I've been robbed. It's funny, isn't it? All of us as pros, you get certain shots, you think, yeah, fancy this, fancy. It just all looks right. So just a 4 for Rahm. Again, no drop shots, just 2 birdies on the 2 par 5s.
It's always a decent par 4 at 15. There's nothing to worry about putting a 4 on the card there. That's about what it's playing by the field, about 4, just 3.99 average.
Well, he held up quite a few fingers there, didn't he? I don't know what that actually means when you're trying to gauge a putt, but I know it's going to move right to left. And he will have got something from Rahm's chip shot coming down the hill, similar line, so he knows what it does near the hole, if he was observant.
Yeah, well, on this occasion, I think it was 1 finger too many. Just hanging out on the right-hand side. Pace was good. Just slightly overread it. Have you tried the aim point method, Jamie?
No. Depends how fat your fingers are, I guess. Hey, listen, a lot of guys are using it and benefiting from it. Gives them a bit more clarity.
That's a good point you make. I've always thought that with short game, I always think it with putting. Don't play the shot until you've got a clear picture. That's essential.
As long as the picture's the right one. You've got to have a picture of pace and line in your head, haven't you? Again for Hatton, this one down the slope, similar sort of break, just outside the right. Can you feel the pace?
So back-to-back bogeys that will be for Tyrell Hatton. It was 3 steps forward and now 2 steps back over the last 5 holes, back to 3 under par. So that's how it looks in the BMW PGA Championship right now. Rasmus Højgaard has made his way into the top 8. Got a real logjam at 4 under par. 17 players in that tie for 10th right now at Wentworth. We mentioned earlier that it's the first week where qualification points are available for the European Ryder Cup team. Of course, there's been lots of chatter about that amongst the media and the fans. As players, how aware are you of that? And is it something that helps, or do you want to kind of keep it out of your mind?
I think the thing is that you're just going to play your golf. You're just going to crack on with the tournaments ahead of you, see how you play. And then, of course, it does start to get in your mind as you get closer. Jamie, you would have been close to making Ryder Cup. We never played Ryder Cup. I was in the team with 3 or 4 weeks to play. Managed to miss out by, I think, 2 spots in the end. So the pressure's not easy at the other end when you get close to the matches.
Yeah, that's true, Mark. Yeah, I got close one time, didn't make it. Difficult tee shot, 16. Just especially if you want to draw it, no problem. But for a cutter like Hovland, not so easy. Might have found the bunker there. I think one thing is getting in a team. The second is playing well when you get in it. I think that's the key to it. Irons for Rahm and Hovland, Warren.
Well, it's got to be iron all day long, hasn't it, here? It's not a hole that really requires power, requires precision. Very easy to get blocked out if you go left, which is a no-no. There's ditch and trees down there. So you aim at the right-hand bunkers and you hope that you come up short of them. 270-ish to the right-hand second bunker. That's the one he'll be aiming at.
Yeah, good shot from Rahm.
The umbrellas are going back up. Iron as well for Tyrell Hatton.
Yeah, very similar line. Oh, crikey, that's quite a long way back, I have to say. Not saying an awful lot at the moment. Quite tight-lipped after the bogey over the last couple of holes. Was absolutely flying. I think we were thinking it could be something really special, especially with the par 5s to come at the end. But right now he's got to regroup once again.
It's an absolutely iconic event here on the DP World Tour, the BMW PGA Championship.
This is the BMW PGA.
Well, it wins at Wentworth.
An iconic championship.
McIlroy Rose again.
Where memories are made.
Luke Donald's BMW PGA champion.
And the history books are rewritten.
And a record 4th victory in the PGA Championship.
The greats of the game have won here.
PGA champion Severiano Ballesteros.
An opportunity to join legends of the past.
He loves it! His first PGA Championship.
Who will be next?
Well, you certainly feel the buzz as soon as you get to Wentworth every year, don't you? The anticipation, great fans. The Celebrity Pro-Am, of course, yesterday, and they poured in to watch that. The likes of Niall Horan teeing it up, Lando Norris, the Formula One driver, sports stars, footballers, TV presenters.
Yeah, as you say, it starts pretty much with that Wednesday Pro-Am, and it's a sellout all week. 25,000 spectators come in every day, and it's not just about that too. The infrastructure, the hospitality is wonderful all around the 18th green. BMW do a magnificent job with this event. You've got the concerts in the evening. It's like a whole day of golfing fun, and then festivities going on in the tented village till late in the evening. Jamie knows about that.
Listen, some of my friends never get out the tented village. They just come here. It's so good. You can watch the golf in the tented village and enjoy all the festivities down there. They don't leave the tented village, unfortunately, but great golf course as well. It's just, I think it's just nice to come back to somewhere where you're familiar with, and everyone at home, and for us as well, we all know the holes. Trouble for Hovland. Not too bad for Hatton, but perfect for Rahm. Just a wedge for him.
Well, he may be some way back, Hatton, but he's in the pound seats, in the middle of the fairway, just where you want to be. And the fact that he's just under 150 yards, you can just hit a nice 9. It would be a big wedge coming slightly uphill.
There's a tight pin here at 16 as well on the right hand side. That's why he played it left, but perfect for distance for Hatton. 20 odd feet. That's okay.
Well, Hovland's near the lip of the bunker, so he does have to be a little bit careful here, but I think he can probably get it up and out with a wedge. Just a question of whether he'll get it all the way to the hole. She'll play a little left. Perfect lie. Tight lie on a little bit of an upslope. But he's got to flick this a little bit. Ooh.
Well, he looked like he clipped it to perfection, and there's a little bit of spin on that, but that is a beautiful shot. Not a grain of sand between club face and ball. That was, well, he could have clipped that off a glass coffee table.
Cable, just be careful with not too pull on that cable. I think it pulled a little bit.
I wouldn't try that at home.
I think just because it's twisted, there's more weight on it.
.129 for Rahm. That was some shot from Hovland. This man should go straight at it. Has to be brave.
Should be a good yardage for Rahm, this. Well, the spin gets it a bit closer. And in his mind, he would have liked it half as close again to consider it a decent shot.
Yeah, the pin's cut tight on the right there, isn't it? Only 3 from the right-hand side, the bunker there, so maybe not one to go at, Rowie, but chances.
You don't think so? From 129 for Jon Rahm?
Well, we'd go at it because, we were a bit silly at times.
Oh, good to see Warren taking the umbrella down there. That good news. The rain has stopped once again. How off-putting is it when the rain's just off and on? If it just rains, you get your waterproofs on, the umbrellas up, and you just go with it. But when it's coming in and out all day, and the jacket's on, the jacket's off, does that make it more difficult?
Difficult for the caddies, that's for sure. But yeah, you'd rather have it. I'd rather play as many holes in the dry as I would in the wet, to be honest with you. So.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I wouldn't want 18 holes in the rain. I don't mind. I can cope with a stop-start because you're going to get maybe... They've probably had half the day at least, if not a bit more, where it hasn't been raining. And when it's come down, it's been heavy. But, you know, I'm lucky now. Obviously, Jamie's lucky now as well. We don't have to play competitively. You had no choice. You used to look out the hotel window and see it teeming down with rain. You knew you were going out in it. Now you just think, well, that's
I never liked
not for me.
Starting my round or being on the practice ground. Hitting balls in the rain, you want to warm up properly and then get into it, then you didn't mind really. You just got to deal with the cards that are dealt for you that day.
So all three players with putts for birdie here on the 16th green, Warren.
Well, very makeable, you'd have to say. And they're gentle breaks too.
Well, as Warren said, all of these very makeable. It's been the fourth easiest hole on the golf course so far today, with 25 birdies here. So I think they're going to add to it with at least one, maybe a couple. Unlikely, obviously, that all three will make them, but you never know.
Hatton with the longest of the three birdie looks, but he's the man who's putted the best so far today.
Yeah, he's been great, hasn't he, from long range. Jamie Spence will have this line down perfectly.
16 was always a difficult green to read. I changed the green slightly, looks a bit right to left here on 16. Generally doesn't do that much. Yeah, just went a bit that way.
Can't get anything past you, Jamie, when it comes to green reading. He didn't see it, did he? It was a good stroke. Just didn't see that extra cup or so break. Pace was good.
I'd like a round of golf to go all Tyrrell Hatton's way and see what he shoots. So every shot he hit. What would that be? 54 or something? No response from my co-commentators on that comment, so we'll move on to Hovland.
Sometimes we like to just leave you to waffle, happy in your chair.
Rowie, what's this one going to do?
I think this one's going to move right to left as well, Jamie. I think this one's slightly easier to see than the one. Tyrrell's could have been straight. This has got a definite break on it. Exactly there. I was about a ball and a half outside right. It took the break early on in the first 3 feet, and then pretty much straight as he went into the hole and 5 under par. Been a brilliant day, hasn't it? I've really enjoyed watching Viktor Hovland today. He's played really a superb professional round of golf, strategically, tactically, putted nicely. Worth seeing again, isn't it, Kit?
Yeah, this was the 5th birdie of the day. No drop shots, 5 under par. And as Jamie said earlier, he's never really been too far out of position. It's never felt like he's had to scramble to save one of those pars either. Now Rahm needs to get something to go on the greens. He's been frustrated with this flat stick all day.
Yeah, he probably deserves one. There's no doubt about that. He's not hold much, Rahm. He's had a great line from Hatton. He's on the same line himself. It's just outside the right here for Rahm. Maybe a couple of balls. Golf balls, not footballs.
Well, you knew what his reaction was going to be there. I actually knew exactly what he would say there. I've just seen Tyrrell's do that at the hole, and mine hasn't moved. It's what we'd all say, in all honesty. just not been his day on the greens. He's left a few out there, but he's still got 2 par 5s to come. And Birdie, he's going to see him round in 68. So, you know, that's a great start to your week at Wentworth. You shoot 68, good start. Still got to do it, of course.
Yeah, they're not giveaways. Sometimes you're better off not watching, you know. Someone's on your line, because you don't know how they've hit it. They might pulled it a bit or whatever it is. Just make your own mind up. I think he feels he's owed a few.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, Jamie. I think the very fact that Tyrrell's did really turn its nose up at the end and swing across the hole influenced his read.
So there have been a couple of 64s in the opening round today. Those of Tommy Fleetwood and Andy Sullivan. Matt Jordan makes up the trio of Englishmen at the top of the world rankings. At the top of the leaderboard, rather. Viktor Hovland facing a difficult tee shot here on 17.
Oh, toughest on the golf course, 610 yards. This par 5, Hovland aiming down the right. And that's where it's heading. That's the miss though, that's the safe side. He's in the rough there somewhere.
Well, it's an infamous tee shot, isn't it? This one here at the 17th. Can't afford to go down the left-hand side because with these soft conditions, probably won't be able to get a view of the green. Softer conditions down the right-hand side, it won't bounce into the trees, so it's a little bit wider for the players, but it's still intimidating.
He's trying to commit to go left with that shot, Rahm, but last minute just couldn't find himself doing it, so he's bailed out right.
Just gives you no quarter this hole. You know you can't afford to go left. The bailout, because everything slopes left to right and slopes into some very thick trees, it makes it such a hard tee shot.
Well, it's a good shape, but I don't think he quite got that one. Hatton, yeah, it's a long way back there. That'll just be a layup from there. Don't think he'll be able to turn a wood round the corner.
He's playing the toughest of the 4 par 5s, averaging 4.93. Not a single eagle on the hole today, which tells you even after a good tee shot, it's really difficult to get your ball onto the putting surface. Still, you require that right to left shape with the second shot as well.
Collision, was it?
Encouragement to get out.
Just 2 holes to play for this group. Let's look at their highlights so far today.
Tee shot from Viktor Hovland here at the 5th hole. Just birdied the 4th, the par 5. This is a good shot. Just missed his birdie putt. Just a par, but a super iron shot. He's been doing that all day long.
His iron play has been superb all day. Fired this one in close on the 6th. That birdie would get him to a couple under par.
Tyrell Hatton came up short of the green at the 6th. Had a good lie. Nice view, pretty straightforward chip, but you still have to play it really well to do that. 33. He very honestly said, I'm just trying to get it close. but he's not bothered. It's in the bottom of the cup.
Always a difficult shot here at 7. Down on the flat, steeply uphill to the green. Back left the pin, just above the ridge. But he's tiled them in all day long, Viktor Hovland.
Nothing like as close for Tyrell Hatton. But we talked about his long-range putting, how good he is. Look at this. This is a good yard outside the right setting off. Perfect pace, perfect line. Put me down for 3, please.
Jon Rahm racking up the pars. Nearly hold that chip. But that sort of sums up what's been happening to him on the greens today.
And Hovland, 4 under par, standing on this green. However, beautiful putt, just walks off 5 under to the par 5, 17. I think he's got his troubles down here on 17.
Well, 321 yards for Hovland out of some thickish rough down there, if he hasn't quite run under the trees. Well, it looks like he might have done.
Honestly, I'd love to get something just going along the ground as quickly as possible. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Well, that's not pretty. Mud ball, as they call it, could go anywhere.
Obviously, just getting it on the ground as quickly as possible. If it goes 120 metres, and we've got 270 to the front. That's going to give us 150 front and the pin's back right.
Yeah, I would just like to somehow get it kind of past everything.
Yeah.
With not the longest putt from the fairway, so I can complete.
Yep.
You know.
That's the most important thing. We keep it on the fairway.
Yeah.
He's got the right idea, Jamie, isn't he? He's got to keep it low. He doesn't want to get this up in the air, even if he could, not with all that mud on the back of it. He almost wants to hit a low runner here, just to the top of the hill.
Well, the caddy's trying to get him to hit like a 3-4 iron, so it guarantees to come out low and runs along the ground.
Obviously, if we get it going, it's just going to go. Yeah. So we need to get it over that. Yeah.
But it could easily squirt left on him, this OB there.
Yeah, I'd have this in, you know, well, he's got the, I think it's the driving iron out there. He's going to try to absolutely, what we call a stinger, low and run in, and sometimes the mud does come off, Jamie, when you hit it. You can get lucky or unlucky here, can't you?
Yeah, I don't know about this one.
That's my only concern with that club.
Yeah.
I think if he hits his club, he wants it like a chip shot, really. Yeah, Hovland doesn't like that one.
I think he's going to go a hair right if anything, but as I said, you have to press it, so hopefully most of it comes off. Try and keep it on the tail.
Problem here is, chaps, he can get no club face on the ball with a clean hit. The thing he's going to do is he's going to hit mud first. It's not as if the mud is on the side, so it's just going to come out so soft. This could literally go anywhere. It could just slide off the face. This is hit and hope.
There you go, working to orders. That's exactly what the caddy described. It was a clever shot, really. Just back in the stance, drive it forwards and low and get it running. Don't get it in the air with mud on it.
Hatton's got to hit a big hook here to get it back onto the fairway.
Apologies for the language there.
He's okay. I mean, he may not be happy with the shot, but it's just in the light semi-rough, just short of the crosswalk. Not a great lie for Rahm either. Ball below his feet. At least the grass with him here. But nothing very inviting.
Did well there, Rahm. Knocks it down the fairway. But it's been a long day for this 3-ball. In and out the showers. Teed off at 12:40 local time.
Two schools of thought when it comes to laying up on a par 5 if you can't get it there in 2. Do you get it all the way as far down the hole as you can to give yourself the shortest third possible, or play for a yardage that you're comfortable with?
Depends on the lie, and on this 17th it's 600 odd yards, so you just, whatever it is, you just try and play the best shot you can. And I think Hovland did really well there. As Warren said, he didn't have anything, but it came out nicely.
He keeps asking us all these questions, Jamie Kit, and I notice he's making notes, you know. He's had quite a few free lessons today. It's deliberate.
It's always difficult to hook it round that corner at 17 when you're on that slope. The camber's away from you, so you feel like you're reaching for it a bit. In the back of your mind, you've seen so many people come over it and pull it out of bounds, and I think that was in the back of Hatton's mind.
I've no doubt the invoice is in the post, Rowie.
It will be from Jamie, that's for certain.
So our afternoon 3-ball of Jon Rahm, Viktor Hovland and Tyrell Hatton looking for a good finish. Of course, the 2 par 5s here, 17 and 18 at Wentworth. If they're going to make birdie on the 17th, they'll all have to do it the old-fashioned way with an approach shot from somewhere around the 100-yard mark.
Well, he's got a clear view of the green, Hatton.
Exactly.
A little bit of semi-rough, but ball rolled here, so I don't think he'll have any mud on it. Not that I could see anyway. 181, probably play more like 171 coming down the slope. Pin right at the back, so he's got to be aggressive. Seems to have a lot of loft in his hand here.
Well, he wasn't happy with the second shot, and I was surprised he was so far back, but that was an absolute perler.
What a shot from Hatton. That'll cheer him up.
Yeah, full commitment, wasn't it? From the first cut of rough. And he's leaning, just hoping it catches this little ridge here on the right side, and it does. And it trickles on down there. 7 or 8 feet or so for the birdie to come.
Hovland just a little wedge coming down the hill. Very
Yeah, another laser iron shot from Hovland. It's a great skill to get the ball pin high. You've always got a chance. And he's done that all day long.
Well, one left, one right. There's a nice gap in the middle for Jon Rahm here. And he should have himself a very sweet little distance.
Okay, hold still, please. Thank you.
.87 yards is the distance.
That should have spun. He can't believe it, neither can I.
You were just right. Oh, steady on, Johnny, steady on. We were waiting for the zip, weren't we? We were waiting for the one bounce and then back to the hole. From that distance, we thought he'd get quite a lot of spin, and it sounded good. And he likes it. He's holding the pose, and he was waiting for it too.
There's a slight downslope there at the back there, but even so, they should have spun back.
But 3 very makeable looks for birdie here on 17.
Yeah, never hit your golf bag. There was a story, well, it was a true story a few years ago. I won't say the players, but a player was laying into his golf bag at the side of the green. However, it wasn't his bag, so you always have to be careful. Check the name before you start assaulting it in anger.
Yes, I have a confession with that as well. I once attacked my golf bag and smashed my watch inside. That didn't please me.
Warren, how are these putts looking on the green?
All makeable putts here, although I fear a little bit for Rahm, the way that he's been playing today. Very hard to make a putt when you miss so many.
A little look at how the players have made their way down this 17th hole. Tyrell Hatton, 181 yards he left himself for his third, but an absolutely superb shot in there. Viktor Hovland playing it a little bit more traditionally. He'll be the first to putt. Jon Rahm will be the first to putt, in fact, not having got that spin back from his third shot in. Much movement in these putts, Jamie?
I was just thinking that. Because obviously with the greens changing how they used to be, the 17th green always used to didn't do much. You could easy to overread it, but I think there's more of a definite bias now to these putts on this green.
Well, we saw the pitch shot release a little bit, and as you said, Jamie, it does tilt a little bit from front to back, but there's left to right in this putt. A lot of players don't see it. Nice thing is he can give it a little bit of pace from here. And there you go. There you are. See, it's fooled him. You see with the hand gesture there, he thought he could hit it probably. So apologies for the language. Everybody getting a bit frustrated at the moment. He just didn't see that little bit of left to right.
Yeah, you just think with the slope of that green, it has to go the other way, but it doesn't there on 17. So just the 2 under par for Rahm. Currently tied 48th with that. Scoring is good today.
Oh, this is an interesting read for Hovland here as well. This will come a little bit subtly off the right-hand side. But this again is an easy putt to leave out there on the right side. You've got a feeling it turns that little bit more. Believe it or not, the easiest putt is Hatton over there on the left side. That's kind of coming straight down the slope almost.
Well, the sun's coming out, long shadow on the green for Viktor Hovland.
Yeah, the key to that putt. He saw the break. It was at least a cut from the right-hand side, but he got the pace to perfection, and it just fell in that right side. This has been a splendid round to watch.
Yeah, it turned quite a bit, didn't it, that putt? But beautiful judgment from Hovland. Making it look easy this afternoon. 6 under par for his round. Well, could eagle the last.
Do you know, can I change my mind slightly? I was calling this as pretty straight, and I've got a feeling it's going to feather from the left edge, Jamie.
It looks that way, doesn't it? Looks that's where he's aiming, anyway, just outside the left, on the edge of the hole. for Hatton. Didn't come, just a fraction.
Yeah, he set it off outside though, didn't he? That was a ball outside. I mean, it was left edge at most. Yeah, you heard him say there, he thinks he could have got away with straight. That was my first call, and then I changed my mind, and probably he changed his mind.
Fourth Rolex event of the season here, the BMW PGA Championship. 10 of the world's top 30 in the field, and it's been an explosive start. Plenty of birdies and eagles flying in, and it's Tommy Fleetwood and Andy Sullivan who lead the way on 8 under par. Very popular score today, 68. Yeah, 25 players at 4 under or better currently, including Rory McIlroy, fresh off his FedEx Cup title win over on the PGA Tour. Billy Horschel, the defending champion, 4th in his previous appearance here. A 4th and a 1st, that's not bad. Billy said he used to watch the tournament growing up in America, loves the place.
You get the feeling that Billy Horschel loves the DP World Tour as well. I think he likes the characters, I think he likes the change of scene, and he's a very welcome visitor. Well, all of these players round in 69 or better. There is Tyrell Hatton with the 4 stars, the 4 Rolex wins. Hopefully a birdie at the 18th, get him into that big pack of players on 4 under par. That will be a really good start to the week.
Adam Scott on 3 under there with a couple to play. Great swinger of a golf club. I was watching him warm up on the range today, and even a couple of players, including Mathieu Pavon, stopped to watch Adam Scott hitting balls.
Yeah, it's a pretty swing, isn't it? There is Jon Rahm at 2 under par. Thomas Pieters, he's got that star. Well, that was earlier on this year in Abu Dhabi. First Rolex win for him.
Eddie Pepperell finding a nice bit of form at the end of the season as well.
Yeah, isn't that great? It's been a difficult time for Eddie. Lost his game, but it's great to see him playing well again. One of the great characters on the DP World Tour, Eddie Pepperell.
18th tee, Hovland looking for a bit of a cutter round the corner. Sets up well for him, this one. Oh, an absolute perler. Right down onto the flat as well. Go on, keep going.
I would mainly right to left, not doing a whole lot to it.
Well, the hole bends left to right. It's very brave if you take it down the line of the trees or go over the trees. Otherwise, you aim it at the left-hand bunkers and try and cut it around the corner of the dogleg. Which way will Rahm play this? Brave to go over the trees when your shot is a left to right one normally.
It should really suit his eye. Oh, and it has absolutely smashed it into the perfect spot. That's his best shot today off the tee.
Down on the path, please.
It's a really hard finishing hole, chaps, isn't it? Because the majority of tee shots on the course, we said at the start of the round, favours perhaps a draw. You come to the 18th and you've got to definitely manoeuvre it the other way around, left to right. Aiming this one a long way left.
Yep. Well, we know where that's going. Ryder reaction. I think he's still doing a little bit of woodwork on the left side of the tee.
They'd don't make very good drums, those tee markers, do they? Any hope of Hatton going for the green there at all, or
no?
Absolutely not.
Well, no.
Viktor Hovland's looking for 3 birdies on the bounce to finish, having done this at 16 and 17.
Yeah, good shot in here from Hovland. Out of the bunker. Just a beautiful thing, that putt.
Had a mud ball for the second shot. Did well to get it in the fairway, but the pitch was great at 17. This is about a cup and a half right, and just the right pace to fall in the right side.
Hovland currently 4th in the DP World Tour rankings, but he'll be heading a little higher if he carries on playing the rest of the week like he started out today. Rory McIlroy, speaking earlier this week as well, said how keen he was to make it a double on both sides of the Atlantic, having won the FedEx Cup just a couple of weeks ago, to add the DP World Tour rankings. He's in prime position right now. Ryan Fox having an absolutely sensational season. Adrian Meronk up there. He's a name that many people think could be in that Ryder Cup side next year.
Yeah, quite possibly. Meronk hits the ball mile. Looks a good player. Under pressure as well, Meronk. It's up for grabs. There's some spots on that team. It's going to be a new Ryder Cup team. Well, 2 really good shots and 1 not so. Just a layup for Hatton, I would think. But the other 2 will be having a crack at this green. Yeah, he can't be going for this, Hatton. It'd just be a silly thing to do, really. He's had a couple of bogeys in the last 4 holes, so double earlier on 8 as well. He's played some good stuff in between, mind. There's no point at this stage, really. He's 3 under par. He can just hit a couple of wedges and have a birdie putt mark.
He's too experienced, isn't he? He's too experienced, and he's got too much patience to make a really silly play here, because he pitches the ball really well. So they just got to work out a nice distance from the sand into that layup area on the island, and then the island part of the fairway that's short to the green, and then nice little pitch in there and spin it down to the whole side and still walk off with a 4.
I think 9-iron mark. Maybe could hit an 8, but probably 9-iron wedge.
Well, it's more a decision as what the yardage is to leave you the next shot, the yardage that you want for your 3rd shot, your pitch shot. So, and you're right, it looks like that's exactly what it looks like, a 9-iron.
There's a sneaky bunker down the left in the layup zone to be avoided. Yeah, perfect.
We've got 9, so we want to be right pretty much where the stairway is, okay? Yeah. Down, so it's going to hurt a little bit less. Obviously turning up there. Yes, it is. You just definitely want to be right of the hole, okay?
Well, he's having a crack to the green. Hovland off the downslope. It's about a 5-iron. It's a daunting shot. Bunkers on the right hand side and a big swale. And you've got to get over the water as well.
There's 2 bunkers on the right hand side. They'll be aiming for the middle bunker, which is bang in the middle of the green. He won't be looking at the flag. He'll accept 40 feet, 30 feet right. And if he finishes any closer, he's pulled it slightly, I think. That's top class. That's exactly the line he was aiming. Struck it beautifully. Eagle putts come down the hill. Sensational round of golf.
He's just done everything right today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got that to tie the lead. Hovland for the eagle. Rahm, boy, he's miles down here. Can't be more than a 6-7 iron, Rowie.
Been a frustrating day. He's seemed frustrated. He seemed a bit agitated out there on the golf course. Hasn't gone his way, but right now he can pop this right up there by Hovland's ball, make an eagle, and he'll be a much happier chappy.
Oh, hold on. No, that won't stop. Yellow line. Well, it wasn't a good shot. Didn't get it.
Yeah, left of the flag was really never going to hold up on that green. Everything cambers away and runs into the water. And just checking if the shaft is still straight. It's had a healthy tomahawk throw.
Good layout for Tyrell Hatton. Still chance for his 4. Quite a generous pin position here, first day. 22 on, 11 from the left, so back central. Just be a gap wedge, one of his many gap wedges. Probably not the lob wedge because that'll spin too much, I think. Just want to keep the speed off this one.
I guess in his mind, his pitching distance, Jamie, he's going to add on, what, 3 yards and then spin it back to the hole, isn't he?
Yeah, that's trying to pitch it by the pin. If it spins back a little bit, fine, but you just get a little bit too pumped up, can't you? Pitch it in the rough and it won't come back.
There is a danger, always, with this shot. As soft as the greens are, that if you do land it flag high, it'll spin back in the water, so he'd be wary of that.
Oh my God, sit down.
Oh, that's done well. That's what you can do there with that shot, just overhit it, overplay it.
Everything you do is so bad. Literally, you can't even hit 18 yards.
So Tyrell Hatton not too pleased with himself, but he's done more good than bad today for certain. Jon Rahm just consulting exactly where he's going to take his drop.
Well, he could go to the dropping zone, which is further back, I think, but might fancy it from here. Go back in line where it last crossed the point of the penalty area. Not the most inviting of chip shots, mate.
Well, it does look, as he gets closer to the water there, like it's a little bit flattened, so I guess the closer he gets, well, he's just having a little think here. The good thing is there is enough space for him to let the ball release. It's not ideal, but there is a shorter flag that they'll use on Sunday on a similar line, and that would make it very difficult. There's a bit of green to work with. Looking all around, taking his time here to try and find a spot where he drops it, where the grass is going in the right direction for him to get a decent strike on it.
He'll be playing his fourth shot, so he needs to get up and down from here just to save the par. The type of day he's had and the frustrations we've seen, a bogey here, and
looks to be a good drop. We see the ball, it hasn't gone down to the roots, so he's picked a good spot and he's dropped well. So as Kit says, can he get up and down, save the par? Better, could it be better?
Yeah, brilliance from Rahm there. You need to be so confident in what you're doing. This shot, what a shot this was. Don't have to play him high. Still play soft shots and they go low, great control.
Kept his speed, didn't he, through the hit. Took his time, dropped it well, and executed it beautifully. So you may well just wander up there and tap that in. It's around a 70 for Jon Rahm.
So he does keep a bogey off of the card with that delightful little pitch shot on 18, but just the two birdies. Frustrating day for Jon Rahm. Viktor Hovland has this eagle putt on 18 to tie the lead with an 8 under par 64.
Yeah, plenty of pace in these greens, has he? It's tracking. Oh, how about that for a finish? Stylish to the very end, Viktor Hovland. Eagle at the 18th, a round of 64.
The birdie, eagle finish, and that is a sensational round of golf, Jamie.
Never in trouble, was he? All day long. Just made the game look so easy today, Hovland, and he's a wonderful putter. Brilliant. Tied the lead with Fleetwood and Sullivan. Viktor Hovland.
Tyrell Hatton for the birdie and a round of 68.
Not to be for Tyrell Hatton. Plenty of birdies. 4 under par, sorry. They got that score wrong on the last. They put him up for a 68, but in fact I think it's a 69, made 5 there.
It is a 69, including 7 birdies. He had that costly double bogey at the 8th, the back-to-back bogeys on 14 and 15. Overall, a lot of positives for Tyrell Hatton to take into the second round. We've seen some excellent golf this afternoon in feature groups at the BMW PGA Championship. The highlight, Viktor Hovland, 8 under par, 64 to tie the lead here. Confirmation as we take a look at the leaderboard now. The 4th Rolex Series event of the DP World Tour season. It's Tommy Fleetwood, Andy Sullivan and Viktor Hovland who sit atop the leaderboard on 8 under par. Matthew Jordan just a shot adrift. That's all we've got time for in featured group coverage this afternoon from the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth. We'll be on air again tomorrow with more featured groups all day. And the way this leaderboard is shaping up, we are going to see plenty more action. Beautifully positioned. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye for now.